of Paris into the forehand of Zarazua. Now Paris again moving Zarazua to the forehand side, scrambling. Zarazua lifts one up, and Paris with a forehand to the backhand that Zarazua can't handle, and Paris takes a 3-1 lead.
So they've been out there for at least 2.5 hours, and the first set went the Paris way 6-2, and she was very aggressive from the get-go. She was down 2-love, but then won 6 games in a row and was very aggressive, forehand inside in, inside out, which is really her quality play. And the backhand also top spin, beautiful one-handed backhand. And then all of a sudden, things change. She started to be tentative, lost the second 6-2. I haven't seen a backhand top spin since the first set, to tell you the truth. So hopefully she's finding it again. As we're seeing, Caroline Garcia is watching. Also, Amélie Mauresmo is there, watching on, former #1 player in the world.
And a large contingent of Mexican
Huge
fans cheering on Zarazua as Paris puts her first serve into the net at 3-1 in this 10-point match tiebreak on court 5. Second round action, Dion Paris of France and Renata Zarazua of Mexico. Paris second serve, 3-1 to Zarazua. Second serve coming to the forehand of Zarazua. Rolls it to the forehand of Paris, hits it down the line and moves forward. Defensive lob from Zarazua, put away overhead from Paris. It's 4-1.
And just when she's aggressive, Paris, it's a different game. And she really stopped being aggressive throughout the match. Kind of got scared, more like afraid to go after the match to win it. Was hoping that Zarazua was going to crack and give it to her, but none of that. And she's still in there and definitely ahead here. 4-1, 1-4 Zarazua serving, 10-point tiebreak.
It was Zarazua who opened up this section of the draw, as Sophie mentioned, with a win over Madison Keys in the first round. Here's Zarazua, forehand into the forehand of Paris. Now down the line to the backhand of Zarazua. Now Paris back to the backhand of Zarazua. Now to the backhand of Paris. A slice backhand to the forehand of Zarazua. Cross court to the forehand of Paris, and that forehand is wide. It's 4-2.
Yeah, it was on her back feet, didn't really go with the ball forward towards her target. A little bit tentative, Paris, on that forehand down the line. By the way, think about the perspective, okay? Zarazua played 2 days ago on a packed Arthur Ashe court against Keys. Won against Keys. Now she's in the middle of the field here on court 5, which is like near the practice court, in between courts. You can hear the score on the next court over, the next court behind you. It's like, it's a total different tournament.
It's a little stadium, but it's the most New York court, perhaps, in this grounds, right? It's like chaos at all times.
And the funny thing is, when they change over in the background, there's a huge Arthur Ashe stadium, right? Like you look at it every single day and go, I was in there. What am I doing here now?
Yeah, but there's not an open seat anywhere near or a place to stand. It is
true.
Standing room only and hardly any of that. So
well, it's probably 2,000 seats at the most in this court, I would say, not even.
So Zarazua now serving at 2-4 in the match tiebreak against Dion Paris of France. Here's Zarazua. First serve down to the backhand of Paris. Slice backhand, middle of the court. Zarazua goes to the backhand of Paris. Backhand to backhand they go. Paris going slice, Zarazua going topspin. Now Paris runs around her backhand, hit an inside-out forehand. Zarazua goes right back to the backhand, slices it back. Paris now chips a forehand down the middle of the court. Both players playing very conservative tennis now. Paris tries to up the ante with a forehand, but hits one long, and it's 4-3.
It's amazing. You would think that Paris is down 4-2. Watching the way that she's playing, she's, as you mentioned, so tentative and not being on the front foot, trying to put the ball back in play. And this one, the floating forehand, just because of no acceleration whatsoever at impact. The ball didn't have enough topspin to land and the gravity to take it in the court. And it is now Zarazua is still trailing 3-4, 4-3. Paris still one serve here. First to 10-point in this final set.
Winner of this match will take on the Ukrainian Marta Kostyuk in round 3, the number 27 seed. And here's Paris serving at 4-3 down the tee, and a beautiful serve. It's an ace for the Frenchwoman to take a 5-3 lead.
That's her favorite serve, down the tee on the ad side. Very clutch here.
So Dion Paris.
Still another serve, sorry. I thought that was our second, but watch out for that next one here. Amélie Mauresmo watching on with a big smile. She's here with her children.
And Paris serving at 5-3. match tie break in the Edward.
Oh, yes.
Down the tee, back-to-back aces.
Oh, it was a let. Oh,
And-
no, she can't believe it. There was a let cord announced, so she's going to have to serve first serve again. By the way, this is how she won the first set. Back-to-back aces at 5-2.
Well, here she is
She
one more
almost did it
time.
again.
She's got another first serve at 5-3. Here is Dion Paris, 5-3. First serve. That other one was called the let. Spins it to the forehand side of Zarazua. Now forehand to forehand. Zarazua on the run. Tries to open the angle, but misses wide. And now the lead is widening for the Frenchwoman. It's 6-3. Zarazua to serve at 3-6 in the breaker. Remember, first to 10 and win by 2. So this is not match point. Still a ways to go for Paris, but she's in control right now. It's 6-3 in the match tiebreak. Paris won the first set 6-2. Zarazua replied in turn 6-2 in the second set. It is 6-3 Paris in the match tiebreak. Down the middle of the court they rally. Forehand from Paris to the backhand of Zarazua. Now a forehand of Zarazua to the forehand of Paris right down the middle. Now Zarazua goes cross court. Paris returns in kind cross court, and Zarazua misses the forehand, and it's 7-3 to Paris.
Much better depth and putting a little bit more topspin. Zarazua is one of the smallest player on the court and on the tour, probably I would think she's 5'2" or 5'3", so hitting anything with topspin when the ball kicks above the shoulder height is definitely something that she's not enjoying, and that's why she made the unforced errors off of her forehand. That ball was way too high.
Zarazua now serving at 3-7 in the match tiebreak. Paris closing in on the third round. Second serve into the forehand of Paris, returns it down the line to the backhand of Zarazua. Now a slice backhand to the backhand of the Mexican player. Now down the line from Zarazua. Paris runs it down, and Zarazua going for too much on a return backhand, and it's 8-3. The errors are really building.
Yeah, but what a get from Paris, because the down the line backhand of Zarazua hit the baseline, skidded, but she was able, Paris, to adjust to the skid, put it back cross court, force the error from Zarazua. Now she's serving at 8-3 in this match tiebreak to 10 points. 2 points away for the French woman.
So Paris lining up to serve at 8-3 now on court 5. A chance to move into the third round. It was Paris that put an end to Petra Kvitova's historic career, her epic run coming to an end in the first round on grandstand at the hands of the French woman, 6-1, 6-love. Paris trying to make the third round here of the French Open.
Second serve took her toss back. Here it comes now.
Second serve. Zarazua takes it as a backhand down the middle of the court. Paris pushes Zarazua back to the backhand corner. Now a slice backhand cross court to the backhand of Zarazua. A slice to the middle of the court. A forehand from Zarazua has Paris on the run, and the forehand on the run clips to the top of the net, and it's 8-4.
Yeah, she had an opportunity to come in off the forehand. Paris in this point just hesitating, trying to have Zarazua missing instead of going after the match.
As they change ends here on court 5, should note that they are just getting going. First point of the match on Arthur Ashe Stadium, which is our feature match of the night between Coco Gauff and Donna Vekic. First point is underway on Ashe. We'll get you there as soon as this match ends. We're also keeping our eye on everything that's going on around the grounds, including on Armstrong tonight, where Alexander Zverev will be taking on Jacob Fernley of Great Britain to start us off. Gil Gross is our eyes and ears over on Louis Armstrong Stadium. We'll get to Gil as soon as this match on court 5 ends. Dion Paris of France, 2 points away, leading 8-4 over Zarazua of Mexico. And now they're just about ready to get back to it here on court 5. Paris on serve. She's got one serve left. She has the opportunity to give herself match points here should she win this point.
Picking the newest ball out of 4 balls that were in her hands, offered and handed by the ball crew. Very positive. Paris with her head going forward, up and down, trying to get her going here.
All right, first serve down the tee. Zarazua returns it to the middle of the court. Forehand from Paris to the backhand of Zarazua. Forehand down the middle, which Zarazua then tries for a drop shot. It's a beautiful drop shot that Paris took 2 steps and realized she wasn't going to get there. Let it go, and it's 8-5.
I'm a little bit shocked that she wouldn't even try harder to get to that ball at this stage of the match. Again, Paris hit a great serve, but didn't do much from the return of Zarazua, and she was way too far behind the baseline, I guess, to run that drop shot down.
Zarazua hit that drop shot from about 2 feet behind the baseline. And Paris was almost on her heels waiting for the next ball. So it's 8-5 still. Zarazua far from out of it, but Zarazua is serving now at 5-8. Down the tee to the forehand of Paris, return to the backhand of Zarazua. Now a slice backhand to the backhand side, and Paris goes down the line now with the forehand into the forehand of Zarazua, and a forehand cross court again as Zarazua uses the squash shot to play a little defense. Now Paris moves to the net. Zarazua, a low passing shot that the Frenchwoman can't handle, and suddenly things are tightening up again on court 5. It's 8-6.
Yeah, she hesitated coming in, not coming in fast enough, but great drop from Zarazua right down her sock line to ask Paris to hit a low volley of the forehand side, completely missed. And by the way, each of these players have the exact same number of .1, 95 each throughout this match. This is how even this match is right now, although Paris up 8-6.
And it's Zarazua serving, down 6-8 into the forehand of Paris. Forehand return down to the middle of the court. Now a slice back into the forehand of Zarazua. Now Paris takes her forehand and puts it into the net. Momentum has completely shifted on court 5 as Paris still leads 8-7, but Renata Zarazua has all of the momentum on her side. Paris has 2 serves, can win this match on serve still.
Yep. Another tentative, very tentative forehand from Paris. Remember that she had a chance to get another ace, and that ace was counted as a let. That could have really helped the Frenchwoman earlier in this tiebreak. Can she serve it out here? 8-7. Favorite serve is down the tee. Will she do it again here on the ad side, or would she go with a kick high above the shoulder of Zarazua? Those are the choices.
Paris with an ace down the tee last time on this side of the court. First serve coming from the Frenchwoman, and she catches her first toss, and she'll try again. Nerve endings on full alert here on court 5. 8-7 Paris. First serve down the tee to the forehand of Zarazua, returns it to the middle. Paris' forehand inside out to the backhand of Zarazua. High floater, long and deep, but it stays in the court. Zarazua now has to throw up a defensive lob. A swinging volley from Paris in the middle of the court. They're going to reset from the baseline into the backhand side of Zarazua. Backhand down the middle, and Zarazua sends it long.
Oh, you got to thank her, because this was definitely a playable ball. Big unforced errors. Our Caroline Garcia is on her feet, standing up, trying to encourage her French mate here for this first match point of the match.
Dion Paris match point now at 9-7, the match tiebreak on court number 5. The winner to face Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine in the 3rd round of the U.S. Open. Dion Paris reached the 3rd round at Wimbledon earlier this summer. She's never been past the 2nd round of the U.S. Open, but here she is with a first serve out wide. And the second serve coming after a call is made on the first serve. Paris winding up with her second serve on match point at 9-7. Spins it to the forehand of Zarazua. Return to the forehand of Paris. And a forehand inside-out winner from Dion Paris, who is into the 3rd round of the U.S. Open for the first time in her career, and into the 3rd round of a major for the 2nd time in 2025. So that'll do it for our coverage on court 5. The night session has begun on the main stadium courts, Arthur Ashe Stadium for Coco Gauff and Donna Vekic, and over to Armstrong Stadium first as we check in with Gil Gross on Sasha Zverev and Jacob Fernley. What's going on there, Gil?
Russ, Sophie, it was the best possible start for the number 3 seed Alexander Zverev, who of course served for this championship back in 2020. He broke Jacob Fernley at love, and Zverev now leads 2-love early on. Zverev coming off of a straight set win over Alejandro Tabilo. Fernley getting his first career U.S. Open win over Roberto Bautista Agut a couple nights ago. Fernley actually lost in the first round of qualifying last year. He's a newcomer to the tour, graduated after 5 years at TCU just about a year and a half ago. So this is it's going to be an interesting one. Fernley came in struggling. That was a big win for him a couple nights ago, and we'll see if he can build on it, but it won't be easy.
All right, Gil, we'll be keeping up with what's going on Armstrong with Zverev and Fernley with you for sure. Let's head into Arthur Ashe Stadium for our feature match of the night between Coco Gauff and Donna Vekic. Now, I'm going to call the last few points of this the third game of the first set, and then we're going to check in with Nick McCarville for a full recap on what's been going on so far in this match as Coco Gauff serves at love 2, 30-love to Vekic. Coco in the near court, Vekic in the far court, and Vekic with a backhand down the line winner, and it's 30-15.
Yeah, and Vekic, obviously a very, very difficult contender against Gauff. A little bit similar of what her first round one was against Tomljanovic in the sense that they both hit really hard balls, huge ground strokes with ton of pace and power from both wings.
And for those of you just joining us, Coco Gauff is serving at love 2. She was broken in the opening game of the match. Vekic held for 2-love, and now Coco
held that love for 2-love.
And then Coco Gauff now 40-15 now to get on the board here in the third game of the first set. Nick McCarville is courtside. We'll be checking in with Nick when they change ends after this game ends. Coco Gauff serving down the tee. Unreturnable from Vekic, and Coco Gauff's on the board. They'll change ends with Vekic leading 2-1. Nick McCarville, you've been there since first ball. What's it looked like so far?
Hey guys, good evening. First of all, great vibes here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium as we celebrate Open Pride tonight here in Arthur Ashe. Yeah, a slow start for Coco Gauff was broken out of the gates, Russ, a double fault at 15-40. That was only by a few centimeters, but really settled well in that third game. I think both of you are going to be very aware of the big hitting that we're going to see from Donna Vekic, and we saw that from her in those first couple of games, taking charge of the rallies. But Coco settled in that last game pretty well. I want to tell you also, I took in both of their practices earlier today, and no great surprise from Coco Gauff. Pretty intense in practice, Russ. Working, still tweaking that serve motion with Gavin McMillan and JC Farrell. Maybe a little bit of stress, especially when she transitioned from hitting the serve into the rallies. But I think maybe getting some of that stress out before the match is going to be helpful for her. Obviously, we saw the epic battle that she had with Ajla Tomljanovic just a couple nights ago here. And then I will tell you, Donna Vekic took the chance with the early afternoon finish from Jannik Sinner on Ashe to practice on this court. And I actually caught Donna's eye as she was walking off the court. And I said, "Are you excited for tonight, Donna?" And she said, "I love it. I love this." So it tells you, it shows you. And Sophie, you can detail more. I mean, Donna, Olympic silver medalist, Wimbledon semi-finalist. She is game to go, and she's had the hotter start.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the Olympics, perfect segue to this. Obviously, at the Olympics, Coco Gauff lost to Vekic, so yeah, she loves the stage, and she's been, in front of that stage for many times. Vekic, she loves a night match. Very excited. It's not surprising at all.
Donna Vekic now serving at 2-1 to Coco Gauff, and a double fault from Vekic, her first of the match, and it's love 15.
And when they played, Russ, in the Olympics, Coco Gauff was at 4-1, 5-2, 5-3, had a set point, and still, actually at 3 set points throughout the first set, still can convert that first set and end up losing in 2 sets against Donna Vekic. So you know that there's revenge in the mind of Coco Gauff right now.
Well, she got her revenge in the United Cup
earlier
this year. She beat her 4-2.
Yeah, United Cup is, to me, kind of more of a fun deal before the Australian tour. So before the Australian Open, of course, and all the tournament preceding it.
Coco went 5-0 in United Cup, and a backhand down the line winner for Coco Gauff, and it's love 30 on the Vekic serve. Coco was broken 6 times by Ajla Tomljanovic in that first round matchup, and it was a tremendously well-played match from both players. Ajla played awesome from the backcourt, and Coco showed her competitiveness and fighting spirit throughout. That really brought her through.
And both of us were shocked to find out the average rally, which was 6.2 balls hit in average rallies, which is enormous for people and for players who are hitting the ball so hard. So I'm not sure it's going to be that much tonight. I think Tomljanovic is a little bit probably more consistent than Vekic, well, at least that night. We'll see. And double fault.
Not consistent on the serves in this game. That's 2 double faults in this game for Vekic, and it's 40 love. There's love 40.
Frustration there. Vekic slapping at her thigh, and as Sophie points out, sometimes the consistency, Russ, can go away for Vekic, and sometimes the mood can get really sour rather quickly.
Pam Shriver's done a lot of work with Donna Vekic. She's in the audience tonight, watching this thing up close. Vekic with a big inside-out forehand to the Coco backhand. Coco saves it. Vekic now defensive overhead almost. Coco couldn't get to it. Coco hit such a good defensive lob that Vekic almost had to just poke it over the net. It turned out to almost be like a drop shot lob. Not that it was hit short, but it bounced twice before Coco could even get forward to it.
Yeah, that was a great get. Great extension for Vekic, to say the least. And you mentioned, obviously, Pam Shriver has been helping and coaching last year's, and now he's not really coaching, but still, a very good friend of Donna and consulting with her.
Sasha Bayan is now the main coach of Donna Vekic, I do believe. No?
I think it's Schneider. Schneider is
yeah, that
Sasha.
actually
Sasha.
double fault there, guys.
A
on
third
game
double
point.
fault from Donna Vekic.
Yeah,
It's
that
2
was
all.
just a terror of a game. No, Donna and Sasha, just in the last couple of weeks, that relationship has ended. So she's got mostly a Croatian team here with her. And as you mentioned, Russ, Pam Shriver is in the box tonight for Donna.
So the fitness, really our fitness person is Ivan Stocic, and then there's Carlos Sternaker and Philip, the hitting partner, and the mom and dad obviously are here also in their box. Yeah, Sasha Bahin is now working with Schneider.
That was a forgettable service game for Donna.
Yep. Needs to put it away.
2 all. Coco Gauff, second serve into the forehand of Vekic. Big return into the forehand of Coco. Now Vekic tries to go back behind Coco, but puts it in the net, and it's 15 love.
15 love.
I mean, she has a lot of people on our staff, I'll tell you that much. The hitting partner, the fitness, obviously a trainer, and the PT for medical, Carlos. So it's a very good team, and of course, Pam with her experience and expertise.
15 love, first serve, Coco Gauff into the backhand of Vekic, returns it cross court to the backhand of Coco, and Vekic tries to go down the line, and it's into the net, and it's 30 love. So Donna Vekic, it's like she missed a beat. She's lost her rhythm. 3 double faults in her last service game, and now a couple of unforced errors to start off the Gauff service game, and Coco out to the 30 love lead. 2 all, first set, 30 love. Coco Gauff serving in the far court to Donna Vekic. Coco puts it up and slams it down the tee for an ace. It's 40 love.
Yeah, that's the second ace of the match for Coco. And every time there's an ace, she should be celebrating highly. Or every time she goes through a match with a low count also of double faults, this should be a celebration.
Coco
right
Gauff
now.
at 40 love. Into the forehand of Vekic, and the return is wide. So Coco Gauff holds after being down 2 love. That's 3 games on the bounce for the 3rd seed. And we'll take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Gil Gross courtside here on Armstrong, where Alexander Zverev really blitzed Jacob Fernley to start this match, broke at love in his opening return game. Fernley has since settled in. It's 3-1 Zverev, but Fernley has 40-15. The one thing to watch, guys, has been the Fernley double faults. He actually set a career high in double faults in his opening round match. Now the catch is, I'm going to get you the number, it was 18 double faults. The catch is, as Fernley holds for 3-2, he also set a career high in aces with 20. Same match, career high in both.
He was going for it, Gil. He was going
I'm sure he's
for it.
happy of one. I'm not sure the other one.
Back on Ash. First point on the 6th game. This is Donna Vekic serving at 2-3, and a big forehand on the serve +1 that Coco can't handle, sending a backhand long, and it's 15-love for Donna Vekic. Gil Gross will keep giving us updates there on Louis Armstrong Stadium tonight as Sasha Zverev, the number 3 seed on the men's side, takes on Jacob Fernley of Great Britain. And here on Ash, the number 3 seed on the women's side, Coco Gauff up 3-2, with Vekic serving at 2-3, 15-love. First serves into the net. Last service game for Vekic, she double faulted 3 times and got broken back by Coco Gauff. And now second serve at 15-love to the forehand of Gauff, down the middle of the court to the forehand of Vekic. Now Coco goes to the backhand of Vekic, back to the forehand of Coco, and Gauff sails a forehand long.
It seems to me that she watched definitely the Tomljanovic match, because I don't know if you recall that, but Tomljanovic hit probably 70% of her balls right down the middle. Didn't open any angles, and then eventually tried to strike, on the right or left. But for most part, there were a lot of down the middle hits from Tomljanovic, and Vekic just did the same thing here and won the point of an unforced error.
30-love. First serve down the tee to the backhand of Coco Gauff. Now a forehand to the forehand from Coco. Now Coco Gauff again with a short forehand and kind of an ugly looking whippy forehand into the net from Gauff, and it's 40-love.
Not very set. She looks like she was a bit too far from the ball. Didn't really cut the angle on the shorter ball from the racket of Vekic.
Sophie, why do you think it's a good game plan for someone to try to play down the middle against Coco Gauff?
Number one, you don't open any angles. And you have to get around the ball constantly, and you have to pick very quickly because the ball comes very fast. So are you going to hit a backhand or a forehand? Footwork's got to be primo.
Second serve now for Donna Vekic. It's game point, 40-love, trying to get to 3-all here in the first set. Vekic double faults.
Wow.
I would imagine that nobody really wants to get into a running match against Coco Gauff on the court. If you open it up, you're exposing yourself to having to cover a lot of ground too.
She loves to run.
and
she loves to run.
Very
she
few
loves to
of any
balls.
players on tour that can run with her.
Correct. Iga Jannik, I would say, is
that might be the one.
The 2 fastest player on the court.
That's the list.
On the WTA Hologic Tour, no doubt.
40-15, game point again for Donna Vekic. First serve to Coco Gauff, and she tries to go flat into the forehand, and it's into the net. So second serve coming off a double fault.
Yep.
Vekic has made 3 of 14 first serves so far.
And she makes the second serve into the backhand of Coco Gauff, return into the backhand of Vekic. That induces an error from Donna Vekic, and it's 40-30, pressure beginning to rise here in Arthur Ashe Stadium.
And to your point, Nick, she has only won 5 out of 11 points on second serve. So those numbers need to definitely go up.
And she's won all 3 of the first serve points when she got it in.
Yep.
She could use the first serve here at 40-30. Vekic down the tee to the forehand of Coco Gauff, whose return clips the top of the net, and Vekic can't get there on time. Coco puts up her hand, and Vekic walks back to the baseline from 40-love. It's deuce.
That's a huge break for Coco Gauff, because that serve was absolutely well placed. And then the lead cord won the point. Vekic could not get it. It just was so short. And she had to really put the brake on as she was rolling over the net. But that was 107 miles per hour first serve down the tee, unfortunately. Back to 40-all here.
It's deuce down the tee with another good first serve from Vekic into the backhand of Coco. Now Coco tries to roll a backhand cross court just a little too wide, and it's game point again for Donna Vekic.
Now she's a little late on that backhand. That ball is coming with a lot of power. Don't you feel like she was a little late on this? I mean, you're courtside. Do you see that, Nick?
I do see that. Yeah, Coco, the ground game to me hasn't quite settled in. And that was what I was pointing out from practice, is a lot of focus obviously on the serve. Sophie, but then some frustrations off the ground game.
Yep. Interesting.
Game point again for Vekic. This time she misses the first serve, so Coco will have a look at a second serve. She's standing about 5 feet behind the baseline. In fact, didn't change her return position from the first serve return. Now she creeps in.
Again.
And another double fault from Donna Vekic, who puts her hand on her wrist, takes a couple of deep breaths. Doesn't really look up to her box, but she looks incredibly frustrated.
Well, at least you understand that double faulting is not only for Coco Gauff in this world. She's not the only one who's having trouble.
No,
only reserved for Coco.
It's 5-1. Vekic on the double fault.
I'm glad I'm making you laugh.
Back to deuce. First serve down the tee. Backhand return to the middle. Vekic goes
wide.
inside out.
Did you make it?
Serve plus
Oh,
one
was
from
in.
Vekic. It's game point again.
Yeah. The power from the racket of Vekic is absolutely grand. Likes to get around that backhand, creates the angle with the inside out forehand, clip the line, the outside of the line, and the fist pump to follow.
So Vekic again with the game point on a service game approaching 6 minutes in length. Longest game of the match so far, and first serve is long. Second serve has been an adventure so far. We're only 5.5, almost 6 games into this, and Vekic already has 5 double faults. This one is in on the second serve. And now a forehand into the backhand corner from Vekic to Gauff. Now Coco's forehand to the backhand of Vekic. Now Vekic still working on that forehand of Coco Gauff. Another forehand from Gauff, this time deep into the corner. Vekic returns it, and Coco goes again cross-court deep into the corner, and Vekic throws up a defensive lob that stays in. They'll reset. Coco's forehand again on the line. It's a cross-court winner. Coco Gauff tested, test passed this time, and it's deuce once again.
That was absolutely huge for Coco to be able to 3 or 4 times hit with a ton of spin, lots of angles also, and creating more and more angles with that top spin forehand. Remember, we talked about it last time she played against Tomljanovic. Coco gets better and better when you hit a lot of balls. Keep going to the forehand side. 1, 2, 3. The forehand gets better and better. It's when you change to the backhand and then go to the forehand that the mistakes come. So you have to mix it around.
Serve into the forehand to Gauff, and a forehand error this time from Donna Vekic, and Coco Gauff has a break point. Remember, it was 40 love in this game for Vekic. And now a break chance for Coco Gauff to win her 4th game in a row here on Arthur Ashe Stadium after Vekic broke Coco Gauff to open the match and then held it love. She hasn't won a game since. Break point for Coco Gauff. First serve from Vekic into the forehand of Coco. Throws up a high looping forehand, now into the backhand. And Vekic goes drop shot. Coco on the run, moving in. Slice forehand approach, and then a volley winner from Coco Gauff, who erases 40 love and breaks for 4-2.
I just, Sophie, I want your opinion there, but what was
you
that?
know my opinion.
What was that drop shot from? And I will say, Donna Vekic was practicing her drop shots, and they were bad this afternoon.
Well, they're not any better now.
No, that ball had, and against Coco Gauff, I mean, she's the fastest player on tour. Guys, what a momentum change from before you joined me, 2-0. I mean, Coco had a nightmare start.
But you read my mind as far as my opinion. I was going to say the exact same things. Like, if you're going to drop shot Coco Gauff, it better be absolutely perfect. Otherwise,
felt a little bit like a
no
bailout from the rally.
She's just so quick. It's absolutely ridiculous.
All right, Coco Gauff, first serve at 4-2. It's deep on the first serve. Second serve coming for Coco Gauff. 4 games in a row now, won by the American. Second serve is up. And Coco hits a deep
double fault,
second double fault of the match. Still has a ways to go to catch Donna Vekic, who's up to 5 in that category. But Coco knows that there are going to be some growing pains. She talked after her first round win that she knows the serve is going to be a process. She knows that it's not going to be perfect immediately at the U.S. Open, but she felt like something had to be done. So she's doing it. And that is bringing in Gavin McMillan after her first serve looks completely discombobulated there into the bottom half of the net. And now a second serve after a big, deep inhale and exhale from Coco Gauff. Second serve kicks it to the backhand of Vekic. Big return down the line. Coco throws up a forehand in the short court. Vekic comes into the net. Now Coco's got a backhand pass look. Vekic forehand volley. Coco in the no man's land puts a volley into the net.
I love the return down the line from Vekic. That really set the point. But again, what a get from Coco Gauff. That return, 99% of the field would have never gotten to it. So she's definitely bringing balls back, and Vekic is going to have to get used to it. She's got to know it, so she's got to follow it and go after it, which she did in this point. Well done.
Love 30 now on the Coco Gauff serve. Here comes Coco winding up to serve at love 30, and this is out. Now she double faulted on this side last time, and it's another look at a second serve now for Donna Vekic. Coco Gauff winding up for her second serve at love 30. She leads 4-2 in the first set, and the second serve's off the top of the net, and boy, that landed short in the box.
Yep.
Not a confident looking second serve at all.
Barely made it. Needs to accelerate that arm. It's a little bit slow. She's breathing very heavy here. Very, very big breath before serving that second serve.
Here comes the second serve, and Coco does get it into the backhand of Vekic. Deep return down the middle of the court that Coco can't handle, and it's love 40. So Vekic trying to get back in this first set after dropping 4 straight games. She's got the momentum here. Vekic had 40 love on her serve in the last service game and ended up getting broken. Now she's got love 40 on the Coco Gauff serve. Here's Coco's first serve at love 40. And she just kicks it in at 75 miles an hour. And Vekic hits a return that clips the back of the baseline for a clean winner. And we're back on serve. 3-4. Donna Vekic will serve after they change ends on Arthur Ashe Stadium. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on night 5 of the 2025 U.S. Open. Coco Gauff and Donna Vekic on serve, with Vekic serving at 3-4 in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Gil Gross, our eyes and ears on Louis Armstrong Stadium. It's Zverev and Fernley. What's happening there, Gil?
Well, Fernley just had to fend off another break point, serving down 2-4. Did it with a nice serve +1 backhand down the line approach. Fernley's excellent when he makes first serves and gets downhill. He's actually a great net rusher, and he's got a good forehand that he likes to attack with from the middle. Defensively, still developing, but offensively, I like his game a lot. And that's all about, does he make the first serve, which puts him in a position to attack on the first strike. Now, he did just ask the chair umpire to see the physio, and that's about the right shoulder. Fernley has double faulted one time in each of his first 4 service games. It's only cost him once, but spotting Alexander Zverev 1 point in every service game is not a formula for success.
Gil Gross, thank you very much. We'll keep our eyes for sure on that right shoulder of Jacob Fernley as he takes on Alexander Zverev, the number 3 seed on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Back to Ashe we go, where Coco Gauff has just cracked a forehand winner to open up the Donna Vekic serve. So it's love 15 as Vekic serves at 3-4 in the first set to Coco Gauff. Vekic, big flat first serve out wide in the ad court to the backhand of Coco, who gets it. Now Vekic moves forward, and Gauff puts it right on her. Fast hands from Gauff, but can't get the top end of the racket down to keep the ball in the court. She blocks a volley long, and it's 15 all.
Good pickup, though, from Vekic on the half volley, and I thought really that Coco would have finished that that volley, but hits it a little bit long.
So Vekic serving at 15 all. Coco Gauff, such a great doubles player when she was playing doubles regularly. That was very much like a doubles scenario. Just couldn't get the racket face to get down enough and get it in the court. Service winner there from Vekic at 15 all. So it's 30-15 for Donna Vekic, serving at 3-4 here, first set. If you're wondering what they're wearing out there on the court tonight, Donna Vekic, black top, white skirt. Coco Gauff, looks like fuchsia on top, fuchsia shoes as well, and the white skirt also from Coco Gauff. Now they're in the rally, forehand to forehand. Now a backhand from Gauff to the backhand of Vekic, who goes down the line. Coco whips a forehand winner. Boy, she really created a sharp angle on that forehand.
Yeah, I tell you, I mean, this is the best I've seen in this game alone. Coco hit a forehand, not only the cross court on the run, but also the inside in forehand on the first point, the winner. That was really well executed. Perfect point of contact, way in front of her. This is a 10th winner of the match for Coco Gauff versus 5 from, actually 7 from Vekic.
All right, first serve at 30 all. Goes into the forehand of Coco Gauff, and Coco can't handle it. A little too hot to handle there. Game point now for 4 all.
Much better serve, 111 miles per hour. That came really fast to the forehand with the loop forehand that Coco has. Just couldn't make up the time and the speed of the ball with her preparation. Needs to get that faster movement to make contact in the proper way.
Vekic first serve at 40-30 is long. Vekic hits a really flat first serve
and second serve.
That
not
moves
much
through
difference.
this court, yeah.
That's why Coco doesn't move it up on the second serve, because it's very similar. It's not much difference.
Here's the second serve, and Vekic puts it into the net. Her 6th double fault of this first set, and it's deuce.
So, I mean, she's had some problem with her shoulder, and just looking at what she did with her arm after hitting that, it seems to me that maybe the shoulder is a little bit sore.
Yeah, Sophie, she's been rolling the shoulder several times tonight. Donna Vekic.
All right, 3-4 deuce now from Vekic. Flat first serve is deep. And now Gauff will have a look at a second serve. Vekic coming off a double fault. She's got 6 of those so far. Second serve at deuce. Into the forehand of Gauff. Coco tried to loop one deep back and just put too much air under it. Off the second serve, she's slapping her thigh a little bit, frustrated with that return that sailed long, and it's game point for Vekic.
Yeah, that's a big gift here, to say the least, from the racket of Coco Gauff. When you have a chance on the second and you're not even making it or making your opponent play at this stage of the match, on top of that.
Game point now for Donna Vekic. Add in at 3-4. First serve to the backhand of Coco. Deep return to the backhand of Vekic. Who goes down the line into the forehand of Gauff. Vekic goes down the line, winner against Coco Gauff. That's some big swinging from both players. Vekic gets the last word, and it's 4 all.
Hey guys, you know, obviously the focus after the first round, the focus in the last week has been on the serve for Coco Gauff. But I was listening to her press conference after the first round, and she said she's recalling in 2023, she played Laura Siegemund in the first round, and it was a struggle.
Oh, yeah.
And she said that she really felt like that test then opened her up, took some of the pressure off. She's hoping to emulate that. Now, obviously, 2 years later, it's much different, but that was one thing that she and her team were discussing from 2023 into 25.
She's in another battle now. Second serve, 4 all, first point. Vekic cracked that return off the second serve, but Coco playing defense well, still scrambling on D. Vekic is finding her form. She's pushing Coco around the court now, and it's love 15 after a big forehand down the line that Coco can't handle.
It's interesting that they were talking about that match, because really the players that she's played, even Tomljanovic or Vekic, have completely nothing to do with the style of play of Siegemund. It was somebody who was chipping and charging, sending like different pace and different spin to Coco, who completely get thrown off.
Second serve now coming at love 15. Coco missed badly on the first serve, and this second serve goes off the top of the net, and it's a double fault, third for Coco Gauff, and now she is looking up at her coach Gavin McMillan, who is now yelling down to her. Nick, do you understand?
That's the first time I've seen that direct exchange between Gavin and Coco, and she's throwing her arms up, Russ. really frustrated, and he's going back to the basics they've been talking about.
All right, here's Coco at love 30. First serve into the middle of the box. The Vekic returns to the backhand side of Coco, and then Donna misses a forehand, and it's 15-30.
Much better on that serve. That's exactly what he wants her to do, get under the ball and come up across it. Now they need a little extra pace on that, 95 miles an hour there.
15-30, first serve from Coco Gauff, and the ad court now at 4-all, first set. Deep in this first set in Arthur Ashe Stadium. First serve into the backhand of Vekic, big deep return off the backhand from the Croatian down to the forehand side of Coco. Coco playing some D on that backhand, but Vekic is pushing Gauff around the court right now, and it's 15-40.
Yep, big chances here from Donna Vekic, and Coco's going to have to find a really good first serve, no doubt. She's 2-2 on the breakpoint opportunities.
Coco's
Vekic.
average first serve speed has gone down considerably from earlier in the year and from last year for sure at this tournament, as she's trying to change her mechanics on the fly. Misses a first serve at 15-40. Vekic has been punishing the Gauff second serve. Let's see what she's got for her here. Coco's second serve is a double fault. Vekic needs not do anything, and Donna Vekic, after they change ends, will serve for the first set. She leads 5-4. We'll take a quick break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on Arthur Ashe Stadium, night 5 of the 2025 U.S. Open. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiok in studio. Donna Vekic about to serve for the first set after Coco Gauff looked completely discombobulated with her mechanics on her serve in her last service game and burst into tears during the sit-down changeover at 5-4.
It's so hard to watch. So hard.
Yeah, that was a real, I mean, Coco almost broke a racket, Russ, went to and then pulled off of it, put her face in the towel. But then I can tell you the entire box standing and clapping for her, trying to give her some positive energy here.
All right, first serve into the backhand of Coco Gauff. Backhand to forehand of Vekic right down the middle of the court. Now Coco slices a forehand up towards the middle of the court, which Vekic pounds, and a backhand to the backhand of Gauff. Vekic now backhand to the forehand of Coco. Cross court to the forehand of Vekic, and into the net it goes. Love 15.
Well, that should help this kind of points, but she's still trying to wipe her tears over her face right now, Coco Gauff. Oh, the amount of pressure that she's going and she's under is it's huge for a 21-year-old, I tell you.
So love 15 as Donna Vekic tries to serve out the first set, and Coco Gauff looks to extend it. Vekic ready for her first serve. She's had her own problems on serve in this set with 6 double faults. Coco's had 4. And a first serve into the net from Vekic, and Gauff has a look at a second serve. Second serve from Donna Vekic at love 15, serving at 5-4 in the first, into the forehand of Coco Gauff. Backhand down the line to the forehand of Gauff. Now a forehand from Vekic, cross court to the forehand of Coco. Now Vekic pushed back, goes to the backhand side of Coco Gauff, who tries to rip one cross court, and it's too wide, and it's 15 all.
And it's too much. Doesn't have to go for that much off of that backhand. I think she's so mentally affected right now. Has to try to let it go. It's easy to say, very easy to say from the booth, that's for sure.
Coco's box is trying to be very positive with Coco right now, trying to give her positive reinforcement after she looked really out of sorts on that changeover. Again, put her head down into her towel, and when she took the towel down, she had clearly had tears in her eyes, frustrated about the way things are going right now in this set. Donna Vekic at 15 all, missed the first serve, second serve into the Goff forehand, cross-court return, has Vekic on the run, and Vekic can't handle it, and it's 15-30.
15-30.
Monster forehand
That
on the
was-
return, guys, and you just feel like if Coco can figure out a way to push this to 5 all, get this first set, maybe build some confidence.
15-30 now. Donna Vekic serving to Coco Gauff into the backhand off the top of the net. Vekic will get another crack at a first serve here. 5-4 first set. Vekic with the lead, serving at 15-30. Coco Gauff receiving in the near court. Vekic serving in the far. First serve coming from Donna Vekic after a let, and this one's into the net. So a second serve now on the way. Vekic has only made 44% of her first serve so far in the first set. Second serve, and that one's into the net, and that's double fault number 7 for the 29-year-old.
Big sigh from the 29-year-old. Big sigh. It looks like really that shoulder is definitely an arm. It's definitely impinging on her serve. She has had a lot of problems with that shoulder in the past years.
So break points now for Coco Gauff, 15-40. Trying to level this first set at 5 games all. First set into the backhand of Gauff.
Great serve right
And
there.
it was a big one that Gauff couldn't handle. Got just inside her strike zone.
You know, if you're Coco Gauff on the other side, what you got to tell yourself is look at the board and knowing that you're not the only one struggling on serve. I mean, obviously, it's actually worse on the other side. The only exception is that she's up a game and serving for the set. But otherwise, the double fault is much higher on the count of Vekic for 7-4. So both of them really struggling on serves.
30-40. Vekic puts up a toss, going to catch it and start again. Break point again for Coco Gauff. First serve from Vekic down to the forehand of Coco, puts it out in the middle of the court, and Vekic just blows a forehand wide, trying to go inside out. And it's another break of serve and 5 all, and now Vekic having words for her box.
5 games all.
So interesting. I have Shelley was actually asking me a question. Said, what if Coco was going back to her old serve? And I said, well, at this stage, I don't think she can go back to her old serve. I don't think she even remembers the old serve, and it's so complicated right now, you know. So she's trying to really figure out that serve. So she's got to believe in what she's working on with her coach McMillan and go for it and keep at it.
Forehand from Gauff to the forehand of Vekic. Vekic goes down the line. Gauff runs it down, chips a backhand deep into the court. Vekic pounds an inside-out forehand, and now another inside-out forehand comes into the net, and Coco Gauff's passing shot is into the net, and it's love 15.
Good pressure come to the net right now from Vekic. Thank you, Shelley, for your question, by the way. It's interesting how people are trying to really figure out, you know, what's going on with that serve. It's tough. It's tough. But listen, as she said, she's doing the best she can.
First serve from Coco into the body.
There you go.
That Donna Vekic can't handle. That had a whole lot of spin on it. Not a ton of pace at 100 miles an hour, but had a whole lot of action that hit her spot beautifully.
Yeah, and when you're playing a tall player and playing right at their body, it's always a great play just because you have so much more of your body to move around when you're tall. The frame being bigger and taller, it's hard to get around the ball. 15 all, 5 all.
First serve into the net. Second serve coming. Now for Coco Gauff. At 15 all, it's 5 all in the first set. Coco's second serve into the forehand of Vekic, pounds one down the middle. Now Coco backhand into the backhand quarter. Vekic tries to lob one up there. Coco goes inside out with the forehand to the backhand of Vekic. Now a forehand from Vekic down the line, out of nowhere. Huge forehand. It's 15-30.
Oh, that came off her racket so fast. And even Coco was the fastest player on tour with Iga Swiatek. Couldn't even get to it. She did tap it, but nothing came off of that racket. So it's 15-30, 5-all, Gauff serving.
First serve, trying to go down the tee for Coco Gauff, is into the top of the net. Second serve coming. 5-all, 15-30. Coco Gauff extended bounces before she goes into her motion. Second serve is into the top of the net. That is double fault number 5, and it's 15-40.
Coco had good confidence in the service motion at that 4-2 game, guys, but once that game came unraveled, she just hasn't gotten it back in the service motion.
All right, first serve into the middle of the court, which Vekic returns down the middle. Now a backhand long from Donna Vekic. So it's 30-40. Another break chance for Donna Vekic.
She has to have the guts, Vekic, right here to attack.
Coco Gauff has only
Attack
won
the serve.
1 point when she's hit a second serve in this entire match so far.
And you know the serve is going to be not as hard. You got to attack.
Here comes the first serve. Coco Gauff into the top of the net. Really was just trying to spin it in, it looked like. There wasn't a lot on it, 93 miles an hour. This is a second serve at 5-all, 30-40 from Coco Gauff. And she hits it about 8 feet long. A double fault from Coco Gauff, and that gives Donna Vekic a 6-5 lead and a second chance to try to serve out this first set. And while they change ends on Arthur Ashe Stadium, let's check in with Gil Gross, who's on Louis Armstrong. Zverev and Fernley through the first set. What's happening, Gil?
6-4 Zverev in the first, so now in this head-to-head overall, it is 6 sets to love for Zverev. They played in January at the Australian Open. That was a third-round match. Good little run for Fernley. Zverev won that one in straights. Then they played again just a couple of months later in Miami, and that was 6-2, 6-4 for Zverev. Again, here it's another 6-4 set for Zverev, who's feeling very comfortable right now with Jacob Fernley's game. But guys, a lot of double fault discourse tonight, apparently, because that's been, well, look, Fernley only was broken once. It was the first service game of the match, but he has continued to double fault once every service game, and that's made things pretty difficult on him. 5-4 game for Zverev did get tight. It was 30-all. Zverev hit a virtual ace up the tee off the tip of the frame, and then a nice serve plus forehand winner. So the first serves landed when Zverev needed them.
All right, Gil, thank you very much. Quickly over back to Ashe, where Nick McCarville is courtside, and Donna Vekic looks like she's about to get some medical attention, Nick?
Yeah, the trainer has come out on court here, and they are addressing that right arm. I think the shoulder, Sophie, that you were talking about. The trainer's here with Pam Whitecross, who is one of the tour officials, and now they're going through these different exercises with Vekic in terms of, and you guys can see it, I think, on your monitor, getting fully massaged now on that right shoulder, Sophie.
Yeah, I think they're doing, I mean, she was pointing more towards the biceps and the, you know, the elbow area and forearm. I think they're doing the evaluations right now.
Yeah.
As she's going to a routine exercise where, you know, the player has to hold and push to see where really the problem is coming from. But yeah, she's definitely hurting, you can tell. But I don't understand, I'm sorry, Nick, I don't understand why it would hurt more on the second serve than on the first serve.
I am, Sophie, I will say I'm a little confused by the timing of it too, because it must be really bothering her because she has Coco Gauff on the absolute ropes. They're gonna take a medical timeout here, guys.
Yeah, they're gonna tape her and try to alleviate maybe the pain, maybe take some.
The doctor, for pills, and Coco Gauff would be smart as she's watching this unfold.
She gonna take
Coco
some serve?
Gauff can go talk to her team, and Gavin McMillan's actually stood up trying to get Coco's attention.
Yeah. I don't know if she should hit serves. I mean, she's hit serves in the past when there were changeovers all the time or medical timeout. I'm not sure about, you know. She's going to hit serves. She'll just get some balls. She's going to go out there and.
Oh, that is brilliant.
Yep, she's going to get probably Gavin McMillan to give her some pointers, right?
Coco's got 4 balls in her hands, while Donna Vekic has been given some pills, which I'm not going to speculate on what's in those pills, but Coco's taking some serves. And the medical timeout clock is on. We're about 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from the clock running out on the medical timeout for Donna Vekic, who's going to step to the line and try to serve for this first set. She leads 6-5. Coco's box are sort of hanging over the railings. Trying to get closer to Coco as she takes some practice serves. And of course, serving has been an issue for both players in this match. Donna Vekic has broken 4 times. Coco's broken 3 times. We played 11 games, and we've had 7 breaks of serve.
And she hasn't missed one serve in the practice right here, right, Nick? She's making all of them.
No, so far it looks great.
It's, you know, it's all about the pressure when it counts, and that's where, you know, things start going haywire. But she's been making all 5 serves that she hit.
It's one of the things Coco talked about post-match after her win over Tomljanovic in the first round, is what she's aiming towards is being able to not revert to old habits under pressure and to use the new mechanics when it matters the most. Obviously, there's a ways to go on that. She just started this process, and she knows that as well. Doesn't make it any easier, as we've seen from Coco. Emotionally, she has struggled to deal with whatever she's dealing with, trying to get that serve right. Donna Vekic is getting some major work done on that elbow.
She is. And Sophie, you know, you commentate year-round for the WTA. Wow, they're really working on that right forearm.
Yeah.
Donna Vekic hasn't won 2 matches in a row since April. So this is, you know, this is an occasion. Obviously, we're talking a lot about Coco Gauff, but on the other side of the net, Donna Vekic, her body and her mind just exhausted after what was really a career season last year, that Olympic silver medal, the Wimbledon semifinals, and she just has not, Sophie, been the same player in 2025.
Yeah, after, you know, the U.S. Open, she also, you know, finished in the fourth round against Zhang, and then since then it's been downhill, as you mentioned.
Now they're working on what looks to be almost like the shoulder,
well,
and the trapezius area, if you will.
Well, I think it's all pretty much, it's the kinetic chain.
Well,
it's all related
it's all connected. It is. Yeah. Everything's connected.
But you know, I'm just saying, if you relax the shoulder, obviously the rest, and vice versa. So 8 seconds left on that timeout, medical timeout, and it'll be Vekic serving here.
No tape, guys. No tape. Just, just maybe some swelling or painkillers taken.
Yeah.
And the massage.
Yeah,
now we're ready to go. It's 6-5. Donna Vekic back out after the medical timeout, working on her right arm, which is her serving arm. Vekic has double faulted 7 times already in this first set. First serve into the middle of the net. That was not a comfortable looking motion from Donna Vekic. Here comes a second serve at 6-5. First point of this 12th game in a double fault from Donna Vekic.
I would start serving on her arm. You've got to, if you can't serve this way, serve on her arm. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, because, you know, you're at 6-5 here. So what? It is what it is.
Fascinating battle of attrition we're watching go on here at Arthur Ashe Stadium as both players fight through whatever they're fighting through, and most of it on serve. We're into a point here on the second point. Vekic forehand into the Gauff backhand corner. Now Vekic moves Coco to the forehand. Now down the line to the backhand. Donna Vekic now pushed backwards by Coco Gauff down the middle of the court, but Vekic finds the backhand down the line, and now a forehand down the line into the backhand of Coco. She goes for the backhand down the line winner and misses wide. It's love 30 on the Vekic serve.
Fabulous coverage from Coco Gauff on the court and on the attacks from the racket of Donna Vekic with so much pace. Once again, 16 shots rally in this point alone.
Love 30. Donna Vekic serving for the second time, trying to serve for this set. She served at 5-4, was broken, broke back, and now she serves at 6-5. First serve to the forehand of Gauff. Reply is short in the court, but Vekic overcooks the backhand, and it's love 40.
And it was such a good serve on top of that.
Vekic is trying to calm herself down now, taking some deep breaths. We've seen that from the Coco Gauff side. Now we're seeing it from the Donna Vekic side. And it's love 40 on the Vekic serve. A point away from a first set tiebreak here. Also a point away from the 8th break of serve in this first set. Vekic's first serve down the tee just wide. So second serve, Coco Gauff still standing about 5 feet behind the baseline to return this second serve from Donna Vekic. Vekic's second serve is deep.
Oh.
It's a 9th double fault to the first set.
Wow.
It is an 8th break of serve in this set. And it's 6-all. We'll go to a tiebreak.
6 games all. First set,
Well, you have one player who is working on the mechanic of her serve, and you have another player who is hurting on the shoulder arm and cannot serve. So, in all, it's a serve battle, but not the right one, none of the good way.
Coco Gauff 10-3 in 2025 in tiebreakers. Vekic even 500 at 4-4. None of it really matters right now as we play the first point of this tiebreak. And Coco Gauff's first serve is into the top of the net. So a second serve from Coco and the first point of a first set tiebreak. Here's the second serve, and oh my goodness. That nearly caught the baseline.
Gavin McMillan trying to take her back to the basics, but Coco completely overwhelmed. Guys, she did say in press after the first round that this service motion is like learning a new language.
I heard that and I was like, oh boy. And that is not an easy task, as we all know.
In a week, Sophie?
Uh-huh. What do you mean in a week? In 3 days?
One love Vekic. First serve from Donna into the forehand of Coco Gauff, who lifts one high to the backhand of Vekic. Now backhand to backhand they go. Coco's backhand down to the middle of the court, and Vekic sprays the forehand wide, and it's 1-all. Vekic starting to look frustrated, if not even a little distraught out there.
Well, I'm wondering if it hurts also when she hits ground strokes. That's one thing for Vekic, because if it is the case, there's no way she can continue. She's going to be able to continue this match. Not a chance if it's that painful.
All right, 1-all. First set tiebreak, first to 7, win by 2. Vekic misses the first serve, trying to go wide into the Gauff forehand. Now a second serve for Donna Vekic. Remember, she has 9 double faults in this first set already, and Vekic's second serve goes to the forehand of Gauff, return nice and deep into the forehand of Vekic. Now a backhand to backhand they go, and Vekic blows a backhand down the line and wide, and it's 2-1 to Coco Gauff. Donna Vekic doesn't seem to have the appetite for staying in rallies right now.
Well, she never does. She's not somebody who likes to stay in rallies for 2 different reasons. One, she takes so much risks that the balls most of the time are either like a beautiful ground strokes winner or fault. And second, physically, she's not probably, as fit as a Coco Gauff to stay and sustain those long rallies.
All right, first serve is in from Coco Gauff. Nice return down the line from Donna Vekic. That was well done.
Let's not forget the age, 29 years old, I believe. 29.
She's 29.
29, yeah.
29,
so,
just turned 29.
She's been there, done that, but it takes a toll on your body to have played that long, even though her game is very short on the point that she's playing.
It's true. It's 2-all in the first set tiebreak. First serve from Coco Gauff is into the net. Here comes the second serve. Coco Gauff has double faulted 7 times in this first set. Here comes the second serve. 2-all first set tiebreak. Spins it out wide to the Vekic forehand. That was well done, and it's 3-2 Coco as her box stands up in applause.
That was an awesome second serve,
Yeah.
Sophie.
I love the slice because, she rarely did second serve slice before. She normally kicks the serve. And what I love is that every time that she hits a good second serve, there's such a celebration in her box. Like, yes, she did it.
Might be a skosh of relief in that celebration. 2-3, Vekic serving to Coco Gauff. They'll change ends after this point. Big first serve into the backhand of Coco, and she can't wrangle it in. Sails long, so they'll change ends at 3-all in the first set tiebreak.
Well, we know how tough Vekic is. I mean, in that semifinal that she played against Paolini, she was going to the grinder, and she was able to sustain the rallies and stay with it in Wimbledon. That was an absolutely epic match. And sometimes she looks exhausted, and you see her facial is actually getting redder and redder. I mean, she's somebody who has that pigmentation, but it doesn't mean she's out of this at all.
Well, it's 3-all. We're an hour in, and they've both won the exact same number of points so far. Nothing between Coco Gauff and Donna Vekic at 3-all first set tiebreak. And here's Vekic serving. First serve down the tee to the backhand of Coco Gauff, return down the middle. Now Coco slices a forehand to the backhand of Vekic, who hits it down the line to the forehand of Gauff. And now a forehand down the line from Vekic into the top of the net. Vekic bends over, puts her hands on her knees, and Coco Gauff takes a 4-3 lead.
Can't believe she missed that one, Vekic, but went for it up the line. She's not going to back down from her game style as Vekic.
No, that's the only. I mean, she's more of a plan A and plan A player. Really. We know that.
Plan triple A.
Coco Gauff serving at 4-3 now. winds up and hits it into the middle of the box. It's good. Now a slice forehand to the backhand of Vekic, who rolls it cross court to the backhand of Coco. And Coco Gauff, kind of off balance, hits a backhand into the bottom of the net.
Where is this tiebreak going? If anybody has the answer, please let me know.
Over 8 breaks of serve in the 12 games we played to get us to a tiebreak. It's 4-all in the first set tiebreak. Gauff is serving. First serve from Coco at 4-all into the forehand of Vekic. Now from the middle of the court, Coco goes right back down to the middle of the court, and Vekic puts a backhand into the top of the net, and Coco's got a 5-4 lead. 2 points from the first set.
Great serves, guys. Those were 2 first serves from Coco Gauff.
Yeah, I mean, that's like I'm saying, the whole box is on their feet celebrating. If she can get out of this again, I mean, I keep saying it, but the mental fortitude of this 21-year-old is out of the park. She's incredible.
Competitiveness is not something that she lacks in at all.
Nope, giving up is not an option.
4-5. Vekic first serve to the forehand of Gauff, into the backhand of Vekic, who throws in a drop shot that Coco runs down with ease. Vekic finds the reply, but Coco on a forehand, a whipper down the line for a winner, and Coco Gauff has 2 set points.
Again, that drop shot was something that she should have never tried to hit against Coco, especially on a ball where she could accelerate. It was a short reply, and Coco was all over the drop shot, so quick on the mark, off the mark.
And on the reply, Coco ready to go, and a fist pump from Coco Gauff. Donna Vekic serving at 4-6. Set point for Coco Gauff. First one here of the first set for either player. First serve from Vekic is just long towards the backhand of Gauff. Donna Vekic, 9 double faults in this first set so far. She's got a second serve she needs to make. Down set point against Coco Gauff at 4-6 in the breaker. Second serve to the forehand of Gauff. Now a forehand deep into the backhand corner of Coco from Vekic. Now down the line from Vekic that clips the baseline, and Coco can't handle it. So it's 6-5, and now Coco Gauff has a set point on her own serve.
You know, I speak often about the margin for her, but this one was both of those shots were right on the line. Would Coco Gauff love to end this on an ace? Oh boy.
I think she'd like to make a first serve here.
Just
for
make
sure.
a statement and hit an ace right
She
at
did
the
make
tee.
both of her first serves on her last 2 service points and won them both. Here's a first serve at 6-5, set point for Coco, off the top of the net, but in. She'll get to re-rack and do it again. Set point for Coco Gauff, 6-5, first set tiebreak. Donna Vekic just fended off a set point on her serve. And now Coco Gauff's got a first serve to win this set. Into the forehand of Vekic. Forehand return down the middle of the court to the backhand of Coco Gauff. Again to the backhand of Coco Gauff. Now a forehand into the forehand is long. Donna Vekic sails a forehand long. Coco Gauff takes the first set. She appears to be crying as she moves to her bench after winning the first set, perhaps out of relief. And we'll take a quick timeout and come right back with Coco Gauff leading 1-0 over Donna Vekic on Arthur Ashe Stadium. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coco Gauff is leaving the court after the first set, and we'll be right back.
Night 5 at the 2025 U.S. Open. This is U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Gil Gross courtside here at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where the number 3 seed Alexander Zverev taking on Jacob Fernley. Has the opening set. He went up an early break in the second, but Fernley has come back to actually touch ahead now, 3-2 in the second set. And guys, sometimes I feel like double faults are overemphasized in coverage of tennis because we count them so diligently. You take something like a backhand unforced error. We're not necessarily so meticulous about counting them up. And therefore, I think sometimes there can be an emphasis on double faulting, but it's actually felt like a pretty big deal in this match as well. Zverev in his last service game had no double faults for the match coming in, actually doubled twice in that game, and Fernley got the break back.
Yeah, and sometimes, Gil, to your point, when we count up double faults, a lot of it has to do with the person we're talking about. Zverev is a person to keep your eye on when it comes to double faults because he's had issues with those in the past. It's the reason why we talk about it with Coco, because she's trying to change her serve in mid-motion right before the start of a major. Coco Gauff, by the way, is returning now to the court at Arthur Ashe Stadium. She left the court in between the first and second set. So
yeah, Gail, you were talking about, the unfortunate double faults that Zverev encountered in that final against Dominic Thiem in 2020, the COVID year when there was absolutely no one watching the match, but some of us because we were all working. But yeah, this is something that he had his own demons about that. Now it's Coco Gauff, and we saw that it happens also to everyone. Donna Vekic for different reasons, because physically her arm is definitely impaired. But yeah, in all, it's such a huge point of the game, the serve, especially with the, I would say more importantly for the guys, double faulting is just giving a point away so quickly.
Also the basic fact, it's the only stroke in tennis that you have control over. Everything else, there is some sort of variable that comes into play. You control your toss and you control your swing, and Donna Vekic will serve to open up set number 2 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Coco Gauff took the first set in a tiebreak. Vekic has won the first point of the second set with a first serve in and a Gauff return error, and it's 15-love. Vekic getting ready to serve now, a first serve at 15-love to Coco Gauff. First game of the second set, and it's long.
Nick, did she get any treatment?
No,
Vekic?
actually,
No?
Donna, no,
Yeah.
she actually was taking serves, guys,
Really?
while Coco Gauff was in the bathroom.
Wow. If it hurts.
Coco was taking
Likes
serves
the
while
pain.
Donna was getting...
Hurts so good, I guess.
Maybe
Oh,
she
it's
saw
horrible.
Coco taking those serves while she was getting treatment. She's like, that's a good idea. I'll take some serves too. First serve to the backhand of Coco. Now forehand down the line from Vekic to the backhand of Coco Gauff, and Coco sprays a backhand long, and it's 30-love. 8 breaks a serve in that first set, including the first game of the match that Vekic broke Coco Gauff, and then she held it love for 2-love, and then Coco ran off 4 straight games. Vekic broke back, and we ended up in a tiebreak that Coco won. And now Vekic serving at 30-love, first game, second set. And that first serve is into the net. An amazing year from Donna Vekic, 28 years old, and 27 to 28 in 2024. Into the forehand of Gauff, and Donna Vekic sprays that forehand long. It's 30-15. She got all the way up to a career high 17 in the world in January of 25, coming off that amazing year. Olympic silver medal, semifinalist at Wimbledon. Tough to back it up, and the injuries have caught up with her this year, and her ranking has dropped. She could have very well been a seeded player. She certainly has the talent for that. First serve into the backhand of Coco Gauff, and a 1-2 punch with the backhand down the line from Donna Vekic, and it's 40-15.
She loves to have a very short game here on her serve, and especially short points as well. This is our MO. 1-2 punch being one of it.
Not much by way of what one would consider a routine hold in this match, but should Vekic win this point, and she does, as Coco puts a return into the bottom of the net, strangely off her forehand wing, and that is a routine hold from Donna Vekic. It's 1-love in the second set.
Yeah, overall stats, unforced errors for Coco Gauff, 21 in that opening
Hey,
first
Nick,
set.
I just noticed something. I just noticed something. Donna Vekic put a vibration dampener in her racket after the service game. Does she serve without one and then return with one?
I guess. I cannot tell you that, Russ. I don't know.
All right, let's wait until after this game. I'm so curious. Now I wonder if it fell out of her bag or fell off of her racket.
I don't know. You'd have to just do a quick Getty search of her photos. Does she usually have a dampener? I usually think she doesn't.
Well, she does now. She just put one in. Coco goes for a drop shot off the forehand wing, and Vekic moves forward. Then Coco tries to go for the topspin lob, and it's deep, and it's love 15.
What a comeback, though, Vekic has done in tennis. You remember that in 2021, she had the knee surgery and thought about completely quitting the game, and then decided to give it another shot.
First serve into the body of Vekic, returned into the net. It's 15-all, and coming off that knee surgery, it also had other problems. As anyone knows, when you have a problem in one limb, certainly other things end up happening. And she ended up with a tear in her plantar fascia of her opposite foot and the left foot. That hurt her even worse.
Yeah, I mean, she's a very resilient player.
All right, first serve into the forehand of Donna Vekic. Nice return to the baseline that resets the point. Coco Gauff, sharp angle backhand into the backhand of Vekic off the top of the net. Coco comes in down the middle. Vekic goes topspin lob and long, and it's 30-15. Little scrambling going on from both players there.
So explosive, though, Coco Gauff. Again, at first step being so key in tennis. She's such an amazing athlete, working on explosiveness, this fast twitch.
Both these players, both their parents, athletes. First serve off the top of the tape and in, so Coco Gauff gets a second crack at a first serve. At 30-15, Love won second set. The third-seeded American took the first set in a tiebreak. And now it's 30-15. Coco Gauff, first serve into the middle of the box. Vekic returns down the middle. Coco's backhand down the line. Vekic goes right back at the backhand corner. Now Vekic down the middle of the court to the forehand of Gauff, who tries to whip one cross court. Gets it, now goes down the middle. Vekic right behind Coco Gauff. Short angle forehand winner, and it's 30-all.
It's just so big from the racket of Vekic. And by the way, when she came back with all those injuries, she actually gets to a higher ranking in 2025, as we mentioned, being 17, that was in the world, the peak ranking that was on the January 27, 2025.
30-all. First serve from Coco is in. Vekic returned to the backhand of Gauff. Now a forehand from Coco in the middle of the court. Deep roller that has Gauff on the run. Has Vekic on the run, and Donna can't handle that. It's 40-30. Game point for Coco Gauff. Actually, fairly confident-looking service games now from both players to start this second set. That was the best service game Vekic had, really, outside of the one she won at Love in the second game of the match to start this set. And Coco's put in most of her first serves here. So a first serve at 40-30, and that's deep, of course.
Of course.
Of course it is. Coco had made all 5 of her first serves in this game until that one. Second serve at 40-30. Into the Vekic forehand, and Donna Vekic puts it into the net for 1-all. Let's check in with Gil Gross on Louis Armstrong Stadium.
Russ Zverev has broken for a second time in the set, now leads once again 4-3. He did it on a shank forehand passing shot that landed sharp angle cross court, and I don't think I've ever seen a player apologize more profusely than Zverev, who was saying sorry for about 25 seconds, hoping that Jacob would look his way and see him.
He left him hanging?
He wasn't looking over.
Yeah, he left him hanging. All right, back to Arthur Ashe Stadium. Thanks so much, Gil. 1-all. Donna Vekic, first serve is deep. Second serve coming from the Croatian who had her arm worked on in the first set. Arm and shoulder worked on in the first set. Second serve to the forehand of Gauff. Returned down the middle of the court. Vekic sort of lost her balance there for a second. Slaps a backhand into the bottom of the net, and it's love 15.
Yeah, she did lose her balance. She kind of like actually lose her stepping. Does she have a tape on that left calf?
The left low, just above the ankle, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's where she had probably that problem. Did she have that problem on that was on that leg, I think, Ross, that you mentioned? Was it the left leg that she had the fascia?
The plantar fascia was her left leg, yeah. All right, second serve into the forehand of Gauff, middle of the court. Vekic into the backhand now of Gauff. Now Donna Vekic goes right down the middle again. Coco rolls it to the forehand of Vekic, and that forehand sails long from Donna Vekic, and it's love 30.
Yeah, total different demeanor from Coco Gauff. You know, trying to push herself, the fist pump. The cheers are gone, which is a good sign.
That was the bathroom break to me,
Yep.
guys. I think Coco went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror, and even though she won the first set, wanted to start from 0.
Love 30. Donna Vekic with a second serve now. She held at 15 in her opening service game of this second set. Now she's got a second serve to the Gauff backhand. Down the middle it goes. Vekic goes inside out. Coco runs it down to the backhand side. Now Coco with a forehand to the forehand of Vekic. Vekic puts it deep into the forehand corner. Now a backhand into the net from Donna Vekic. And Coco Gauff has 3 break points. It's love 40.
And tactically, that is so well played. All of a sudden, she's using a lot more topspin, a lot more height over the net with the ball, really going higher to the level of the upper shoulders of Vekic, who's really not enjoying that on the backhand. Hence the mistake. Triple break points for the American.
First break points for either player here in the second set. And here's Vekic's first serve, and it's into the top of the net. Second serve now. Donna Vekic to Coco Gauff. She's only won about a third of her second serve points in this match so far. Vekic with a forehand into the backhand corner of Coco Gauff that is wide, and a break at love for Coco Gauff. They'll change ends with the American up a set and a break, and we'll take a break here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is where barrier breakers meet dream chasers.
Oh, no, he didn't. What did he just do? Benny Schultz, you're ridiculous.
This is where tradition meets trending. And every moment, history.
Aryna Sabalenka finally gets her crown in Queens. She wins her first U.S. Open title.
The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Back on Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Coco Gauff won the first set from Donna Vekic, has broken for a 2-1 lead in the second set, and with new balls, Coco Gauff, the number 3 seed, will serve in the far court to Donna Vekic. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak here in studio on US Open Radio. Nick McCarville, sideline at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Gil Gross is in Louis Armstrong Stadium with us tonight. And a second serve from Coco to the forehand of Vekic. The return deep down the middle to the Coco backhand. Now a backhand from Vekic that sails high in the air. Coco takes it on the backhand wing. Coco again down the middle of the court. Very conservative from both players. Playing to big targets. Now Vekic moving Coco to her forehand side. Coco opens up the court to the Vekic forehand, and Donna hits one long, and it's 15 love.
Yeah, the unforced errors are starting to creep in already in this set. 5 for Vekic, 2 only for Coco Gauff, but one surprising tally out of 3 games. No winners from the side of Coco in this set so far.
First serve from Coco Gauff is into the Vekic backhand, and a strong backhand reply from Coco is too hot to handle for Vekic, and it's 30 love. I would say the most surprising stat so far, 3 games into set number 2, is that no double faults.
For either one.
For either one. 9 from Vekic and 7 from Gauff in the first set. 8 straight points won now from Coco Gauff at 30 love, serving at 2-1, and there's a first serve into the top of the net from Coco. And I'll try the reverse jinx and say,
Yeah.
you know,
Wow.
Coco hasn't double faulted. We'll say it again, and she makes the second serve, and Vekic cracks a forehand return winner down the line.
Well, 79 miles per hour second serve. That's going to be something to attack. I would really move forward if I were Vekic on the first serve, even, because the first serve is not going that fast either, and be on the offensive. And every time Coco is like talking about her serve, she's talking about putting a little more spin on the ball. She's like showing it with a racket head, going low to high with her hand underneath the racket. It's very interesting.
Big first serve into the backhand of Vekic, and Vekic hit it cleanly down the line, but Coco gets the reply, but can't handle this next ball from Vekic, and it's 30-all.
And still on this one, Vekic took a big crack at the first serve, went for it, even though it was 108 miles per hour. Much more aggressive.
She hit it clean and took control of the point immediately off the return. Big points here, 30-all at 2-1 from Coco Gauff. Serving to the forehand of Vekic, back to the forehand of Coco, and Coco off her back foot, very upset with herself, smacking her leg as she whipped up on that forehand and put it right into the middle of the net. Now break point from 30-love up, 30-40. As Coco Gauff faces a break point for the first time in the second set in her second service game of the set. First serve now down the tee into the net, and Vekic will have a look at a second serve. And we'll see how comfortable Coco is on this second serve, as Vekic has been pummeling the Coco serve. Second serve down the middle of the box and in. Vekic deep to the backhand of Coco, who fends it off, and then Donna sails a backhand long. And that break point goes by the wayside. It's deuce.
Vekic just completely let Coco off the hook there, guys, because she had stolen the momentum in the game. And Sophie, as you said, she had stepped in on a second serve and a first serve. That was a complete mishit on that last ball.
Deuce now at 2-1. Coco's first serve to the middle of the box. Forehand Vekic. Deep reply to the backhand of Gauff. Now down the line from Vekic. Gauff scoops it with her forehand. Now Vekic moving forward. A volley into the net from Donna Vekic. She approached to the backhand of Coco Gauff. Coco put it right about net high for Vekic, but Donna made a mess of that volley, and it's game point for 3-1.
Yeah, just going to say thank you. Good on Coco to make her hit a volley. It's not very easy to hit one-handed volley when you have a two-handed backhand, and she looked very uncomfortable, to say the least, technically.
Game point now for Coco Gauff, looking to take a 3-1 lead here in the second set after taking the first 7-6 in the tiebreak. First service into the Vekic forehand. Now Coco's backhand down the middle to the backhand of Vekic, who tries to change direction, but Donna Vekic puts a backhand into the net, and it's a break of serve for Coco Gauff, who takes a 3-1 lead in the second set.
I think it was just a hold of serve here, so she actually consolidated the break.
Pardon me, she
It's
held.
all right.
Yeah.
You're right there.
Feels like a break, though,
It
doesn't
feels.
it?
Yeah,
Right.
there were more breaks than holds in the first set.
The entire Gauff camp, you guys, on their feet there, it does feel like now she's edging ahead. And how does she play ahead? Because she was never able to put that space between herself and Ayla Tomljanovic in the first round.
Well, she's got the opportunity here. Momentum on her side with Vekic serving. First serve to the Gauff forehand. Reply to the forehand. Now Vekic middle of the court. Hard to the forehand of Gauff. Coco rolls one to the forehand of Vekic. Out of the strike zone maybe. A little high and deep, changing the trajectory. Vekic looked a little discombobulated with the ball over her shoulder. Pounds it long, and it's love 15.
So a question for Dr. Maz, who is asking how the ranking works as far as seeded player. They're saying, why is Vekic not seeded? Well, she's 49 in the world, and there are only 32 seeds. So our ranking was not high enough. That's why they're playing each other right now in this round.
So Coco Gauff and Donna Vekic into a rally here at 15 love, but Vekic with a big forehand down the line forces the error from Coco, and it's 15 all.
Yeah, it's the margin for error versus putting it in versus going too close to the line and making a mistake for Vekic. It's so seldom, and it's all about that differential between the winners and the unforced. And when that gap is too big, it's just not going to happen for her.
Vekic has been a quarterfinalist here at the U.S. Open. That was back in 2019. Big first serve out wide to the Gauff forehand. Blocked return long, and it's 30-15.
Fabulous serve. She seems to be okay. I think maybe the anti-inflammatory, that's probably the tablets that she might have taken, are kicking in. The arm seems to be a little better than in the first set, I would say.
30-15 now. Vekic serving to Coco Gauff. 1-3 second set. Gauff took the first. Big first serve into the backhand of Gauff elicits the return error into the net. And just like that, it's 40-15. This is the second service game of this set where Vekic has looked fairly in control and composed. When it goes off the rails, boy, it has gone off the rails. But right now, Vekic looked pretty comfortable here at 40-15. And a first serve is into the backhand of Gauff and a backhand down the line that Gauff can't corral, and Vekic holds. So Coco Gauff is still up 3-2, but Donna Vekic is held as they change ends here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. And we check in with Gil Gross at Louis Armstrong.
Guys, it's another 6-4 set for Alexander Zverev, who now leads 2-0 over Jacob Fernley, who graduated from TCU just last spring, has had a meteoric rise up to 60 in the world, but entered the U.S. Open on a 6-match losing streak. Hadn't won since the week before Wimbledon in Eastbourne. Snapped that streak against Roberto Bautista Agut, but Alexander Zverev's been a matchup that's been very difficult on Fernley. Already a 2-0 head-to-head advantage for Zverev, and he hasn't dropped a set. That is now, count it, 7 down for Zverev.
And how is the shoulder of Fernley? More importantly, is he able to serve again and be okay?
You know, he's been shaking out the arm periodically. I haven't seen any loss in serve speed, but it's definitely been something that's been uncomfortable for him. I actually have my eye on something that Zverev just did a couple of points ago, grabbing his left hamstring. That hasn't developed at all, but it's something that I'll be watching for on the next couple points.
We have our eye on that. Actually, a ball crew member who started running and lost his shoe as he was going to pick up a ball. So we were waiting for the ball crew member to put his shoe back on.
That happened to me once, Sophie. It
as
did.
you're running, well, you know.
Where were you a ball crew member at the time?
Here, Russ, in 2013.
Really?
And 2014. Yeah, I did it for 2 years, and on my first shift, I lost my shoe, and I put the shoe next to me in the corner because I didn't want to disrupt play. And the umpire said, "Dude, put on your shoe."
Did he say it like that? Did he say, "Dude, put on your shoe"?
I don't think he called me dude.
That's great info because, you know, I didn't have a clue that you actually were a ball crew here at the U.S. Open. That's impressive. Well done.
Quickly before we get back to Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Coco Gauff is serving with a 3-2 lead and a 15-love lead, who was playing in that first match you were ever on the ball crew for at the U.S. Open?
Well, Russ, it was qualifying, and I regret to inform you that I don't remember.
They made an impression on you.
That's
huge.
the shock. That is the shock answer of the night from Gil Gross.
No, the biggest what you need to ask him is who did you do that we might know that you were actually a ball boy there.
Well, I did get on Grandstand, the old Grandstand. That was the biggest court I ever ball boyed on, and that was a Tommy Haas against Randy Liu match.
Okay.
That's
well
pretty
done.
big. Tommy Haas, pretty big guy.
All right, story time's over for the time being as Coco Gauff has a 30-love lead serving at 3-2 against Donna Vekic on Arthur Ashe Stadium. That's all right. We still have several more days left of the 2025 U.S. Open.
Wasn't Gil Gross like 7 years old 10 years ago?
Excellent point.
That is
Nick.
a good point. He snuck in.
Is that not factual?
Excellent point.
He had a
Gil.
fake ID.
By the way, that ball crew person is still trying to put that shoe back the correct way on the
Well,
court.
they're on a changeover, so I hope
That's
he
so
can.
funny.
At
No,
that
that's
point.
so funny. He had it halfway in and oh boy. Funny.
I can only imagine the anxiety of that ball boy, because you don't want to
Well,
hold
because
up
he
play.
knows the camera on him.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
By the way, 30-15. Let's get back into this match. Coco Gauff first serve into the top of the net here. Leading 3-2. Second set, Gauff took the first 7-6. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak in studio. Nick McCarville sideline at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Second serve into the forehand of Vekic. Now a backhand from Vekic, cross court to the backhand of Gauff. It goes right back cross court. Vekic goes down the line. Coco running forehand cross court. Vekic goes down the line. It's like a drill. Vekic down the middle of the court. Now Coco goes down the line and Vekic goes cross court. Now Coco, I think it was supposed to be a drop shot, but it turned into a sitter. And Vekic pounds a backhand into the open court, and it's 30-all.
Yeah, and right after she hit that backhand slice, trying to go for the drop shot, and she knew she missed it, she looked at herself in the box, and she started to show, I should have gone with a two-hander cross-court instead of that drop shot that was so much air on it that Donna Vekic absolutely had it for dessert.
Critical moment here, 3-2, 30 all. Coco Gauff serving. First serve into the forehand of Vekic. Now Coco goes behind Donna. Another forehand to the forehand of Coco Gauff. And Vekic goes back to the forehand of Coco, who slaps a slice forehand in the middle of the court. And Vekic tries to go inside out and blows a forehand long.
Yep, overhitting again. And it's our 31st unforced errors for 12 winners total. That gap is getting bigger and bigger. Much more contained on the other side. 16 unforced for 12 winners for Coco Gauff. And remember, the 16 unforced, there are 7 who were double faults, so only really 9 when you think of it from the ground.
Game point for 4-2 for Coco Gauff. First serve into the backhand of Vekic. Donna can't handle it, punches it long, and Coco Gauff picking up the first serve percentage here in the second set, 75%. She's made 15 of 21st serves in the second set. And I reiterate that neither player has double faulted in the second set after looking completely out of sorts. Vekic with 9 doubles in the first set, Coco with 7. But it's Vekic who's up against it. Down a set, serving at 2-4 now to Coco Gauff.
Guys, this, I'll probably jinx it here, but this is as well, this second set, Coco has, it's not A level for Coco, but she is certainly looking much more herself these last 6 games. More confident with the movement, no double faults. The service percentage, Russ, like you said, it's up.
Second serve from Vekic, and that's the first double fault of the second set for Donna Vekic. Her 10th of the match is wide, turning out wide to the Coco Gauff forehand, and it's love 15. An hour 32 minutes in. Feels like a pivotal moment in this match right now.
Well, especially if Vekic is starting to, again, not serve as well as she did at the beginning of the second set.
First serve for Donna Vekic into the top of the net now. And a second serve after having just double faulted on the opening point of this game. Second serve at love 15, serving at 2-4 and down a set to Coco Gauff. It's in. Forehand return to the backhand of Vekic, and that backhand is long, and it's love 30.
Things are really flying off her racket. Way too much for Vekic right now.
This to me goes back to that stress we talk about for Donna Vekic in 2025. Just has not found the consistency. This is the biggest tennis stage in the world, and her game has abandoned her in the second set.
First serve into the forehand of Gauff, return to the forehand of Vekic, and that second ball from Donna Vekic is into the net, and it's love 40. And this train is rolling downhill right now a little bit on Donna Vekic, and Coco Gauff has a determined look in her face as she steps up to return serve. Vekic quickly to the line at love 40. Didn't take a whole lot of time between the last 2 points. Big first serve down the tee from Donna Vekic. Coco finds the return. Now Coco's playing defense with a chip forehand, sending it deep. Vekic with a forehand into the forehand of Coco and long. The defense wins the day for Coco Gauff, and the American will serve for the match when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on night 5 of the 2025 U.S. Open. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nick McCarville courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Gil Gross courtside at Louis Armstrong. And thanks so much to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, on TuneIn Radio, on SiriusXM, USOpen.org, and the U.S. Open app. Coco Gauff serving for the match and a spot in the third round, up 5-2 against Donna Vekic of Croatia. First point of the 5-2 game. Coco Gauff, high looper into the forehand of Vekic, who throws it up even higher in the air. So they'll reset down the middle of the court. Vekic deep backhand to the backhand of Gauff. Gauff's reply is into the net, and it's love 15.
Well, we've been talking so much about the serve that we totally now are leaving completely aside the fact that Coco Gauff's forehand tonight has been pretty remarkable. I think she's hitting it better. She's hitting through the ball. She's using it inside in, inside out. And to me, that's very important for a game as well. To have to deal only with one aspect of the game, the serve, that's plenty.
Down the middle of the court, Vekic missing a forehand long, and it's 15 all.
Yeah, she's looking at her box going, what is going on? She went pretty much away after this first set.
It's also worth noting that Coco Gauff broke down in tears on one changeover during the first set and nearly broke out into tears after winning the first set, left the court, and returned with a much different, much calmer mentality. And it's shown in her play in the second set, certainly on serve, and also, Sophie, as you mentioned, on that forehand. That's been a weapon for Coco, and at times it's been something of a worry. And there's a forehand winner inside in from Coco Gauff. 30-15, 2 points from the match.
Yeah, let's take notes on that forehand tonight, because that's been helpful, very helpful, especially in between the ears for her, not to have to deal with that as well. 5-2, 30-15.
First serve from Coco into the middle of the box. Vekic, big return to the backhand of Gauff, but Vekic a forehand into the net. Also worth noting that Coco Gauff's first serve percentage in set number 2, 79%. After 7 double faults in the first set, Coco Gauff has reached match point on Arthur Ashe Stadium. First serve coming at 40-15, and that's deep. Second serve now for Coco Gauff. Just the 4th time she's had to hit a second serve in the second set. She'll re-rack. Someone was yelling out, so Coco up into her toss now. Second serve, match point for Coco Gauff, and that's a double fault. 8th of the match, first of the set. Coco calmly gets the ball from the ball crew, gets a third ball. She'll check it out.
So if you're our Vekic right now, you need to move forward on that first serve, because she's going to go for a kick serve. You know, she's not going to go or slice serve. She's not going to go full in right here. I really doubt it.
Well, let's see. Match point number 2. Coco Gauff, 40-30, first serve. She hits it into the middle of the box, right into the body of Vekic. And Coco moving forward, and Coco finishing it off at the net. Coco Gauff with a big scream, a little bit of an emotional wipe of her eyebrows, a friendly shake of hands at the net, and Coco Gauff is into the 3rd round of the U.S. Open.
And she's done it again. She's done it again, and Sarah in Montana, you're right. Coco is remarkable how she works her way out of tight spots. And it's not once, it's not twice. It's been at least 20, 30 matches that I've seen throughout the years where Coco Gauff is able to, just by the pure sheer of her guts and her ability physically as a player and her heart and her mentality and mental toughness, to come out as a winner in really difficult and very stressful situation. That is remarkable.
Coco Gauff into round 3, where she will play Magdalena Frech, the 28 seed. In the 3rd round, Frech a winner in 3 sets over American Peyton Stearns earlier today in a match that lasted 2 hours and 40 minutes. Coco Gauff not as much time nearly tonight against Donna Vekic, and Coco's getting ready for the post-match interview. Let's listen in.
Simone, congratulations. This match had it all. Excitement, entertainment, emotion. What was it like competing in this one?
Yeah, honestly, honestly, today was a tough match for me, but I'm just happy with how I was able to manage. It's been a rough couple of weeks, but I'm just happy to be back on this court, and you guys bring me so much joy, and the reason, sorry, I'm like, sorry.
This is a lot. She is unfortunately crying right now. This is so tough, but this crowd is absolutely amazing.
Really helped me a lot. So I'm doing this for myself, but I'm also doing it for you. And no matter how tough it gets inside, you can do it.
Yep. What a mentality.
I can't imagine the pressure that you feel. How much do you feed off the energy of this crowd, the love, the support that they give you here in New York?
Oh, I feed off it a lot. Yeah, I mean, I've had some tough moments on this court, and you guys pull me through each time. So I really do appreciate it. That first set was tough for me, but you guys stayed cheering for me. So I really thank you guys.
How do you hold your nerve and your belief, especially late in a set when you're heading into a tiebreak?
I was just trying to tell myself to breathe, and honestly, just putting another ball on the court and just trying to remember the things that I do well. Yeah, and I don't remember a lot of the end of the first set, to be honest. But it's kind of amazing that I was able to get out of that one. But once I was able to reset, I went to the bathroom, splashed some water in my face, and after that, I felt a lot better out here.
Simone Biles came to watch you play tonight. She couldn't say enough great things about you. How much she appreciates you as a player and as an athlete. How much pride does that give you, having her support?
Honestly, I saw her, and honestly, I don't know if she's up there, but she helped me pull it out. I was just thinking, like, if she can, go on a 6-inch beam and do that with all the pressures of the world, then I can hit the ball in this 75. I don't know how big this court is. So yeah, I saw her late in the second getting interviewed by ESPN, and yeah, it brought me a little bit of calm, just knowing her story with all the things she went through mentally. So she's an inspiration, surely, and her presence definitely did help me today.
You're awesome. We appreciate the time. Congratulations. Best of luck moving forward. Coco Gauff.
Coco Gauff, the 2023 U.S. Open champion, into the third round for the number 3 seed from the United States with a straight set win over Donna Vekic. 7-6, 6-2. It was an emotional Coco Gauff, both on the court and in the post-match interview. Nick McCarville saw it all unfold in front of him up close. Nick, what are your final thoughts on Gauff and Vekic?
Yeah, great honesty there from Coco on court, but man, I think her team is going to get her into the locker room later, guys. This place is about to get loud as Coco hits balls into this crowd, but I think what was really important, she said, I splashed water into my face after that first set. I actually felt like it was 2 different matches she played tonight. She should take so much confidence from that second set. The serve was better, yes, but the whole package was there, and I think that that's what her team is going to say to her after this match. Next up, you guys, Magdalena Freck. That is not going to be an easy ask, but Coco feeling it right now. We saw her feel those emotions after the first round as well, Russ. I think when they get back, when they exhale a little bit, she is going to realize that she survived another round. She played pretty great tennis in that second set, and it is all about winning and surviving and advancing. That's what she did tonight on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
And that's what she put out on social media after her first round win, survive and advance. Sophie, what are your final thoughts on Coco and Donna Vekic?
I'm just in admiration how she's able to do this over and over. It's mentally ridiculous, the stamina that she's able to provide, being so down and having to fight so many demons, and that serve demons being the one right now. But very impressive once again. But I hope that it gets a little bit easier and that serve doesn't give her that much emotion as she keeps going, because doing this for 4 more matches, not quite easy. 4 or 5. Wait, that was the second round here, so that's 5 more. Yeah, so
she's got a little more to go.
It's not easy.
It's Magdalena Frech next for Coco Gauff, but next on Arthur Ashe Stadium, American Tommy Paul, the number 14 seed, takes on Mississippi State legend Nuno Borges of Portugal. And on the call for that one will be Mike Cation and David McPherson. For Sophie Amiak and our team, I'm Russ Thaler. Thanks for listening to us. Stick around for the men's match at night as night 5 of the 2025 U.S. Open continues on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And a pleasant good evening. Welcome in. It's U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation and Macca. David McPherson joining you as we get ready for Nuno Borges and Tommy Paul right now celebrating Pride Night here at the U.S. Open. An incredible light show inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Open Pride, so important here. We certainly have been talking about it quite a bit here on U.S. Open Radio over the last couple of days, and just a really nice opportunity here to celebrate the diversity and the different ranges of people that enjoy our sport. And Macca, it's great to be with you here tonight. A fun one for us to look forward to as well on the court.
Good evening, Mike. Yes, it should be a ripper of a match, as we like to say down under. two really good players, two tremendous competitors. They're fast. In a way, there's similar strengths. Obviously, Tommy's a little bit higher ranked, and so he's considered like the favorite tonight, but it really should be a lot of tremendous rallies and fought to the bitter end.
Yeah, Nuno Borges, Tommy Paul, both 28 years of age, just kind of shows, and we'll get into it a little bit more here in the next couple of minutes, of there are different paths to get to the top of this game, and despite the age, they came from very different paths, and now meet in the second round of the 2025 U.S. Open. Obviously, lots of really good tennis still going on around the grounds right now. And for a quick update, let's go over to Armstrong, where it looks like Alexander Zverev is going to be moving on here in the next couple of minutes. It's our own Gil Gross. Gil?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Macca. Looking forward to a great night of tennis with you both. As for Alexander Zverev, his night of tennis is probably going to be coming to an end pretty quickly here. He's cruising up 2-0. Just went up another break, 4-1 in the third on another Fernley double fault, which was an issue for him in the first round, set a career high with 18. He's got 10 tonight. And on the other end, this is one of those nights where for Zverev, whenever he's gotten into trouble, a tight situation, a 30-all or down break point, which, by the way, he has saved 3 out of 4 break points against. He's just finding the first serves whenever he needs them. It's 70% for the match, but the clutchness is really what would do it justice. And, you know, with talking about Coco and the serve issues she's had, I think it's worth remembering with Zverev, one of the reasons why he was able to kind of overcome it is because he's so good at making a high percentage of first serves.
Mm-hmm. No, you're exactly right. And I think that's kind of what we saw from Coco in that second set, especially, Macca, you and I were watching it back in our green room and just hitting a lot of those cutters right into the body in the biggest area of the service box to just give herself a little bit more margin. And that's clearly part of the process of working through this new serve for Coco Gauff.
Yeah, I thought that was a great mid-game adjustment, and I think that she really should be taking that into the early stages of a match. It's just go body a ton. And if you get up 30-love, 40-love, 40-15, then maybe start painting the corners. But just go body on first serve a lot with your 85% cutter, and you should make a lot of those.
That's being said, as she progresses in this tournament deeper and deeper, you get better and better returners who are going to adjust, but I think you just have to deal with that.
Yeah, no, I just think that the body serve is a little bit underutilized in the women's game. And I think it really worked so well for Coco in the second set, so I think it's a smart play just for her to alleviate the stress on her second serve right now. But also it's a good tactic. I remember, I think, who was it that told me the best place to serve Serena was body? You know, if you give her out on the wing, she's going to crush it. It was one of her, David Witt told me that.
Okay.
That's right, yeah. He was obviously knew her game really well. And so I think it would work well. I think it did work well tonight.
Yep.
And I think it's something that she could take forward into the rest of the tournament.
Other scores around the grounds right now over on Grandstand. That one could go a while. Daniel Altmaier took the first set from Stefanos Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas is out in front in the second set, 4-1, just a single break lead. We've also got the youngster from Japan, Shintaro Mochizuki, taking on Alex de Minaur. They are at 2-all right now with Mochizuki. A break chance at the moment. That's again on Stadium 17. And Felix Auger-Aliassime, who is kind of just fell away from, I think, the big media picture right now, but comes in as the 25 seed. He has got one set in the bag against Roman Safiullin, serving right now at 5-6 to force a breaker in the second. And one of those guys, I know we're not talking about him. There are lots of issues within his game right now, but I just don't, I imagine the top seeds just don't really want to see him because his top level is very, very top level.
Absolutely. When Felix is rolling, I mean, he takes the racket out of your hands, doesn't he?
All right, so let's hear our two interviews. First with Nuno Borges.
You made it to the third round of every major so far this season. How do you have to play tonight to make it to another here at the U.S. Open?
I'm usually not thinking about those things. Just here tonight to play this one match, focus on this one. Not easy to play against home guy on a big stadium, especially Ash, probably the biggest in the world. So just try to enjoy as much as I can. I'm sure the atmosphere will be great, so I'll use that as a big motivation for tonight, and we'll see what happens.
What stands out about Tommy Paul's game?
Well, I think he's an all-rounder. He showed that he can bring great results on all surfaces. I'm expecting him to be very motivated here today, playing a home crowd, biggest tournament maybe for him, most important. So I don't want to give out too much, but I'll just try to play my game, do my best. We'll see how much trouble I can get him.
Best of luck, Nuno. We appreciate the time.
Thank you.
All right, so as Nuno leaves with a huge smile on his face, let's hear from the American, 28-year-old, world number 14, Tommy Paul.
Tommy, you're coming off of a great, efficient first-round match where you served extremely well. How would you say your form is right now coming into the second match?
Like you said, I mean, I thought first round went pretty well, so I guess we'll see. I'm excited to get going.
First time you'll face Nuno. What stands out about his game?
Really an all-court player. He doesn't do too much wrong. I think the beginning of the match will be us kind of feeling each other out. Yeah, excited.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Tommy is a man of few words.
Both players very tight-lipped. They were afraid that the other one was going to listen into the pre-match interview and glean some strategical information.
The coaches can, right? They could have on their phone, right?
Mike,
they can throw.
You are right.
Time
Please
for our
welcome the
introductions.
players for tonight's next second round match. From Portugal, the world number 41, Nuno Borges. And from the United States, world number 14 and Australian Open semifinalist, Tommy Paul.
Well, Tommy, very understated kit from him here today. I don't even know, what are we going to call that? A minty green? That's not a minty green.
No, it's a bit dark to be mint.
Yeah, forest?
Forest?
It's not forest. It's not. It's too light to be forest. Somewhere in between mint and forest green is what we've settled on. Meanwhile, Nuno Borges wearing a white kit with some green tint details. Very simple for both of these two players who do, indeed, as you said, Macca, they let their games do the talking. And there are a lot of similarities to all-court players. Obviously, Nuno coming from the college route where he played his collegiate tennis at Mississippi State University, a 2019 NCAA finalist, losing to Paul Jubb in that final. Tommy Paul was actually headed that route himself 10 years ago, but then won Roland Garros as a junior and decided not to go to Georgia. And obviously it took him a couple of years to get here, but now he's a former top 10er, was top 10 earlier in the year, just some injuries for him to deal with through this year.
If you need a video review, do it at the end of the point. If it's in English, you must stop during the rally. For the towel, can you take white, please? Can you take red, please? And after the toss, we do a picture with David, okay? Let's sing this way. We have tails or heads? Heads, so 20-25, please. Yeah? Perfect, well done. That's you now. Receive. Picture, please, David.
Nuno Lichtenstein, our chair umpire. David Chen, tennis superfan, is doing the coin toss. He just showed up in 2020, I believe, during the COVID U.S. Open as this superfan, and I'm going to have to, I think it was Sasha Vickery was the person he really gravitated towards back in 2020, and now he's just found his way into all sorts of different fandoms. And now he's doing the coin toss.
Well, I'll say this for him, he made a pretty good toss.
He
That
did
went
do
straight
a very
up.
good toss.
The revolutions were satisfactory enough to get a fair outcome. So, good job well done by him.
Listen, this is going to be an interesting one, right? Listen, talking a little bit about Tommy Paul, this year has been hard for him. Got into the top 10 for the first time in his career. That was a major accomplishment. And then all of a sudden, Roland Garros happens and he has an ab issue. Wimbledon happens and he has a foot issue. And Tommy's one of those players, Macca, who has to be at fittest to be able to have that big impact that we know he can have.
Mike, you're so right. I mean, his movement is such a massive part of his game. He's very fast. He's hard to hit winners against. Doesn't really rely on hitting a lot of winners himself. So his body's got to be in tip-top shape for him to be effective. he does have a nice service motion and gets his fair share of free points on the serve, but the movement is probably, and the backhand are the 1-2 punch for Tommy Paul as far as weapons concerned.
Nuno Borges, on the other hand, he's a guy who's been grinding a lot over the last couple of years, came through that challenger level, and this has been a very good year for him, 24 wins. If he wins tonight, that will be a new record for him in terms of tour-level wins on a season, and just continues to find himself into, as you heard in that pre-match interview, third rounds of Grand Slams. He's making a very, very good career for himself, and got to 30 last year around this time. Has the opportunity. He doesn't have anything to defend after the U.S. Open. He could be seated at the 2026 Australian Open.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's in a great position. He's won a lot of matches this year. I mean, he understands that feeling of winning, which is just everything, isn't it? You know, when you're sort of kind of comfortable with winning out there. When you get on a losing streak, it feels like it's an insurmountable mountain just to get a W. Well, that's not the case for Nuno. Like, he's in a really good state of mind. His game's in great shape. I think he's improved some aspects of his game since college. And I was just thinking, Mike, like, what players could answer in the pre-game interviews? They should say the exact opposite to what their game plan is actually going to be. Well, I'm going to hit a lot to Tommy Paul's backhand here and try not to run him a lot.
I would love somebody to just go do a full improvisational bit.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, full-on comedy bit and see what happens.
Comedy bit, and just give the exact opposite game plan to what you're actually going to come out with.
Tommy Paul, fourth round the last 2 years here in New York. Nuno Borges, the fourth round last year as well. Has spent a lot of time in the States, as we said, NCAAs, 4 years down in Mississippi, and had his first win here at the U.S. Open, the first Grand Slam level win, I should say, over Ben Shelton, 2022. That was actually the first Grand Slam match for both of those guys who were coming off NCAA appearances, and big win for Nuno Borges back then, and has continued to push over the last couple of years. Should point out that Alexander Zverev is at 5-2 right now. Did have a match point just a second ago on Jake Fernley's serve, but will be serving for that match in just a couple of moments. Also, Stefanos Tsitsipas did close out his second set over Daniel Altmaier, the German, 6-1 over there. Tie break right now for Roman Safulin and Felix Auger-Aliassime. What do you expect tonight?
Oh, gosh. Well, I'm expecting a pretty grueling match, to be honest, Mike. I mean, Borges is so tough. Tommy's so tough. They're both fast. They're both consistent. They never quit. So, I mean, we could be in for a real ding-dong battle here with a lot of entertaining rallies.
A what now?
A ding-dong battle? Is that not something we say in the States?
I mean, I'm thinking about a little snack treat.
Oh,
a
okay.
ding-dong.
Maybe that's another Aussie little saying that just slipped out there by accident. But we have ding-dong battles there, which means it's a good match.
See, we have ding-dong snack cakes. And that is how I have this belly right here. It's the ding-dongs.
There we go, mate. We speak two different languages here, but we're doing a nice job of conversing anyway.
Tommy Paul with a couple of words with Liechtenstein right now, and both guys are in their final preparations here. It is a cool night in New York City. Temperatures as we start right at 70 degrees. There is some wind to deal with. But yeah, it's for a night session pretty close to ideal. It could drop a little bit, get a little chilly, especially for the fans, for you, for me. Stupidly, we are both wearing shorts and short sleeves here
Optimistic,
tonight.
Aren't we? But no, Mike, I mean, it has been the most beautiful week and a half to start this US Open you could possibly imagine. The weather's been just absolutely lovely.
It really has. It's going to be Tommy Paul to serve here on Open Pride Night.
In his Forest Mint kit. There we go.
I gotta look at I'm going to actually Google this here while we're calling some tennis. Tommy Paul's at the far side of the court. Nuno Borges at the near side of the court. His return position starting about, we'll say, 8 feet behind the baseline. Serve from Paul, good. Borges through the middle. Paul goes up the line with the forehand. Borges slices the back into a Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand through the middle is going to miss long. It's 15-love.
Nice aggressive return to open up the match off the forehand wing. Borges, but somewhat uncharacteristic backhand miss early.
15-love here in our opener. Serve is just long, trying to go backhand body. Second serve for Tommy Paul is long. First double fault for him. As I mentioned, 14 in the world right now. He's the 14 seed here as well. His career high came on June 9th at world number 8. Brad Stein has been his coach for the last, I think it's about 6-7 years now. Has Hugo Armando as well in the box. Franco Herrero, strength and conditioning. His fiance, Paige Lorenz, there as well. Serve is good. Borges through the middle. Paul goes backhand in behind it. He gets burned with a backhand back up the line from Nuno Borges. And Borges with an opening here, 15-30.
Blazing speed. There was a nice wide serve from Tommy Paul opening up the court, and the approach shot didn't look too bad, did it? It was flat and penetrating, but such as Nuno Borges' speed, he was able to get over there and thread the backhand down the line to get himself a quick lead at 15-30.
Yeah, he's actually asking for a little bit of a pause right now from Renaud Lichtenstein. There was actually a discrepancy on the scoreboard there. It showed 30-15 the other way. He wanted to make sure he was in control of this game. Paul serve up the tee, forehand Borges. Paul forehand inside into a Borges forehand. Back up the line. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand slice, lands good. Paul backhand cross. Borges goes backhand cross to a Paul backhand. Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand up the line. He's into the net. And that's part of his game, is he does like to change direction fairly often.
Mike, I think you'll be calling backhand cross, though, 275 times tonight, because these guys have both got really solid two-handers cross court. So it will be a case of who wants to redirect first. That time it was Borges, and he failed to convert.
Short forehand for Paul goes cross. Borges forehand cross, and Borges now steps into another forehand cross. This one, he's into the net. It's going to be a game point here for Tommy Paul. I promise you, I'm actually, as we look, I've got some shades of green in front of me. You know what? I think we're going to go with olive.
Okay.
Yep. Olive green.
There we go.
I'm looking at seafoam green as well. Serve is good. Backhand Borges through the middle. Tommy Paul forehand cross. Borges goes forehand up the line. Running backhand. Paul lands good. Borges backhand up the line. Paul goes forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul goes forehand back up the line. Slice back from Borges. Paul run around. Big run around for a forehand. Borges goes backhand up the line, but it's into the net. Tommy Paul gets out of the 15-30 deficit for 1 love.
Yes, he directed nearly every serve in that game to the Borges forehand, so let's keep an eye on that. I think he probably views the backhand return as the more solid of the two returns, so I think that Tommy is clearly announcing his intentions here of serving predominantly to the Borges forehand, but we shall see.
You know, this is how my brain works. I'm so invested. I'm going to contact my friend who works at New Balance to find out the exact color scheme that Tommy Paul is wearing.
That's just being the professional you are, Mike.
If you have the connections, you've got to use them, Maka. Nuno Borges going to be serving here for the first time on the night, 3 minutes in.
His bright pink racket. I don't have to guess on that color. It's like luminescent.
I feel like that's actually their orange. It's a head racket, is it not?
It is.
I think it's actually an orange racket. I think it's just some of the colors for us on our monitors.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure about that. Serve here for Borges is into the net. He's at the far side of things. He's definitely got some mint green going on. Second serve good. Paul with a back into a Borges forehand up the line. Paul goes back in cross. Sliced back from Borges. Paul backhand goes cross, lands really good in the corner. Borges digs it out. Now gets a runaround forehand. Goes inside out to a Paul backhand cross. Borges runaround forehand up the line. Paul gets it, but it won't get over the net. Borges 2-15 love.
A couple of big forehands there from Nuno Borges. Just penetrating the Paul defenses that time, but it took a lot of aggression, a lot of pace to get one by Tommy Paul. We've seen Borges slice 3 or 4 backhands already. I feel like that's part of his game plan clearly tonight, to try and change the pace, change the direction. Nice lively serve down the tee that time. Tommy Paul got his racket on it, but was only able to chip it and didn't quite clear the tape, so 30 love.
The answer is new spruce. New spruce.
We weren't even close, Mike.
It is a surface winner there for Nuno Borges. Just caught the outside of the line, going tee with that 30 love serve. We all have our own little obsessive compulsive issues, and that's one of mine. I need to know. I like information. Serve out wide is an ace for Borges. That was a very quick hold there to 1 game all.
Just a nice simple service motion. The ball toss only as high as it needs to be, which I'm a big fan of. I think a lot of people that are having problems with their serve around both tours, one of the problems is that the toss is too high, which gives you too much time to wait for it to come down. So I'm a big fan of an efficient ball toss, and both Tommy Paul and Nuno Borges would fall under that category.
Absolutely.
Efficient service motions and very proper tosses.
1-all, serve out wide. Paul gets a short forehand, goes inside out for a clean serve +1. And it's one of those things I think you and I both would agree, neither one of these guys has that huge weapon, Macca. I think you have to be efficient when you're a guy who's 6'1", a lot of athleticism, but you have to be efficient with what you're doing.
And no glaring weakness, yes. And
exactly.
I think that's pretty safe to say that that's true of both these players.
Forehand to forehand we go. Now Borges with a backhand to a Paul backhand up the line that's going to miss long from the ad corner. Tommy really good about whenever there is a good shot from opponent, always applauds the shot, and that's always been kind of something he does so that he stays positive and doesn't say, oh gosh darn it, I can't believe this just happened to me. Always applauds a nice shot and moves on to the next.
It's
I
so
always
healthy,
really like
isn't it?
that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people could learn from that.
No doubt.
It takes the pressure off yourself in a way, even though you're being sporting while you're doing it.
15-all, serve up the tee is an ace. His first of the night. I do see that they did not credit Borges' serve as an ace in the last game, so
I think he snicked it through to the wicketkeeper, Mike, actually.
Again, you're speaking a language that I don't understand, Macca, although I do actually.
Foul tip, sorry.
I actually
foul
do
tip.
love cricket.
My bad.
do love cricket.
Foul tip.
Short return. Paul goes inside out with the forehand and sends that one well long. It's 30-all.
I feel like that's one of Tommy's few little chinks in his game. Sometimes the higher forehand with no pace, where he has to generate all the pace on his forehand, isn't his best shot. And that was a forehand that not many top players would miss, and Tommy just sailed it long.
30-all, 1-all, serve is into the net. Becomes a pretty important second serve here early in this matchup. Second for Tommy is good to a Borges forehand middle. Paul goes forehand middle. Borges gets a short ball in behind a forehand. Paul with a big forehand, and Borges got a high volley and misses into the net. That was a wide open opportunity.
It really was. Gee, the approach shot was deep and up the middle. Set up a high forehand volley right at the shoulder, and there was plenty of room down the line to put it away. Just opening nerves. I think that's a volley would make 8, 9 out of 10.
Yep, absolutely right. Serve with a game point is into the net. In fact, he looked over to his team, Macca, and said, was that ball going to go out? And I think he was just thinking too much. Second serve good. Borges with a backhand to a Tommy Paul backhand slice. Run around forehand for Borges. Inside out forehand from him. Now a backhand slice up the line. Running forehand for Paul. Borges goes backhand back up the line. Running forehand for Paul. That is going to be hooked wide. We're at deuce.
Gee, that's awfully good penetration. Both of these players have very solid backhands, and both of their backhands are really flat. They don't put a lot of overspin on their backhand, so when they hit through the court, they can really do some damage with their backhands. Unlike other players that put a lot of roll on their backhand, it's not really a weapon. These two players can pierce through the court.
Looks like Tommy's mom has made an appearance here tonight. Serve for Paul is good. Gets a forehand through the middle of the court. Goes inside in this time. In behind it. Doesn't have to make a volley as Borges misses the forehand into the net.
Yeah, certainly Borges got a good look at that pass.
Yes,
Once again, that was that high, no-pace forehand for Tommy Paul that he made this time. Didn't miss it, but certainly doesn't have the explosiveness. I mean, that's the type of forehand that a lot of players would just spank away and you wouldn't even touch it.
Serve. Tommy good into the body, gets a short forehand, goes inside out, clean winner. Not easy so far for Tommy Paul, but he does have a couple of holds, and we are on serve early here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Mike Cation, David McPherson joining you here. Gil Gross will join us in a little while. He's keeping an eye on what should have been a closeout for Alexander Zverev by now. I think he's missed out on 5 match points, at least 4 against Jake Fernley. He's actually just garnered another match point. It's match point number 5. Fernley serving at 3-5. Fernley was able to get one of the breaks back, but still a long, long way for him to go as Nuno Borges waiting for the crowd to settle back in. This is the 3rd game, of course, or the 4th game after the 3rd one, which that is when everybody heads back down into their seats after grabbing an opportunity with honeydews, maybe some food. Arthur Ashe, we're in the midst of a backhand trade, and Borges missing his backhand long, but just a little bit of extra time allotted for that changeover so everybody can get back into their seats for this 2nd match on Ashe. So love 15 here for Nuno Borges, serving for the first time for this near side. Serve is good out wide. Chip return. Borges forehand up the line. Serve +1 to 15 all.
Yes, the classic serve +1. Just a well-placed wide serve, taking it wide enough that Tommy Paul couldn't get 2 hands on the return. He was stretched, had to chip it, which left it a bit short and weak, and Borges made no mistake with the inside-in forehand.
15 all. Serve into the net and long. His college coach Matt Roberts is here from Mississippi State, now in his 10th season. Serve is good. Paul goes back in up the line. Borges backhand cross is going to miss well long. Rui Machado, his coach, along with Hugo Anau. Rui Machado, a former world number 59 from Portugal. His girlfriend Anna is here as well. Met her at Roland Garros actually this year. Lovely young woman.
Very nice.
15-30, serve good. Paul has to get that one out of his bread box and misses both long and wide. Really good body serve.
He went with the Coco Gauff and paid dividends. Maybe the body serve is going to be in vogue in 2025. We shall see.
Well, let's not go too far here. Macca.
That's why go for aces when you can just jam the body.
Body serve again, gets a forehand, goes inside out. Paul backhand cross is yanked well, long, and wide. That ball, yeah, I think he was expecting it to come a little bit farther. It just kind of died on the vine there.
Yeah, but that's a really irritating miss for Tommy Paul. A routine backhand, basically a footwork mistake more than a backhand mistake there.
So with a game point for Borges, serve up the tee, chip return lands into the net. 2 games all.
2 games all for 6.
So I should point out Zverev has missed out on another match point. It is deuce once again in that Fernley service game. I mean, this is one of those situations, Macca, you and I have watched countless matches. If Fernley's able to get a hold here after Zverev has missed out on 5 match points and was already broken once serving for it,
it would be a little bit of a test of Sasha's second serve if he misses some firsts.
Yes, indeed.
Because your anxiety level just goes through the roof as a player when you don't convert match points.
Yes.
Even one gets you a little bit toey, as we say. And if you don't convert 5 or 6, then the nerves really start to jangle.
Backhand miss here from Tommy Paul. Unforced error for him, number 5 on the night. I think he said it, they're trying to figure each other out here, what patterns are going to be the ones that work against each other. It does take some time.
Well, I think both players are just mixing it up a bit. If they really wanted to, they could make 100 backhands cross court in a row.
Yeah, for sure.
But neither one seems to want to engage in that war of attrition just yet.
Second serve here for Paul at love 15 is good. Borges back into a Paul forehand through the middle. Borges forehand middle. Paul, yikes. That landed good, a forehand. Now he gets another forehand, goes inside out. Borges backhand cross lands good. Paul backhand cross. Run around forehand for Borges. Paul gets a backhand, goes cross. Sliced up the line from Borges. Paul with a forehand inside in. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand through the middle that lands just on the baseline. What a shot from Borges. Now gets a runaround forehand inside in. Paul running forehand cross. Borges slice forehand up the line. Paul goes backhand cross just off the baseline. Now Paul steps into a forehand inside in. Borges inside in forehand as well. Paul matches. Borges forehand up the line. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand cross lands good. Paul backhand cross. Slice back from Borges lands on the line. Paul backhand up the line. Swash shot from Borges into the net. Exhausting physical point. We're at 15 all.
And the scary thing is, Mike, is that these two players could probably play points like that all night.
Yes.
They're very consistent. They're good off both wings. I mean, we could see many, many of those grueling points as the night wears on.
That's a big one for Paul, right? Considering he's been struggling with the physicality of late, that's got to feel good. A 33-shot rally there.
Yeah, and hopefully he can keep it up. Obviously, you know, with his injuries that he's been fighting, it's a little question mark in his mind. Will my body hold up in a match like this that's going to be so physical?
Serve out wide, gets the 3-point. I think both guys happy that that point didn't go too long. It's 30-15 here in the 2-all service game. Fernley did get that hold, so Zverev is now serving for the match 5-4, looking to make it 3 straight 6-4 sets. We'll keep you updated on that, and Gil Gross will be talking potentially to Alexander Zverev momentarily. Forehand up the line from Paul, gets a backhand slice. Paul now inside out forehand to a Borges backhand up the line. That will sail on him. Game points here for Tommy Paul at 40-15.
40-15.
As we speak, so
go ahead.
Just Sasha double faulted right now to go down love 15, serving for the match. So as we somewhat predicted, it would be a little bit of a gut check for Sasha's second serve.
Game point here for Paul. Serves into the net. Both guys early serving at a good percentage. That will drop him to 72%. Second serve is good. Borges forehand cross. Paul goes forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand cross. Misses long.
I'm interested to see who wins the forehand battle when they do elect to go forehand to forehand. I mean, they're both good forehands.
Yes.
I would say that they're just the not the weaker, but the slightly less solid side of both. So that could be a very interesting matchup to see how this match progresses. Who's making more forehand unforced errors?
Right now, Paul with 3, Borges with 1. Serve Paul with this game point at 40-30, misses well long. Borges' errors have all come on the backhand wing, 5 of them. Second serve, good. Borges backhand cross. Paul run around forehand, inside out to a Borges backhand. Another unforced error on that wing. That's number 6. So Tommy Paul does get it to 3-2.
First set.
Let's go over quickly to Armstrong right now. Alexander Zverev did just get it to 30-15.
And I do believe Jake Fernley had a really easy put away, like a sitter of a backhand that he went too close to the line and must have missed it by a head's breadth. But a big opportunity to apply pressure wasted by Jake Fernley.
Zverev from the far side, serve out wide. Fernley chip returns. Zverev goes back and up the line, running forehand. Fernley. Zverev dumps a volley into the net. You talk about the 2 weaknesses for Alexander Zverev. We've seen him in this game alone. A double fault, and his net play still hasn't gotten to that point where you would say fully competent.
Oh, really smart pass from Fernley. Instead of going for the lines on the passing shot, he just aimed pretty middle and got the ball down low, and Sasha obliged with the shaky forehand volley.
2 sets to love, 5-4, 30 all for the 3 seed. Alexander Sasha Zverev. First serve, Zverev. Tee good. Lob return lands good. Zverev backhand cross. Fernley gets to it. Overhead for Zverev, easily put back into the court. It's another match point for Sasha Zverev, number 6.
Great first serve, and that's what he can rely on. And going over the low part of the net, the tee, I really feel like you've got to try your best to take that serve away under pressure. That one he can make very consistently, and at such a fast pace, it can get by you if you're not sitting on it.
Crowd hushes here. Again, this is the 6th match point. Zverev, toss, serve, long. Please indeed. Stretches out his shirt right now, does Alexander Zverev. Some nerves here for him. I don't think that shirt's going to get used again. He just yanked it to a point of some damage. Second serve, good. Fernley chip return to a backhand. Zverev goes cross. Fernley backhand cross. Zverev backhand cross. Fernley backhand cross. Zverev through the middle. Fernley inside out backhand. Running forehand Zverev. Fernley backhand. Oh, it's into the net. And Sasha Zverev survives some nerves down the stretch. It'll look pretty comfortable there if you weren't watching. 4, 4, and 4. Where did that come from, says Sasha Zverev. But yeah, it's been a matchup we've seen over the last couple of years, and Zverev has been able to dominate that matchup for now. Sasha Zverev into the third round here at the U.S. Open. Gil Gross will have an interview with him coming up in just a couple of minutes as we bring you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Nuno Borges serving 2-3, 15 all in the first set, 21 minutes in. A rare first serve miss for him so far here today. Second serve, Borges good. Paul back into a Borges inside out forehand. Slice back from Paul. Borges run around forehand, inside in, up the line is perfect. Forehand winner, number 2 for him, 30-15.
Yeah, both of his winners have been very powerful inside in forehands where he's been run around his backhand. He's been in the backhand corner of the court, but he's just rifled the ball down the line from that position successfully.
In 2-3, 30-15. Borges far side of the court. Serve out wide is an ace. That is officially his first. After I tried to give him one earlier, but me and the statisticians don't always see eye to eye.
Mike, there's a great former player that Nuno Borges' serve reminds me of.
Serve, T. Yeah. Paul with a back into a Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand middle. Borges forehand up the line to running backhand Paul that will miss wide. It's 3-all. Tell me.
Well, I mean, it's not a carbon copy, but okay. I see a little bit of Bjorn Borg's efficient serve in Nuno Borges. No, not seeing it? Okay.
I'm not saying it. I am one of those
people. I'm going way back, obviously.
No, it's not that. I'm one of those people when I will never in a million years compare someone to one of the greats of the game. You know what I mean?
Service motion, yeah.
I just immediately, then people
Borg had a very efficient serve. Yes, he wasn't known for his serve at all, but any of his competitors will tell you, Connors and McEnroe will tell you, Borg had an amazing serve.
Paul serves up the tee and gets a free point there. When you say efficient, what does that mean to you and why is it so effective?
Well, he's accurate. I mean, I would say Federer was a bit like that too. Maybe wasn't known for his serve, but my goodness, what a reliable, trustworthy, ruthlessly efficient serve Roger had. He could paint the corners, first and second serve, any spot in the box he desired, and I definitely felt like Borg was that way too.
Backhand slice here from Borges up the line. Paul goes forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line. Paul digs that out with a backhand. Backhand from Borges. Inside in forehand from Paul. Running forehand from Borges up the line is long. It's 30 love.
And the physical point, these players are really going to be tested to the maximum, their bodies out here tonight.
Long breath here from Tommy Paul. As I mentioned, his physio Franco Herrero, strength and conditioning. I'm sure watching back home in Florida, I didn't see him in the box up there, but it's been such a big part of Tommy's development over the last couple of years to allow him to use that speed for 4-5 sets. Second serve is good. Borges forehand cross. Paul rolls a forehand up the line just wide.
Of the two forehands, I'd say Borges' forehand is more aggressive. He's more liable to just cut it loose.
Okay.
I think Tommy will be the more consistent forehand of the two. Puts a lot of shape on it. Doesn't take a ton of risk on his forehand normally, Tommy Paul. But Borges, I think, will be trying to force the hand a little bit when he gets forehand opportunities.
3-all, 30-15. Tommy Paul near side serve T is an ace. That is his second of the night.
Just caught the outside half of the line and was swinging away from the right-handed forehand. So combination of great location with beautiful shape.
Game points here for Tommy. Tosses up, serve off the net and long. No break chances as of yet if you're joining us right now. Second serve for Tommy, good. Borges forehand up the line. Paul with a backhand cross. Borges with a backhand cross. Sliced from Paul. Borges goes backhand up the line. Running forehand for Paul. Back up the line is perfect. What a shot from Tommy Paul. That gets us to 4-3 and our first ball change. We're going to take the break with him. You're listening to US Open Radio presented by American Express. Absolutely beautiful night here in New York City. Great to be with you here on US Open Radio presented by American Express. I think both Macca and I feel that there's just no chance this goes in straight sets here tonight.
Well, they seem very evenly matched
Yes,
to
they
this
do.
juncture, Mike. But we shall see.
New balls are shown from Nuno Borges as the crowd continues to settle in on Open Pride Day. Serve, Borges out wide. Paul rolls forehand long. Smacks his racket in a rare moment of disgust. He felt that one was very much on the strings.
It was. I think both players have served quite a lot to each other's forehands, just giving an acknowledgement of respect for how solid the backhand return is.
Serve is good. Backhand return through the middle. Borges forehand to a Paul forehand back up the line. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand slice up the line to a forehand Borges that misses long. And yeah, it's very interesting to see both of them, especially Tommy, using that backhand slice quite effectively.
I think both players have come into the match with that tactic, Mike. They're thinking, well, if I give him just a flat two-hander, that's going to play into his strength. So they've both been changing the spin to try and make it a little bit more difficult to get a rhythm.
15 all, serve long. Second serve, Borges is good to a Paul forehand, goes middle. Borges inside out forehand to a Paul backhand cross. Borges run around forehand to a Paul forehand yanked wide. 30-15.
Tommy would be a little annoyed at that miss too. He wasn't really pressed. The ball wasn't that deep. He overswung a little bit on that forehand. And for those of you at home, that's always a bad idea technically, to take your backswing back too far on the forehand. It leads to deceleration on impact and a loss of balance. You just want to turn your shoulders on the forehand and keep the backswing short.
In short, be efficient.
Efficient is a better word. But just turning the shoulders, Mike, on the forehand, the racket will come back with the shoulder turn.
So game points here for Nuno Borges, who did get a free point on his serve in the last. Tosses up, serve is good. Backhand from Paul up the line, just misses wide. That was indeed a very efficient service game for the second time here tonight to 4 games all. Getting a look right now, it was a very close call on that return, but definitely a return miss. Tommy, of course, did use some of his downtime with the injury to get engaged. The ring is large, Macca.
Well, it was a good time to do it, I suppose. You're able to spend a bit of quality time together while you're recovering.
He's not had consecutive wins since Roland Garros, so yeah, just a little bit more time at home than he would have liked. He was on a family vacation. It was Paige's family vacation in Nantucket. Seems very romantic,
doesn't it? Yeah.
Forehand Borges to a Paul backhand cross. Backhand from Borges. Backhand up the line from Paul. Running forehand from Borges will miss wide. 15 love.
Good example of that flatter backhand being able to penetrate through the court. Just rushing Borges on the forehand side.
Love in this 4-all service game. Still a lot of matches to come here tonight. Amanda Anisimova, Maya joint still in action. Chip return will miss long from Borges. That one could be interesting on Armstrong. Anisimova and joint.
Yes, Maya joint, Australian, very tough, gritty competitor. Got a lot of time for Maya. I'm very proud of her back home.
30 love, serve netted. World number 43 at just 19 years of age. Second serve good. Borges forehand cross. Paul has to chip it back. What a shot. Up the line from Borges. Running back in from Paul. Back behind Borges. What a point. What a shot to finish. And game points for Tommy Paul.
Super athletic effort from Tommy Paul. Stretched so wide to the forehand, and yet he was able to dice it back with the chip volley grip back cross court, and then recovered to his backhand side and had the wherewithal to glide the backhand pass down the line as Borges was looking to cover the middle.
Tommy serve out wide is a big kicker. Gets a backhand, goes back behind Borges. Backhand through the middle. Paul, forehand inside in, misses well long. He set that point up incredibly well and just misses on the finish. 40-15 now.
Yeah, that's that forehand where I feel like when he's trying to generate pace, he gets a little bit long in his backswing, and it's just his forehand isn't designed, just the way that he hits it technically, to just try and muscle up on a forehand.
Is that a grip situation?
It's a swing plane thing as much as anything.
Okay.
Yeah, his grip's not that unusual.
40-15, still game points. Serve out wide. Borges' return is into the net. Another free point here for Tommy Paul. That does get us to 5-4. My joints are just kind of talking about her just briefly, but somebody who was looking at one point at going the college route here in the States, just had that incredible summer through 2024. Amanda Anisimova, obviously, her need to take some time away from the game a couple of years ago, just needing that mental health break. And what a year she has had. Obviously, the Wimbledon final, the standout performance, but just incredible consistency. What was really interesting to me as I was going through prep today, Anisimova has never made it past the third round here.
It's a little surprising because her game should be well suited to hard court.
Yep.
I mean, she's a powerful ball striker off both wings, can serve with a little bit of power. So anytime now she could make a run at the US Open as she grows in confidence and majors. Obviously the final didn't go well, but to make it all the way through to the final of Wimbledon, you start to feel like, you know, these Grand Slams are my tournaments to shine, and it would not be shocking at all if Anisimova made a run here at the US Open.
First time that she has been a top 8 seed at a slam. And again, Anisimova and joint will be going on Armstrong in just a couple of minutes. We're also waiting for Gil to have our interview with Sasha Zverev. Is coming off court. And now let's go to Gil Gross with Alexander Zverev.
Hey, good to see you. Thanks, Mike. I'm with Sasha Zverev after his straight set win over Jacob Fernley in the second round here on Louis Armstrong. Sasha, I heard you in the on-court interview go out of your way to say how much you love competing, especially on a night like this, in a stadium like this. Is there a specific reason that appreciation kind of came over you at this moment? Because you might not say that every night.
No, but I mean, look, I love what I do. I love playing tennis. And it's always nice to play, you know, in full stadiums with a great, energetic crowd. You know, and it's just something that is fun for me. I'm still, you know, a little kid inside of me comes out, and yeah, I enjoyed myself tonight.
Coco Gauff played tonight on Ash. She won, and there's been a lot of talk about her just working through the second serve issues, and it's something that you overcame earlier in your career. I want to ask you, was it more technical, mental, or is it impossible to separate those two things?
No, it was both. But I changed my technique a lot when I had those issues. I started tossing my ball a lot lower. But with her, I mean, obviously I see her every single week, and there's a few things that I would maybe try out with her. But again, I'm not a coach. I'm a tennis player myself. So if she needs any advice, I would gladly give it to her.
I just want to ask, you're very in tune with the conditions. It's been colder than normal at the U.S. Open this year. Does that slow things down significantly?
It's incredibly slow this year. So not something that I enjoy usually, but I'm trying to make the best out of it. And yeah, so far it's going well.
Thanks, Sasha. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. And let's bring you back inside Ash Stadium. And normally I kind of develop what we just heard from Sasha there, but Nuno Borges, in the midst of a shocking service game at 4-5, has just had 3 unforced errors out of nowhere. Tommy Paul, set points at love 40. 4-5 serve is good, but a let. Got a lot to unpack in what we just heard there from Sasha and Gil Gross. But yeah, get back inside Ash here. Another first serve for Borges is good. Paul with the forehand rolled into the net.
Nice swinger up the tee to save the first break point. Tommy Paul should have really made that one. He just tried to put a little bit too much topspin on the forehand return. Didn't drive through it with confidence, and one save for Nuno Borges.
Now, from the far side, serve is good. Paul with the forehand middle. Borges forehand rolled up the line. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Run around forehand for Borges. Paul backhand up the line is into the net. Second set point saved, and that was quite routine for Paul.
This game has been littered with unforced errors, which is unlike these players. The significance, the magnitude of the game, just perhaps inducing a couple of error-prone, nervous shots.
Serve, tee, good. Paul with forehand just clears the net. Now he gets a forehand, goes inside in. Running forehand for Borges, looped, good. Paul with the forehand to a Borges backhand slice. Run around forehand for Paul. Up the line to a Borges forehand cross. Paul goes forehand middle. Borges inside out forehand is a beauty. What a set point save from Nuno Borges, getting us to deuce.
A brave and bold 30-40 point there. He dictated from the beginning, sliced one or two backhands to make some variety, but then a slight opening with the down-the-line forehand, and he took it. Used his body weight, skipped into the court, took away time of Tommy Paul, and you need to do that to get winners against a fast player like Tommy Paul. You can't allow the ball to come to you. You've got to go get it.
7th winner for Borges. Tommy has 7 as well. 4-5, deuce, far side serve is long, going T. Second serve for Borges as Paul takes a couple steps back. Serve is good, but it's a let. A 116 mile per hour second serve there from Nuno. His second is good. Paul run around forehand. Borges gets a forehand, goes inside into a Paul forehand. Borges forehand to a Paul backhand cross. Borges goes backhand cross. Paul backhand through the middle. Run around forehand for Borges. Running forehand for Paul. Back up the line. Misses just long.
Tommy would be very disappointed with himself there at love 40. He made 2 consecutive errors that you really wouldn't expect for him. Just giving Nuno Borges just a little chance to breathe. And in that rally also, I thought Tommy dropped his backhand short 2-3 times in a row, lacking depth on the backhand, and allowed Borges to really unload on his forehand without too much pressure.
With this game point, serve is long. Tommy was interesting as the service motion, as the ball was being tossed, was just taking casual steps forward, about 3 of them in a row. Second serve inside the court, gets a backhand, goes cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand slice through the middle. Borges forehand middle. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand to a Paul forehand inside out. Borges running backhand. Paul with forehand up the line to a Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand to a Borges forehand through the middle. Backhand from Tommy. Sliced back from Borges. Tommy Paul forehand cross to a Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line is into the net. Quite a hold from Nuno Borges up against it at love 40 and digs his way out. It's 5-all.
It really felt like his forehand stood up to the test there. I mean, he was that was the shot that got him out of trouble. He really went for it. He used his feet well, so it was footwork and legs driven on the forehand side, not just forcing it with the arm. Just really, really good technique there when it mattered.
Yeah, I find myself, as I'm just looking at numbers, you know, you and I have been watching patterns of play. 7 winners each. Borges with 12 unforced errors, 11 for Tommy. Both guys on the negative ratio of that. 5-all, near side serve good. Borges backhand to a Paul forehand cross that lands just on the line. Borges misses the ensuing forehand, but it really does, again, just feel like one of these first sets where both guys still haven't really found where they want to attack and find a pattern that they're really locked into.
And I think right there was one of Tommy's best patterns. He was able to hit deep and penetrating to the forehand. And I think that's where you're going to get some errors from Borges, because it's an aggressive forehand. And if you make it too easy for him, I think he can really hurt you on the forehand. But there again, at the 15 love, Tommy was able to find a powerful, deep, piercing shot into the forehand and drew the error.
A little bit flatter as well on those forehands as well.
And Tommy, his natural tendency on the forehand is to shape it, put a lot of topspin on it. So it's not really his favorite shot, but it's the shot that he needs, I think, to get on top in the baseline patterns.
Gets a free point on a slider serve, very effective at 101 up in the box. So 5-all, now 40 love for Tommy Paul, who's very quickly to the line. 40 minutes in, serve Paul out wide, well wide. 126 flat wide. One of the bigger ones he's had here tonight. Second serve good. Borges' forehand is into the net. Comfortable hold there to love for Tommy. His first hold to love on the night. 6-5. And yeah, it's always, when you have players who have that all-around game, right, where there's not that one glaring weakness and maybe one big weapon, it's so tough to penetrate, and there are just a lot of chess moves that I think you need in a matchup like this.
It becomes a really cerebral match, and both players extremely well coached.
Yes.
But I think that Brad Stein, be aware that that's the side that if we can hit good penetrating shots, we're going to get a few more errors on that side. And it's a matter of Tommy to execute that.
Yeah.
Either with a piercing backhand down the line or a strong, somewhat flatter forehand that's deep. I think that's what he's trying to accomplish out there. But, if he drops the ball short to the forehand, he could get punished.
Brett Stein actually, earlier today, you know, it's a match day for his guy. He was actually doing commentary earlier today. I can't fathom how he's able to shift that much. But that is a man, I don't know if you've ever worked with him in a professional sense, commentary-wise. That's a man who's not short on words, Macca.
That's true. No, he likes to talk a bit, Brad.
He's a conversationalist.
You have to be a good listener to sit down and have a lunch with Brad. But yeah, no, he's full of energy, and he's a dynamo.
He really is, and he is certainly made a big impression on Tommy Paul, not only just in terms of the tennis. I think really you have to give him a lot of credit for the professionalism that Tommy has really learned from Brad Stein over the years.
That was the turning point in Tommy's career. I remember it well because we were at ATP Cup. That was the year John Isner was #1, so I was captaining as the Team USA because the #1 player gets to choose the captain. And we had Taylor Fritz as our #2 that year, and Tommy was there as our #3 or 4 player, basically just practicing.
Yeah.
He went to Adelaide, I believe, and won it, and Brad was there working with him as his first week, and he won Adelaide, and his career had been on a great trajectory ever since.
Running forehand for Paul goes cross. Borges has to squash shot it back. Paul back behind him. Borges squash shot, this time into the net. He's had some good success here over the last few games going back behind Nuno Borges.
With some penetration.
Yep.
He started to level out on the forehand a little bit more. Starting to see a pattern that's working for him. And Brad Stein's face is full of intensity, barking out instructions.
Very red-faced right now as well. I think a lot of talking.
He's lacking
we're
oxygen.
friends. I can make fun of him. It's okay. Serve up the tee. Paul with a forehand that misses long. I actually was at the first tournament they worked together as a challenger in Cary, North Carolina. And it was just one of those moments where you just kind of saw some things clicking because all of a sudden Tommy was actually in patterns. It was like, oh, he's a professional now. Borges served good into the body. Gets a forehand, goes inside out to a Paul backhand off the net and good. Borges short forehand inside out back behind Tommy Paul, 30-15.
The leg cord actually hurt Tommy Paul a lot there. It just popped up, and we can see that Nuno Borges can end a point when he gets a short forehand. There's no doubt that he's dangerous off that side.
6th time he has moved forward. He's only 3 of 6 at the net so far, but a couple of times those were kind of manufactured approaches. Serve up the tee was good, but it will be a let. Try this one again here. Again, 5-6, 30-15. Borges serve out wide, and it's off the frame of Paul into the stands. Almost hits the photographers, in fact. So points for the breaker here for Nuno Borges.
That was a beautiful wide serve. Mike, I want you to YouTube Bjorn Borg's serve tonight and tell me if you think there's anything to it.
Serve out wide. Paul with a forehand middle. Borges rolls a forehand to a Paul backhand cross. Sliced from Borges cross court. Tommy goes up the line with the backhand. Forehand from Borges. Forehand from Paul. Misses well long. We are headed to a breaker.
Both players taking care of business on serve. Tommy Paul had that one critical love 40 opportunity and sort of led his opponent off the hook with 2 unforced errors. And here we are at a tiebreaker, as it probably deserves to be. Nuno Borges serving 76%. First serves in this set. That's a tremendous number. Tommy Paul at 65, not too shabby himself.
13 and 14 is Borges with his tie breaks this year. Paul is 8 and 11. Serve, tee, good lob return. Will it get there? It does. Paul has to put it away. Does so very comfortably. Somebody in the stands just got a souvenir. 1-0.
Fearsome 121 mile an hour first serve from Tommy Paul right up the tee. Borges was unable to get his second hand on the backhand, just has to reach out and stab it, and it was just a very high, short lob. Tommy put it away very comfortably.
Borges from the near side to the ad corner. Serve is into the net. He's also backed up his second serve. Macca, 6 of 8 so far here tonight. Second, good. Paul backhand middle. Borges forehand to a Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand back up the line, caught the line. Tommy goes backhand cross. Borges with a backhand to a Paul runaround forehand. Borges backhand cross. Paul runaround forehand sprayed wide. Tried to go inside out. Too far out.
Tried to level out and hit that one a little flatter than his natural one. Erring on the side of aggressiveness, which you can live with normally as a coach. Just a little surprised he perhaps didn't try and penetrate to the forehand there. There was an opportunity to whip it inside in and make him hit a running forehand.
1-all in the breaker. Serve T. Chip return lands good. Borges inside out forehand. In behind it, gets a volley. No, he doesn't. That ball from Tommy Paul's backhand misses long, and Borges to 2-1.
Once again, an efficient first serve, setting up a short forehand and making no mistake. I've been very impressed with Borges' forehand by and large in this first set, at least when he's had time on the shorter balls.
Yeah, 4 winners on that wing for Borges here tonight with 6 unforced errors. 1-2. Paul serving far side to add corner. Serve T. Chip return is good. Paul with the forehand in behind it. Gets a volley into the add corner. Lob from Borges. Paul backtracks. The overhead right at Borges. Paul with another volley up the line into the deuce corner. Borges made him earn it. Paul does just that.
Gee, that was a clutch backhand volley from Tommy Paul, because the smash he thought was going to be a winner, but Borges guessed right and stayed home, and then Tommy had to make a backhand volley from below the height of the net. That was really, really clutch for him to execute that. Good technique.
It really was.
Got his eyes to the ball, knee low to the ground. Excellent technique from Tommy Paul.
2-all serve into the net. Does Borges want to take a little bit more risk here? On the second serve, good. Borges backhand middle. Paul goes forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line lanes. Good. Paul with a backhand cross. Run around forehand for Borges. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand cross. Borges goes forehand middle off the baseline and good. He now gets a forehand inside in. Paul has to squash shot that back, but it's long, and there's your mini break for Nuno Borges to 3-2.
I think both players thought the Borges previous forehand was going long.
I agree.
Nuno puts up his hand there to Tommy as if to say, sorry, I shanked that one, and it was lucky that it hit the baseline. It turned out to be a huge point, obviously.
Yeah. Paige Lorenz trying to offer some encouragement. Tommy's fiancée. Along with the rest of the team, Stein staying relatively quiet as Borges has one last serve here from the near side of the court. Serve, good. Paul forehand up the line. It lands perfectly on 2 corners. A frame shot couldn't be placed any better. That's a return winner.
Wow.
He actually just looked up at Renaud Lichtenstein and was like, can you believe that?
Came off the edge of the strings, right up the top of the racket. Must have landed in the absolute corner of both lines, because it was so perilously close to being out. But so that's a shank forehand from both guys. So I guess it evened up there. Wow.
Nuno Borges, really good reaction from him. He actually had a huge smile on his face because he knew there's no chance that ball should land in. And that is the one time out of 100 where it lands on the outside of 2 lines.
Such
wow.
an evenly contested first set, 37 points to 36. It's really hanging in the balance here, as we thought it may.
3-all. Now from the far side, serve good. Return lands short. Borges forehand inside out. Paul there, but misses the backhand. An open court. Almost overran it a little bit. Almost like a cricket swing there, Macca.
Yeah, it was like a half volley from the baseline, wasn't it? And he just leaked it wide. As much racket face control as Tommy Paul has on the backhand, you'd expect he'd make that one 8 out of 10, even though it was a difficult shot, don't get me wrong, but his backhand has such control. I think he's really ruining that one.
Paul waiting for Borges to get into position. It's 3-4 now. Into the ad corner. Serve good, right into the body, and the return misses just long. That's a really good into that left hip of Nuno Borges.
We have seen the body serve work very effectively tonight. First Coco Gauff, and now here in the men's match.
50 minutes in for a first set with a tiebreak. 50 is pretty efficient. Serve, good, out wide. Paul gets a forehand, goes inside out, in behind it, but doesn't need to come up with a volley. That was a clean winner.
Tremendous use of the legs there by Tommy Paul. That forehand didn't have a lot of pace. He's missed a couple of those forehands earlier in the set, but little steps. He took 4 or 5 little steps, loaded up on the outside leg, turned the shoulders, didn't overswing, just transferred body weight into the shot, and was on his way to the net, Mike, had it been retrieved.
Borges 4-5 into the net here, and I same thing. Does Paul want to get a little bit aggressive here? step in instead. Yeah, he does. Comes in. Backhand goes cross, but doesn't quite hit it clean. Backhand from Paul goes middle off the baseline and good. Now Paul gets a forehand inside out to a Borges backhand middle. Paul inside out forehand. Borges has to track that down with the backhand. Paul backhand middle off the net and back onto his side. Multiple times where it looked like Tommy was going to try to step in and maybe move in behind a shot, but he never quite hit it clean.
Yeah, he took the ball early enough, but off his backhand side, he deflects pace and absorbs pace really well. It doesn't generate a ton of his own, so off a slowish kick serve, it's hard for him to hit a winner on that shot.
Right.
So he's normally rock solid. He's going to hardly ever miss that return, but there will be a point ensuing.
5-all, serve off the net and good. Somebody's going to get a set point. Remember, Tommy did have 3 of them in Borges' 4-5 service game from love 40 down. Another first serve coming here for Borges to the deuce side. Serve is good. Paul has to go with an awkward backhand. Forehand for Borges. Backhand dug out by Paul. Borges forehand up the line to a Paul forehand cross. Borges goes forehand back up the line. Paul backhand middle. Sliced from Borges. Run around forehand for Paul into the deuce corner. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line. Running backhand Paul middle. Borges inside in forehand to a Paul forehand back up the line that's into the net. Borges now with a set point. 6-5.
Another physical, grueling point. Great tennis by both players. Tommy Paul just tried to redirect down the line there from behind the baseline. He was a little too far behind the baseline to try such a low trajectory shot. I'm sure he's thinking to himself, why didn't I just loft that one deep and wait for a better ball to attack on?
At 5-6, Paul serving from the near side to the ad corner. Toss goes up. Serve is netted, but it will land good. So another first serve coming here for the 28-year-old American. 28-12 on the season. Quarterfinal appearances in Australia and Paris. Serve out wide, good. It's a free point for Tommy Paul. That was flat, wide, and impressive. 127, 6-all.
One of his biggest for the set. Really let loose on that one. The lead he had served up the tee, trying to go as a slider, and that time he rethought his tactics and decided to go big to the backhand and caught Borges' leaning tee just a fraction.
And
was
that's
enough.
all you
That
need
little
with
lean
127.
towards the center. That's all you need to get a free point when you're serving that big.
This has been quite a fun first set, right? Again, you're going to look at the numbers. We're going to talk about them in a minute with both guys on that negative ratio of winners to unforced errors, but it just feels like it's been such a thinking man's game.
So evenly matched. 40 points to 39 in favor of Borges, but it's 6-all in the tiebreaker.
A lot of sixes on that scoreboard right now. 6 games, 6 points. Serve Paul. Tee is another free point. Huge up the tee, 126. Set point number 4 for Paul.
When it comes to serving, it's not only how many you make, it's when you make them.
Yep.
And that's the clutch factor from Tommy Paul there. Down set point, comes up with an unreturnable, and at 6-all, he paints the tee there to give himself a set point. That's just clutch serving.
All black outfits for all 3 coaches with Tommy Paul and his girlfriend as well. Borges, 6-7. Serve just missed long. That was a great serve out to the ad corner. Just missed. Second serve, Borges, good. Paul goes backhand middle. Borges inside out forehand. He pushed it wide. Tommy Paul on his 4th set point snags the first. 8-6 in the breaker. Come back for the second. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is where barrier breakers meet dream chasers. And the OGs meet the next to bees. Wow. Where the stars, under these lights, sensational, meet a whole new electricity. This is where tradition meets trending. And every moment is history.
Give her what she deserves, New York.
The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Spectacular awaits, and we are seeing a lot of spectacular already here tonight. Nuno Borges is going to serve to start this second set. We're keeping an eye as well over on Armstrong, Anisimova, and Joint. There are 2 games all early in that one. We've also got 3 other matches currently underway. I'll give you a score update after this point. Borges has an overhead from the baseline, lands good. Paul with the forehand middle. Borges inside out forehand. Paul throws up another lob. Borges again with an overhead. This one, it caught the back of the baseline. He's got a smile on his face as he just catches enough of the line. He would have liked to catch some line in the last point of the last set at Borges. Let me get you caught up on the other scores from around the grounds right now as we are in the midst of this opening service game in the second. On grandstand, Stefanos Tsitsipas, the 26th seed, and it is weird to say Tsitsipas is the 26th seed. 2-1 over German Daniel Altmaier, just won the third set 6-4. Gil Gross is headed there. He will talk to the winner of that match as well. Stadium 17, as Tommy Paul pops a backhand volley winner into the deuce corner. Stadium 17, it's 2 sets to love lead for the Aussie, Alex de Minaur. 6-2, 6-4, and up 2-1 in the third set over Shintaro Mochizuki, really talented young player from Japan, and also Felix Auger-Aliassime with a 2 sets to love lead on Roman Sapulin, that on court number 5.
A lot of entertainment out there on the grounds this late at night.
Some really good action here tonight. Yeah, very good action. I think there was there a question on whether it was a legal shot there? Yeah, there was some discussion with Renault. Yeah, maybe. I was trying to sort it as well, but Nuno Borges was asking just for a little bit of help there. Serve up the tee is an ace for Borges. We also did see Tommy Paul look to get a racket restrung. And I'm going to ask you what you think it's going to be. Is it going to be the same?
I would think, well...
Is it going to adjust by 1 pound now that the temperature has dropped?
1 or 2 pounds looser, I would say, looking for a little extra penetration. The looser you string your rackets, the more power you have, and theoretically the less control. But I would say that Tommy would be looking for a little bit more juice, a little bit more power for penetration as the night gets later.
Yeah, since the beginning of this match, in fact, the temperature has dropped 5 degrees. Fahrenheit, so
Tommy's
that's like
such a professional, and Brad Stein's so clued in. They're probably well, it's surprising a little bit that he doesn't have a racket strung at a looser tension in the bag already.
Yeah,
but perhaps the temperature drop has been a little more extreme than they anticipated.
It's 30 all point, backhand to backhand we go. Now Paul runs around a forehand, sprays that one wide. I would guess that what he has done is taken the one racket that is looser by 1 or 2 pounds. He's using that one now and is sending another one to replace that in the bag to see if this is what he likes.
And the stringers here are so good. They get those rackets whipped up and turned around under 20 minutes sometimes. Yes. They're amazing. I remember Mike Bryan was unhappy one morning, 11 a.m. start for a US Open doubles final, and he sent his rackets in, and I'm on the phone to the stringer actually in the stands going 43-39, 43-39, and they go, we got it. And sure enough, 15 minutes later, out came the racket, and the winners started flowing.
And I think they have one in Armstrong and also a room in Ash as well. So it'll be very, very quick.
Yes.
We're at deuce now after a Borges missed forehand into the net. Serve good. Paul with the forehand through the middle lands on the baseline. Forehand Borges. Paul goes backhand middle. Run around forehand for Borges. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand through the middle. Run around forehand for Paul up the line to a Borges forehand. Paul goes backhand back up the line. Borges forehand to a Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line, off the baseline, and again good. Now we're running backhand from it. Borges goes backhand up the line, but it's into the net. Tommy Paul with a break chance here in the second set opener.
Doing it with mostly just consistency. He hasn't hit a ton of winners out here tonight, but that's his game. He doesn't give you much. He's hard to hit past. He's hard to hit through. And then eventually he can break you down just by exceptional movement and great variety of shot.
Tommy is 0 for 3 on his chances. Serve into the net. And those were all in that 4-5 service game. Second serve, Borges, good. Paul backhand cross. Borges goes backhand cross. Paul run around forehand inside out to a Borges backhand up the line. Paul digs out a forehand. Paul now is going to have to get another squash shot from him. Borges, drop shot over the net, clears the net after a net cord, in fact. Wow, by the thinnest of margins we're at deuce.
Glorious forehand drop shot. Very difficult to do. He changed his grip at the last minute and just glided a little low trajectory forehand drop shot cross court. Tommy Paul so fast. He is not an easy man to hit a winning drop shot on, especially on hard court. But that one worked out just fine.
Borges apologizing right after the point and actually right now before his service motion. As we're at deuce, serve is good, return even better, and Borges misses the ensuing forehand. What a sharp cross-court forehand return for Paul to grab this break chance.
Tommy really leveled out on that return, and by leveled out I mean hit a flatter shot. Normally his forehand has shape and arc over the net. That one was a little bit more risky, but it paid dividends because it rushed Borges' forehand.
Serve, tee, good. Borges going to get a runaround forehand, goes inside out for a winner off that forehand side, and now Tommy Paul 0 for 5 on his chances, back to deuce.
The exact opposite of the previous return. That forehand return was mistimed a little bit. He got underneath it and lifted it up high, and quite a bit shorter too inside the service line, and Borges went outside the doubles alley to get a forehand there. But it was worth it because he can do so much more damage on that powerful forehand.
Another incredible return from Tommy Paul, inside out backhand with great depth into that deuce corner, draws another forehand error, and it's a third break chance.
That's clearly whether by return or during the rally. If he can hit with depth and penetration into the forehand wing, that's where he's going to get his forced, semi-unforced errors.
Can he finally convert? Serve is into the net. Again, 0 for 5 at this stage. Second serve, Borges out wide. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand through the middle. Paul inside out forehand to a Borges forehand up the line. Squash shot, Paul. Borges forehand goes cross. Paul forehand up the line, rolled, good. Borges backhand to a Paul backhand middle. Borges goes forehand inside in. Paul tracks that down forehand cross to a Borges forehand up the line. Sliced from Paul, lands good. Borges inside in forehand, absolute beauty. He pumps his fist to this crowd. They won't respond for him, but we will, because that's another incredible point to fight off another break chance. It's deuce.
Yes, we're starting to see the patterns develop, aren't we, Mike? If Tommy plays a little bit too passive, hits the ball a little bit too short, the Borges forehand is a weapon. But if Tommy plays strong, brave, flat, deep into the forehand, then it can be a tiny bit of a liability.
So at deuce, serve, tee, chip, return into the net. So game point here for Nuno Borges. Yeah, the crowd's just starting to kind of walk back in as well from this set break. It's a little bit quiet right now. Serve, out wide is an ace. That is another tough hold from Nuno Borges, and Paul nods his head. I don't know that he really had too many opportunities there in that game. I mean, that was just Nuno Borges coming up with some clutch stuff.
I really felt like there was just the forehand return on break point was where he had his opportunity. Had he struck that clean and deep, he could have an early break here in the second set.
Nuno Borges. We're having a conversation here. Okay, so there, yeah. Okay, this is a comfortable conversation between Nuno and Renaud Lichtenstein. Again, something had happened in the middle of that last game, Macca, that we didn't quite hear. But comically, Borges actually, after that long game, 4 deuces there, sat down in his chair. That's after, obviously, the first game. You don't sit down there, and Renaud says, Mr. Borges, I need you to stand up. And Nuno says, sorry, it was just kind of a long game.
Show me some clemency, Your Honor. It's hard work out here.
It is. Tommy Paul serving here, love 1. Second set action. Serve out wide is good. Short return. Paul backhand goes cross. Not exactly the most comfortable. That had a lot of spin on it. Could have gone a lot of different ways. Paul's handled it well for 15 love.
Yes, sharp footwork, got up to the short chop forehand return and just rifled it away with a beautiful shoulder turn backhand.
15 love. Serve Paul out wide. Borges backhand cross. Paul slices that. Borges backhand slice lands good. Forehand cross from Paul. Borges forehand middle. Paul goes backhand. Now gets another backhand. Goes cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross floater. Borges backhand up the line. Pushed it just wide. 30 love.
Borges showing that he, as you alluded to earlier, Mike, he changes direction every second or third shot. Definitely probably taking a little bit more risk than Tommy Paul as the match wears on.
Serve into the net from Paul. Second serve upcoming for the world number 14 is good. Borges forehand misses long and wide off of that return. Game points.
High quality second serve from Tommy Paul there. 100 miles an hour, right in at the forehand hip, which can be a difficult place to return the ball off pace. Really good spot, the forehand hip, if you can hit it hard.
Serve, good. Backhand return. Paul goes backhand slice. Borges backhand cross. Paul with a backhand to a Borges backhand up the line. Paul with a running forehand cross will miss out wide. It's 40-15 now.
One of the better backhands up the line so far from Nuno Borges. It's a shot he owns, and I think it's a shot that he needs to make a lot more as the match goes on. That clean backhand up the line, which stretches Tommy Paul to his forehand.
Game points. Serve T is an ace versus the set. Third of the night for Tommy. One game all. You know, listen, if we're looking at just some momentum here, I think Tommy's got it. Obviously, you know, the tie break, but now that he's started getting into a couple more of those return games as well, and a quick service hold there to really flip that pressure back onto Nuno Borges.
And he needs to keep his foot on the pedal here right now. I mean, he's got some momentum. If he could get an early break in the second, it could lead to him really getting on top in the match.
Serve good. Paul with a backhand middle, just missing long. 15 love.
Oh, he struck that so cleanly. So clean it went long by a quarter of an inch.
You can use centimeters if you want.
Old schooler.
15 love serve good. Paul rolls a forehand to a Borges forehand cross. Running forehand for Paul up the line. Oh my! What just an increase of pace there from Tommy Paul. Forehand line winner for 15 all.
From well behind the baseline, outside leg strength there. He loaded up on the outside leg. Great shoulder turn. Didn't look like he swung as hard on that with his arm. And I'm constantly talking about that. You don't generate pace by swinging with your arm on the forehand. It's all about the lower body, the legs, the shoulder turn.
In the midst of a backhand to backhand trade, Borges backhand cross, Paul backhand cross, Borges backhand middle. Paul gets a forehand, goes inside into a squash shot from Borges. Paul backhand cross, Borges there, backhand middle. Paul with a forehand into the net, right from the middle of the court. It's 30-15.
And that was a good example, Mike. You can almost see Tommy Paul when he swings hard on the forehand. And they're inevitably his errors. I could just see him trying with his arm to swing hard at that forehand, and he lost control of the racket face and his balance. The previous one was just more lower half generated. And when I say lower half, I mean the lower half of your body. Yeah.
30-15 in this 1-all service game. Serve good up the tee. Forehand for Paul will miss by about 6 feet or so. Game points here for Nuno Borges, the 28-year-old from Portugal. 41 in the world. Career high last September. World number 30. Serve just long. Borges beating the American Brandon Holt in his opener 4-2 and 3. Looking for his 25th win of the year. Second serve into the net. That is his first double fault of the day.
It really has been a very solid serving performance by both players to date. High percentages and high success rates on first serve. Very few double faults.
40-30 serve T is just long. Second serve here for Borges. That is good. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges can't dig that out right on the baseline. Deuce now.
One of the most penetrating second serve returns from Tommy Paul we've seen tonight. And he really did that with his feet. He took the ball just that fraction earlier. Got the ball at the apex and used his legs and body weight to generate pace.
So good chip return is into the net from Paul. And you hear from Nuno Borges for the first time. This is the third time he's faced deuce in 4 service games. I mean, it has really been under pressure here. Game point for him, serve into the net. And we've played 21 points already on his serve in this game, or in this set, I should say. Paul misses a high backhand return well long. So despite those now 22 points played on his serve, Borges remains out in front. We're on serve early here in the second. You're listening to US Open Radio presented by American Express.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Around the grounds, Felix Auger-Aliassime has moved through into the third round. 1-6-6 over Roman Safiullin. Maya Joint is serving for the first set against Amanda Anisimova, but is down love 40 in her 5-4 service game. So we are going to keep an eye on that. Also, Gil Gross is over at Grandstand, where Daniel Altmaier has a break lead in the fourth set against Stefanos Tsitsipas. So that one potentially could go to 5 sets. Anisimova did just break 5-all there on Armstrong. Feels like this is the first night where we're deep into the night with all sorts of different matches going on. These are my favorite nights in tennis here in New York. 4 or 5 matches deep into a second, third, fifth set. It's great stuff.
We could have multiple matches finishing, pretty close to midnight.
Yep.
Or beyond.
Possibly well beyond. We are an hour and 15 into this one. Again, 55 minutes for a tiebreak first set. Pretty quick. But yeah, this one could go a while. Serve T is a let. Alex de Minaur looks like he's comfortably into the third round. I shouldn't jump too far ahead, but he's serving at 4-2 with a 2 sets to love lead on Shintaro Mochizuki. Missed first serve, kicker out wide from Paul. Now a second. That's good to a Borges forehand. Paul forehand to a running forehand for Borges. Paul inside in forehand, comfortably laced into the deuce corner. It's 30 love.
It's interesting. That's that high, no-pace forehand that I've been talking about, Mike. But I think Tommy hits it well when he transitions his weight almost like he's imagining he's approaching the net.
Yeah.
And that little extra body weight into the shot helps him generate pace rather than forcing it with the arm. That was really well played.
30 love, and again, I go back to it, that idea that we played 22 points on Borges' serve in 2 service games. This is the 8th point we've played on Paul's service games. It's good. For a forehand return misses long, and now he's at 40 love. If he gets this again, it just feels like we're putting all that pressure and that weight on the Borges service games.
Tommy slightly on top right now, and obviously having a set in the back pocket is nice, but the total points are still 57-54, showing
amazing,
that
right?
It's a really tightly contested affair. But yes, certainly the last 20 minutes, it's just started to shift ever so slightly in Tommy Paul's favor.
Game points, serve T just wide. We can still see the mark from here. Second serve, good. Borges' forehand is not even close. That might have hit the back wall, trying to be extraordinarily aggressive, and fails miserably. Hold to love, 2-all.
Yeah, on the backhand court, Mike, Tommy Paul stands not in a doubles position, but he stands well wide of the center line. So he creates very good width out wide to the backhand. Not quite as nasty down the tee. When you stand that far wide, it's difficult to make the ball move away from the right-handed forehand. But that's each player's decision on the ad court. As we listen in, something's going on.
It sounds like the roof might be closing. I couldn't quite make all of that out. You know, we definitely heard him adjusting the microphone there, which is accounting for that squeaky noise. Forehand return winner from Tommy Paul.
Once again, you notice Tommy's body weight flowing into the court when he hits those forehand winners. Sort of just I think a very important part of his forehand when it's up high, that he sort of drives his outside leg into the shot.
Serve good, backhand return for Paul. Borges forehand middle. Paul running forehand to a Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line to a backhand from Borges middle. Paul forehand cross, running forehand for Borges. Paul forehand up the line, backhand slice from Borges, lands good on the baseline. Now he gets a short forehand, goes inside out for a winner. Paul applauding there, and it's 15 all. I do believe it's that the roof is closing, Macca. I do see Jake Garner, our tournament referee, is courtside right now, so that makes me think.
Must be a little shower in the area?
Maybe. I have to pull out the old radar.
The Doppler.
15 all, 2 all, serve into the net. Second serve upcoming here for Nuno Borges. Serve is good. Paul forehand up the line, running backhand from Borges is into the net. Indeed, there is some rain in the area, so they're just closing the roof, I believe, just to make sure that we can continue here.
Very professional work there by the US Open referee.
Just trying to get ahead of things. But another game on the Borges serve where Paul is in it, 15-30. Serve is into the net. His serve percentage is dropping right now for Nuno Borges. Second, good. Paul backhand middle short. Forehand rolled by Borges short. Paul forehand good. Borges tries to slap a forehand, misses into the net. And here are 2 more chances for Tommy Paul at 15-40.
Yet again, that deep ball to the Borges forehand paying dividends. We're seeing time and time again when Tommy can execute a penetrating deep shot into that corner, we're seeing forced errors.
So for 6 so far. Serve out wide is well long. 0 for 6, indeed. But a second serve here on break point number 7. Serve is good. Back in through the middle. Borges back into a slice for Paul. Borges run around forehand, inside out lands good. Paul backhand cross. Borges run around forehand is into the net. And finally, 7th time lucky. Tommy Paul now in control of this second set. 3-2 with the break as the roof closes on Ash on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Mike Cation, David McPherson, Gil Gross is out on grandstand. It has started raining. It is a very, very light rain right now. We're keeping an eye on Ash here, where the roof is closing. Roof also closing at Armstrong. We do have 2 other courts in play, grandstand and Stadium 17. For the moment, those matches are continuing. It is supposed to be a light rain here for, just enough rain here in the next hour, hour and a half. Not a heavy shower. And actually, as I say that, Stadium 17 has closed for the day. Alex de Minaur 2-4-2 over Mochizuki. Gil, can you kind of walk us through how it's affecting play out there on Grandstand?
It's actually very light out here. I don't know how many microclimates exist around the grounds of the USTA Billie Jean King Tennis Center. It is a rather large campus, but really no issues here on Grandstand so far. Would you like an update on the match? I'm not sure where we're at.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's do it. Tsitsipas was up a break early in this fourth, actually went up 1-love. Lost the break, and since then has kind of melted down. Altmaier is up 5-2 now in this fourth set, and a lot has happened. First of all, Tsitsipas has been ferociously sending rackets to and from the stringers. I've seen 2 come in. I just saw 2 come out. So there's a lot of tinkering happening there. There was a forehand that Tsitsipas hit directly at Altmaier's chest that drew boos from this crowd. It kind of ramped up the intensity of this match, or the tension, if you will. And I've been really in here. Actually, a lot of serve and volley from the German.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. We'll be checking in with Gil, and he's going to have the post-match winner interview for us as well from over on Grandstand. What an athletic point we're watching right now. Paul in behind a short ball. Backhand from Borges. Paul, he misses the bunny right on top of the net, and he misses that backhand volley at 3-2. It's now 15-30.
Oh, it's hard to explain how easy that backhand volley was for a player of his caliber. And he is a fairly sound volleyer, Tommy Paul. That was just a case of the point was his, it was over, and he took it for granted. He just sort of stopped moving his feet and casually just cut the ball inside out, but a fraction low. So, instead of 30-15, 15-30, just as you were pulling away in the match, let's see if that's an impactful point in the big picture.
Serve into the body. Paul gets a runaround forehand inside out. Slice from Borges. Paul forehand inside out again, but stays at the baseline. Gets another forehand inside in, into the net. For the first time on the night, Nuno Borges, 2 break chances.
Oh, just a rare sloppy mistake from Tommy Paul at the net. And then at 15-30, had a short ball. Probably should have came to the net on that approach shot, but he was probably just a little disconcerted by what had happened the point before, and he stayed back and wasted the opportunity.
You can't compound your errors. It's one of the biggest rules I was taught very, very early playing this sport. 15-40, serve Paul. He's off of the net and good, so another first serve upcoming. And 3-2, 15-40. Paul already with 1 set in the books. Another first serve, good. Chip returns short. Paul in behind a backhand, Borges backhand line. Volley from Paul. He's missed another one on top of the net. Absolutely awful game there from Tommy Paul, and we're back on serve at 3-all.
Wow, the classic tale of a break's not a break until you consolidate it. And both volleys were lowish. We're not trying to say that they were high putaways at the shoulder. They were both low. The backhand was at the knees. The backhand volley missed. And the forehand volley was probably at the thighs, I think. Oh, no, maybe about the waist.
Waist level, yeah.
Yeah. Both of them were just open court opportunities. They only had to clear the net for it to be a winner.
Drop shot here from Borges. Paul gets to it, throws up a lob that misses long, and it's so interesting. You and I both earlier in this match were complimenting his technique on the volley, right? Remember that low backhand volley that he was able to pop up the line over the highest part of the net. That's why it's so shocking to see him miss those two.
He just hasn't come into the net a lot. So when you come in sparingly, sometimes it's hard to be as confident as you are when you come in a lot.
Paul just hit a forehand up the line from the ad corner to the deuce corner off of the back of the baseline. Good. Draws a forehand error, and it's 15-all.
It's been a remarkable amount of balls have landed on the baseline, or the back half of the baseline in this match.
3-all, 15-all. Again, Alex de Minaur, 2-4-2 over Mochizuki. Amanda Anisimova did win the first set after being down 5-4 with joint serving for it. Won the first set tiebreak 7-2 on Armstrong. Serve good. Paul with the backhand goes middle. Borges forehand up the line to a Paul backhand middle. Borges inside out forehand. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand cross but short. Paul inside out forehand to a Borges backhand cross. Paul inside out forehand. Borges backhand up the line into the net. It's 15-30. He can't get anything going on his serve right now. There's no free points coming. And the big stat, 3 of 13 on his second serve points now.
And that's playing Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul does not give you much on return. He makes nearly every return, and then he's fast around the court, so he really makes you earn your service games. And the serving has just slipped away a little bit for Nuno Borges, and he's paying the price.
Serve T, gets a backhand, goes cross. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand is into the net. That was woeful from Nuno Borges.
Really good return from Tommy Paul. The serve was only about 2 inches from the center line. But Tommy Paul read it. He sprung with his legs and made clean contact on the full stretch and got the return within a few feet of the baseline.
It's been a weird couple of games. I think that's you and I are both in agreement here.
Holding serve the whole way until the last little bit where both players have lost focus.
Serve is good. Paul through the middle with a forehand. Borges backhand middle. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand is into the net. A routine backhand. Couple of sloppy games as we're getting late into the night, but Paul goes back up a break. 4-3 here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, let's see if someone can right the ship here. Get a little bit of form here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium with the roof closed. It's Tommy Paul, 7-6, 4-3 with a break lead. 3 straight breaks here on Ashe. Also, it is right now a set point for Daniel Altmaier to force a 5th. Serve T and does get the free point. Did he? No, it's a deuce, so must have missed just long. Interesting. So 5-3 over there on the grandstand court. Yeah, missed by the thinnest of margins. He thought he had a free point, and he thought he had the 4th set in the bag. Serve here for Paul out wide is an ace. His 2nd of the set, 4th of the night.
And one of his absolute best serves of the match. So critical to serve to your favorite spots, make first serves in the first 2 points of games.
Serve is long, trying to go forehand body from Paul.
Doesn't get a lot of accuracy down the tee, at least not tonight, standing from that wider position.
Gets a forehand, goes inside out. Borges run around forehand, up the line. That is a smoked winner from Nuno Borges, and a fist pump from a very quiet Nuno Borges as he gets it to 15 all.
That forehand's really dangerous, especially from the backhand side of the court. His runaround forehand has been really impressive. He's hit winners from the backhand portion of the court, inside out and inside in tonight. That is why Tommy Paul needs to direct traffic over to the forehand corner of the court with penetration.
Backhand Paul, Borges, backhand middle. Paul backhand middle, Borges backhand middle. Paul backhand into the net. Goodness gracious. Macca, what's happened in the last 20 minutes? Did the roof closing really change things that much?
It seems like the roof closing has affected the ability to hold serve.
My.
Everyone's making every return right now and putting more pressure on the server. The servers making some loose errors.
Serve Paul into the net. Second serve here for Tommy. 14 seed, good. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand middle off the net. Good. Paul backhand cross, but retreats to the baseline. Now a run around forehand. Inside out. Borges backhand around the post, but misses into the doubles alley for 30 all.
Oh, yes. That was a poor choice, wasn't it? Tommy Paul really stretched Borges wide there. I would say he should have taken the handoff, just sliced a backhand and used his wheels to get back in the point. Tried to go for the miracle down the line from well outside the court. A sign that maybe the physicality, these are the type of shots that you play when you get a bit tired.
Could be, yeah. 4-3, 30 all. Serve Paul good into the body, gets a return miss. That curved right into that left hip. Great serve in that moment and a game point for Tommy Paul.
Yes, I'm not sure if that, I think that was a deliberate body serve. It had a lot of slice on it. Started out looking like a routine backhand, but it curved into the hip rather nastily.
Serve with the game point. Oh, he did not miss that by much up the tee. Just a tad bit long, I believe. Second serve. Oh, that's a double fault. That's his second of the night, first of this set. We're at deuce. Somebody has to win the set, Macca. That much I do know.
And, you know, double faults have been such a scarcity in this match. Both players have been rock solid on second serve.
Deuce serve netted. Second serve here for Paul. 4-3 deuce. Serve is good. Borges misses the return into the net. He jumps in frustration.
Yes, it was a body second serve. Borges saw the opportunity to slide around to his left and punish a forehand. One that he really should have made, but he thumped it into the net instead and gave Tommy Paul a little reprieve there. A chance at a game point.
With the game point once again, serve tees well wide by a good foot and a half. Second serve, good. Borges with a forehand to a Paul forehand inside in behind it, gets a volley. This time he's able to put it away comfortably. And finally consolidates the break, 5-3.
Big sigh of relief from Brad Stein and his coaching staff there. Tommy Paul was well aware he'd bungled a couple of volleys in the previous service game, and he made sure that that one cleared the tape. Good footwork, got his eyes really close to the ball there, watched it onto the strings. And now he's within striking range of a 2-sets-to-love lead.
Yeah, this has been such a difficult set for Borges on serve. Serves here good. Paul forehand cross. Borges running forehand goes cross. Paul forehand through the middle, lands on the baseline and good. And Borges misses the ensuing backhand. He is being stretched so much right now. I mean, you just feel like he's not able to get settled and into just his normal motion. And that's the thing. We're seeing a lot of forced errors here.
I think it's a build-up of pressure. Tommy Paul just doesn't miss many returns. So over time, the server can get a little bit impatient and the cracks start to appear in your game.
Big inside-out forehand for Borges. Paul tracks it down. Now a drop shot from Borges. Oh, my goodness. Paul was at the back tarp, and Borges misses to the bottom of the net.
It's one of my favorite sayings as a coach, Mike, is don't leave a drop shot short. And that was criminal, wasn't it? Because any kind of a drop shot that cleared the tape would have won the point. So to take it so fine and leave it short in the tape was, it was a criminal act.
Love 30. Paul 2 points away from this second set. 3-5. Love 30. Second serve Borges, far side. Paul goes forehand middle. Borges forehand inside out to a Paul backhand short. Borges forehand inside in, and he missed it. He was coming forward and just flat missed it long. It's set points for Paul.
It was the type of forehand that he's been putting away dismissively the whole match. Tommy Paul's backhand was woefully short. It wasn't a deliberate short ball. He got it off the edge of the strings, and the cracks are starting to appear in Borges' game right now.
Serve, tee, Paul with a forehand return. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand middle. Borges goes backhand middle. Slice back from Paul. Borges backhand goes cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand is into the net. Tommy Paul was into a lot of return games. In fact, every single return game in that second set breaks Nuno Borges 3 times in a row. and takes the second set 6-3. We'll take the break with him as well. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express on this night 5 in Queens. Sky is dark, clouds overhead, although we can't see them exactly. Rain has subsided for now, but the roofs are closed on the stadiums and the weather report looking ominous. As for Stefanos Tsitsipas versus Daniel Altmaier out here on Grandstand, a 5th set is what's in store for us. And Altmaier was really impressive with his aggressive attacking tennis in set 4. He actually hit 17 winners to Tsitsipas's 5 and was at the net 9 out of 13 points won. Tsitsipas was 1 out of 4 and lost some shocking points from winning positions with some great steals from Altmaier. The other thing that I want to note, guys, is Tsitsipas got a warning for coaching. Perhaps the first I've seen since coaching was largely legalized, but Apostolos Tsitsipas, who has returned to Stefanos' box, his father, was shouting to the other side of the court, which is still not allowed.
You don't see that much anymore.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Gil. I mean, that's dead on, right? I mean, that dynamic, Gil, is such an interesting one too right now, as they've just been, going back and forth between coaches. Is it just hostile between the two of them at this stage?
I mean, Stefanos has said that it was a period of healing when they were technically apart as a coach and pupil duo. But look, there's a lot of talking, and that has been the constant with Apostolos in the box, and it's sometimes just borders on frantic and overwhelming.
Okay, thank you so much, Gil. That 5th set just getting underway. Gil will be with the winner a little bit later. It looks like Nuno Borges has left the court right now. Understandably so. Needs to kind of just get his mind reset, because from here, it is a long way back, Macca.
Especially against someone like Tommy Paul, who doesn't give you anything. Tommy's just got into he had a little blip there in the middle of the second set, dropping the service game with a couple of loose shots, but he bit back hard with a really good return game and then held on for the 6-3 second set victory. And we know Tommy Paul's fit, he's fast, he doesn't make many mistakes, so he's not an easy guy to be down 2 sets to love to.
Nuno Borges does have 1 victory from 2 sets to love down.
3rd sets.
So it's within the realm of possibility. I'm wondering, actually, is it the Shelton win? I'm pulling it up.
All right.
I'll get there. Give me a second.
Okay.
Serve up the tee from Tommy Paul. Long. It was actually earlier this year over the French qualifier, Kyrian Jacquet, Roland Garros. I bet you didn't have that one in the
got me there.
Your head. Forehand to forehand we go on the first point of the 3rd set. Paul sails one well long.
I did
15.
get my Wordle in 4 though, and my
Congratulations.
connections was a clean bracket, so I've got that going for me.
What's your starting word?
I vary it every day.
Do you?
Yeah. Whatever my co-anchor says, a word that pops into my head the night before. So think of a 5-letter word, Mike, and I'll start with it
I go with the
tomorrow.
same word every time.
Really? No,
Yes.
it's boring.
No.
Who does that?
Me. Stare. That's my word. Serve and a forehand from Paul, and he pushed that wide, and it's love 30. I don't think we've seen a drastic change here in the quality. Stare, S-T-A-R-E.
Mike.
Yes.
That's basically cheating. You
How is that cheating?
Well, because you're starting with
the word is
5
different every
most,
time. I'm not seeing the
common
answer.
words, and where's the fun in that, Mike? Where's the sport in starting with stare every morning with your coffee?
Well, first off, I do it at night.
Oh, that's your first mistake.
30 serve is into the net. It's the best way to do it. You can adjust from there. The second word is always different. Oh boy. Second serve is good. Forehand from Borges. Forehand for Paul inside out. He missed that too. 3 unforced errors, and it's love 40.
I think that's the equivalent in tennis of being a pusher. It's like you're taking no chances.
I'm
you're
sorry.
Cuddling,
hold on.
Hitting the ball higher than it, going for no creativity,
wow.
Mike.
I
it's
will
all about
not,
creativity.
No. We are done, sir. We're done. You just called me a pusher. Wow.
A puddler,
I have not been can somebody get him?
Escort Macca out. That's the biggest insult.
Wow, that is the biggest insult that he could have given me right there. Holy smokes.
Have our viewers write in and say, am I right or is Mike right about that?
Okay, I'm going to correct you. We don't have any viewers. Oh, wait.
I'm sorry, listeners, excuse me.
We've got a YouTube stream. I forgot. I just, it's this whole camera, it scares me in front. Tommy Paul, he and I are doing the same thing. We're just double faulting our way to a love 1 deficit.
And we broke his focus there.
That's on us. That's on me.
A rogue double
pusher.
fault, which is probably the word I'll start with tomorrow, Mike. Thank you. Thank you for helping me.
I understand they got rid of the mini. Is that true? The mini crossword? They got rid of it? That's awful. That was my favorite one. And I haven't done it in a couple days. I'm a little bit disappointed in it. Okay. I tell you what.
We digress.
I'm going to change my word.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mike, let's reconvene tomorrow.
It's going to be Macca. Just use 3 letters. Borges here. 1 love. Serve is good. Paul backhand middle. Borges backhand middle. Paul goes backhand middle. Run around forehand from Borges. Paul backhand cross to a Borges backhand up the line. Running forehand for Paul is long.
Disappointing for Tommy Paul to have the 2-set lead and then just give away that early break there. It's just a little bit of loss of focus there, and gives Borges a bit of life, gives him some belief that, hey, I can still win this match. I've won from 2 sets to love down earlier in the year.
Forehand up the line. I mean, with no disrespect to Kieran Jacquet, very talented young player, Tommy is a different beast, you would think. You would
certainly would think, especially here in New York on Ash.
30 love, serve up the tee, chip, return lane short, Borges inside out, forehand serve +1. He is a perfect 7 for 7, points 1 in this 3rd set.
Having said that, Mike, this has been a very tightly contested match.
Yes.
For most of this match, it could have got, that 1st set certainly could have gone either way. Tommy did pull away a little bit at the latter stages of the 2nd set, but overall, this match, there's not much between these 2 players. So it wouldn't be as if it's a huge reversal of form. It's just a little bit of a shift in momentum.
Serve is good. Return is just a little bit better. Great depth on it. 40-15 now. Yeah, I'm trying to look back. The last time that Nuno Borges had what we call an easy hold was at the end of the 1st set. Everything in that 2nd set was either to deuce or a break. Serve good. Backhand from Paul. Borges forehand middle. Paul forehand middle. Borges forehand cross. Paul goes forehand cross. Good angle. Borges forehand just off the baseline and good. And Paul misses the ensuing forehand. 8-1 so far here in this 3rd set. 2 love.
Yep, very nice start from the man from Portugal. They make them tough down there, and Mississippi State Bulldog, resilient bunch. They don't go down easy.
It's been if you don't follow college tennis, that's been a kind of a top 25 program. They haven't been competing for national titles over the last 10-15 years, but just a really solid top 25 program that produces a lot of good talent. Nuno, though, is the one who's just kind of taken them to the next level and kind of showing off for them here, and that is why his coach Matt Roberts is here tonight, wearing the Mississippi State colors as well.
Do they call, when they play each other in tennis, is that called an egg bowl as well, or when they play Ole Miss?
I'd imagine so. drop. Yeah, it's a forehand from Paul that hits off the net and just trickles over. Borges almost falling over the net in the process. It's 15-love. That's very good knowledge. I'm very proud of you.
I only know that, Mike, because Jimmy Arias' wife, Gina, is diehard Ole Miss, and she gets visibly upset.
Oh, really?
If they lose to State. Well, she's visibly upset if they lose to anybody, but especially State.
Serve is good. Return is just long. Yeah, those, I will say, I mean, each school has just a hated rivalry, you know, with one school somewhere.
It's fantastic.
Michigan, Ohio State football is a fantastic one. You've got a lot of really good rivalries through college tennis as well. 30-love, serve good. A lot of the college tennis rivalries, though, are out of conference. We've got a lot of different ones that have kind of formed over the last several years.
TCU and Texas.
That's a very good one. National championship match 1 year ago. Jake Fernley played in that one, along with a guy you know, Michael Braswell.
Longhorns.
40-love here for Tommy Paul, as he did just get his first ace of this set. Much cleaner here in this service game. Serve is just long. That was, matching the biggest of the night for him, 131, although it did miss long, so it doesn't register. Second serve good. Borges forehand middle. Paul goes forehand cross. Borges squash shot up the line. Forehand from Paul back behind him. Forehand cross from Borges will miss just long. Very quick hold there for Tommy Paul, and we'll take that break along with our two players. 2-1. Borges up a break early in the third on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Closing in on midnight, 11:11 local time. Good morning to all of you in Portugal listening here on U.S. Open Radio. It's David McPherson right to my left, and the pusher, Mike Cation, here on the play-by-play.
I found you a new nickname, Mike, and it's not a nickname that you're too fond of.
I'm still a little bit hurt on the inside.
Smarting.
It's Nuno Borges from the near side, 2-1. Third set action. Serve is good. Paul backhand up the line. Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand up the line to a running forehand for Paul. Back up the line. Borges back up the line. Paul has to squash that into the net. 15-love. Beautiful backhand there from Borges.
And it's a shot that I really feel like he looks like he can make repeatedly. Hasn't used it perhaps as much as I think he could have. It's a tough shot to defend the backhand down the line.
Yes, it is. At 15-love here, 2-1 serve for Borges up the tee, just a tad bit long. Second serve here for Nuno, white and seafoam colors. Forehand up the line from Paul, misses by that much. It was interesting, I was kind of watching the dynamic between Paul and his team in the middle of that bathroom break for Nuno Borges. Tommy said to him, I'm just going to chill. Everything's good. We're good. Yeah, that was what he said. And then his entire team, it was Brad Stein, Hugo Armando, his fiancee Paige, they all just gave a fishing motion to say, reel him in now. And it hasn't happened here early in this third. Running forehand for Paul. Borges goes forehand up the line. Backhand slice from Paul lands good. Borges forehand cross. Running forehand for Paul through the middle. Drop shot from Borges. He missed it short again into the net. And it's 30-15, that athleticism on display from Tommy Paul.
Yeah, and the drop shot just hasn't worked so far tonight for Borges. He's left a few of them short. I missed that reel in. All the box did the reel in thing, so it must be a nice little code thing they have for.
He is quite a fisherman. Tommy that's what he loves to do in his spare time. He hits a backhand cross. Borges back into a Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand middle. Paul, that backhand is into the net. Yeah, in fact, in his GQ spread, and yes, Tommy Paul in GQ, the reporter actually went out fishing with him and Paige. Odd to me, but that's okay. We'll let it happen. 40-15 at 2-1. Serve, good. Paul goes forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line. Perfect. Can't get much better than that. Quick hold. 3-1.
At times during this match, Borges has been very effective and lethal with that forehand. That was one of his best forehand down the lines of the match. The ball was out in the doubles alley and he curled it a la Rafa Nadal, except right-handed. Pace with a little bit of swerve. Started on the line and moved inside the line by a foot.
So after creating all those opportunities, he had 6 break chances in the second set, but did Paul. He has only won 2 return points so far in this third set. He serves now 1-3 from the far side. Serve is good. Great return. Paul has to dig out a forehand. Borges, forehand slice in behind it. Lob Paul lands good. Borges throws up a lob. Paul will retreat to the baseline. The lob is good. Paul steps into an overhead. Good into the deuce corner for 15 love.
A nice disciplined play by Nuno Borges. A lot of people always go for the tweener these days when they get pushed back with the lob, and they're 1 out of 100 winning that point. But that's the way we were taught to do it when we, in my day, Mike, when we were kids, like throw that defensive lob way up into the sky and try and get it well beyond the service line. He did everything right and did not get rewarded. Tommy Paul with a very balanced bounce smash to end the point.
I actually know that Brad Stein, instead of teaching tweeners, he teaches like a quick overhead over the left shoulder as opposed to that defensive lob. Second serve for Paul. Will get a forehand, goes inside out, or just run around forehand up the line to a running forehand Paul, or just forehand inside out to a Paul backhand cross. That lands good. Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand middle. Borges rolls a forehand wide into the deuce corner. It's 30 love.
Nice depth from Tommy Paul into the forehand side again. It's definitely been his #1 way of drawing errors from Nuno Borges, is to hit the ball with pace deep into his forehand.
Tommy serving just 4 of 10 in this third set. Serve tee is good. It's like he heard me and he hits an ace.
122 right down the tee. Didn't seem to be trying to muscle it either. Just a beautiful, really fluid service motion. Efficient ball toss, not too high.
Serve tee is a free point off of the return miss. So 2 very fast holds there to get us to 3-2, which gives us some time to talk to Gil Gross in the midst of a 5th set out on grandstand. Gil?
Hey guys, well, we're not very far along in this 5th set because they just played a marathon 1-all game where Tsitsipas actually fended off 2 break points against with 2 excellent backhands down the line. That's often a barometer shot for Tsitsipas, one that he looks for often, doesn't always cooperate with him, but he got a couple to go there, and he now leads in this 5th set 2-1. The U.S. Open, of course, the only major of the 4 that Tsitsipas has never surpassed the 3rd round at.
Interesting to know because that's also, it's a quarterfinal result for Tommy Paul. He has a quarterfinal at all 3 of the other Grand Slams, and this is the one that has eluded him as well. And I wouldn't say necessarily that those 2 game styles, Mac, are anything close to each other.
No, but it is surprising because both should be easily effective on these medium quick US Open courts.
30 love right now for Daniel Altmaier in this 1-2 service game. Just a really nice young man. Is engaged to be married. His fiance that he met in Mexico at some of the events down there. Gets a backhand short. He's a beautiful one-e. It's actually, I would say, more effective than beautiful.
Wow. I mean, he can really rock the one-handed backhand. A little bit like Stan Wawrinka. He can generate a ton of pace on it and loves to take it up the line, as Stanley just would often just unleash that backhand up the line. It's almost impossible to defend.
Let's bring you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. We'll keep you updated. Gil Gross, in fact, will keep you updated on that match over on Grandstand. Also, Amanda Anisimova, 7-6, now 4-2 over Maya Joint, and actually does have another break chance. She just converted, so Amanda Anisimova about to close that one out. 7-6, 5-2 over on Armstrong. Here, inside Ash, Nuno Borges from the far side, serving 3-2, second serve. Paul goes forehand middle. Borges back into a Paul backhand slice. Run around forehand for Borges. Paul running forehand back up the line. Will miss long. It's 15 left.
Another blistering inside in forehand from Nuno Borges. He certainly can be lethal on that side, especially when he runs around it, Mike. I feel like that's been the most damaging part of the court for him. In the backhand court, when he's able to hit a forehand from that region, he's been really deadly.
Yeah, I agree with you, and both of us, as Paul throws up a lob that's not going to get over the net. I think both of us agree that that backhand is so good, but I think he just feels more comfortable dictating with the forehand from that corner.
So, yeah, like whether it's a backhand or a forehand, he's really solid from that part of the court.
Exactly.
I think the game plan against him is clearly to try and hit with some good penetration to the forehand corner of the court as much as possible.
Paul goes backhand cross to a Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand middle. Run around forehand for Borges. Struck well once again. Just a dart thrown there, and game points for Borges.
Yeah, definitely time for Tommy Paul to switch tacks here and to start taking more backhands up the line. He can do it. He owns that shot.
Indeed, he does.
So less cross-court backhands, more down-the-line backhands, and expose that forehand corner.
Serve, Borges through the tee, and a return into the net, and Borges 4-2, and again has only lost 2 points on serve here in this third set. Just looks so incredibly comfortable right now, does Nuno Borges, after dropping that second set in relatively rough fashion. Just 22 minutes in to this third set. Already 6 games in the bag. Just about to hit the 2-hour mark. 1 hour, 59 minutes. Paul serving near side. Serve out wide, good. Ship return. Paul goes backhand cross in behind it. Will get a, no, he won't get anything. That was a backhand that missed well long from Borges. It's 15 love. I got confirmation from the Paul box. What they were telling him was to reel it in. Reel this match in.
Reel the match in?
That's what they were trying to do there.
Okay.
Reel the match in.
The fish has just sort of slipped off the hook here for the moment.
This is one of those marlins that has just jumped above the water and flopping around.
Yep.
Second serve from Paul, good. Borges backhand cross, dug out by Paul. Borges, forehand inside in. Paul digs it out, but will miss his forehand long. 15 all. You a fisherman?
No, absolutely
You actually
not.
like that was a terrible question.
No,
I mean,
actually you're right. It's a fair question. And as a Tasmanian,
yes,
you'd think that I'd be a trout fisherman or know, how to fish in some capacity, but I do not. No patience for it. I prefer my golf.
Okay. Yeah, because you don't need patience in golf at all.
30-15.
Well, that's a good point. But like when you don't really place too much self-importance on what your score is,
That's
Mike,
valid.
then it can be peaceful.
Yes,
That's the trick.
it's a nice afternoon out with your friends.
Out with nature.
Exactly. 30-15 for Tommy Paul. Serve up the tee with the forehand through the middle. Paul, yikes, that forehand was nowhere close to the court, right from the middle of the court. There was some pace on that return from Nuno Borges drawing the air.
Yeah, no, he's lifted a little bit.
He has.
I mean, Tommy's given him a fraction of help, but he's lifted. His forehand's finding its mark. He's serving a little bit better.
2-4, 30 all. Paul near side, serve off the net and long. He's in danger of losing this set right here. Second serve, good. Borges through the middle. Paul has to block a forehand. Borges backhand up the line, running forehand. Paul, Borges, forehand middle. Paul goes backhand middle. Borges backhand middle, run around forehand for Paul. Borges forehand cross. Paul goes forehand up the line. Borges time, backhand cross, misses long. For this set, that was a bad miss.
Yeah, nice point from Tommy Paul. He attacked the forehand corner. Didn't get the error on the forehand, but it did sort of take Borges out of his pattern. And when Tommy hit the forehand up the line, it had him moving a little bit more, and he made the error. So tactically, I think that'd be coming out of the box if I was Brad Stein. I'd be saying, look, let's get some traffic over into the forehand part of the court with some penetration, and that'll lead to some opportunities.
Second serve here. Paul lands good. The return is into the net. So Tommy Paul, there's a little bit of concern on his face here. Serve percentage is just at 50% for this set, and obviously that led to that break early in this game, that sloppy opening game of this third set. Otherwise, it's looked comfortable the last few games, really.
Yeah, he got back on track in that game, and now will be looking to mount a challenge here at the 4-3 game to see if he can get out of Ash here in straight sets. So important to win in 3 or 4 sets if you're looking to make a deep run into the championship, because it just saves fuel in the tank.
Taking a look at our schedule for Ash tomorrow, it'll be a pretty decent lineup on Ash. Dardari and Alcaraz to start at 11:30. Victoria Azarenka, Jess Pegula second on during the day session. Azarenka, is this her last U.S. Open?
Mike, I have one question for you.
Uh-oh.
Do Spanish people even wake up before 11:30? Will Carlos make the match?
That's a valid question. That's a valid
He's been on
question.
at night, I think, in both previous rounds, right? Once at 7 and 1 second from 7. He must look at that 11:30 start and go, goodness gracious.
It's way too early. We'll
Oh,
have to get
Earth,
him
am I
some
gonna make
extra
that?
espresso there. 7 o'clock tomorrow on Ash. Djokovic, Cam Norrie.
Oh, what a ripper.
That could be a fun one, considering Djokovic, some of his struggles through this week so far. And then you and I are going to be here tomorrow night for Taylor Townsend and Mira Andreeva.
Oh, that's a pearler of a match as well. Taylor's such a creative player, the lefty. That'll be a really entertaining match. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, so am I. Shelton, Rybakina, and Raducanu all in action. Sabalenka as well. Taylor Fritz. Tomorrow is going to be a heck of a day here. Day number 6 at the U.S. Open. Borges serve up the tee is an ace. 4th of the night, 1st of this set.
Pinpoint precision, and he serves so often out wide to the Tommy Paul forehand. That was a really clever, well-executed change of direction there.
Tries to go up the tee on the ad side. Hits the net, misses long. Second serve at 15 love. That is good. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand to a Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand up the line. Running forehand. Paul back up the line. Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand middle. Borges run around forehand. Paul goes forehand cross. Borges forehand middle. Paul forehand inside out. Good. Slice back from Borges. Paul run around forehand inside out. Borges backhand up the line. Misses long. It's 15 all.
Good offensive point there from Tommy Paul. Like, he dictated play right from the return. And we've seen that a couple of times when Borges has been stretched, especially wide. He's bailed out somewhat with a low percentage attempt at a down-the-line winner instead of paying the price physically and recovering to the middle.
Feels like this could be the game where Tommy is able to put in just a little bit of a charge here. Serve for Borges, just long. Borges is a perfect 11 for 11 on first serve points in this set.
Big disparity between first and second serve success.
Indeed. Forehand for Borges. Forehand up the line from Paul, looped, and Borges, too much time. He was thinking about it. Misses the backhand up the line. It's 15-30.
2 backhand up the line mistakes there. That one was not as difficult as the first one, so a little bit of a lapse in concentration here, giving Tommy Paul an opening to get back to on serve, possibly in the third set.
15-30, serve good. Paul forehand inside out to a Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand middle, Borges backhand middle. Run around forehand for Paul. Borges backhand up the line. Running forehand for Paul, goes cross. Borges forehand cross lands on the baseline, excuse me, on the sideline, good. Now Borges with an inside out forehand. Running backhand, Paul lands good. Borges yanks a forehand well long, mistimed it completely, and here we go. The first 2 break chances of the set for Tommy Paul.
It's a seesaw affair at the moment. A lot of good tennis, but there have been times when both players have had some unnecessary misses. And this game, it's Nuno Borges' turn to make 3 unforced errors to put himself in a 15-40 hole.
Let's see what Borges can do to get out of this. That was the first serve point, first serve point that Borges has lost in the set. This one is good. Chip return lands just long, so it's 12-13 now.
Quality first serve out wide to the Tommy Paul forehand. Accurate enough to where Tommy had to take a chip return at it. He was too outstretched to control the racket face, and it sailed long.
Second break chance for Paul, 3 of 10 on the night. Borges serve good, right into the body. Backhand Paul, Borges inside out forehand to a Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand middle, run around forehand for Paul. Borges forehand back up the line to a Paul backhand cross. Borges run around forehand, catches the baseline. Now he gets a running forehand cross. Paul goes forehand up the line to a Borges backhand cross. Slice back from Paul. Borges forehand slice to a Paul backhand. Borges backhand up the line to a running forehand. Paul back up the line. Lob there from Borges lands just long, and we're back on serve. A roar from Tommy Paul and this crowd inside Arthur Ashe Stadium as Paul levels us at 4-all.
Spectacular forehand up the line from Tommy Paul. The absolute best one he's done all night. And it took Borges by surprise. I think everyone in the stadium was expecting that to go cross court. He went behind him with pace, flattened out a little bit. That was an inspired shot at a huge time in the match.
Indeed, it was. Inspired game all around there from Tommy Paul. 2 holds away plus a break, and he's into the third round, but some ways to go. Also keeping an eye on grandstand. Altmaier, Tsitsipas on serve. Amanda Anisimova into the third round. 7-6, 6-2 over Maya Joint. I'm sorry, Macca. You're Aussie falling here.
I do not like it when the Aussies lose.
Forehand to forehand we go. Now Borges tracks down a backhand. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand middles into the net. It's 15 love.
A wave of momentum right now with Tommy Paul. Senses the finish line. Little blood in the water. Chum, is that what the fishermen's use? Yes,
that is exactly right.
Break out the
now
fishing
we're starting
terms.
to
Now we're rolling. Let's reel it in.
15 love serve, T, good. Borges short return. Paul goes forehand up the line, in behind it. Volley is perfect. Touch volley there from Tommy Paul to 30 love.
Beautiful approach and dice the volley sharp cross court. He's had his moments of carelessness at the net tonight, but with the finish line in sight, he was really sharp on that one.
Some careless whispers indeed. Serve into the net. Careless whispers?
George Michael.
There you go. Okay. I knew we were going to find some common terms here at some point. Second serve and a return miss. It's a great song.
Yep.
You're not going to give me anything else?
No,
on that?
lovely song. Yeah. Melancholy. Yeah.
It is.
Don't know what it's got to do with fishing, though. I thought we were on the fishing theme.
No, I went with careless. I went with careless.
Okay.
Careless whispers.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to emulate Kevin Skinner, who just brings in as many musical references as possible. Second serve here for Paul, good. Borges backhand cross, slice from Paul, lands on the sideline and good. Now we're running forehand. Borges forehand into the net, and here you go. Tommy Paul shaking that racket as he gets it to 5-4. What a turnaround over the last couple of minutes. Let's get an update from grandstand and our own Gil Gross. Gil?
Hey, Mike. Well, now each man has had break chances. I mentioned Altmaier had 2 early in the set. Tsitsipas just had 1 a couple of games ago, and he shanked a forehand into the stands. Also a couple of big deuce points where Altmaier was able to drill first serves hard into the Tsitsipas backhand return, and Stefanos was not able to make those returns in play, trying to hit over that one-handed backhand. Very hard to do, especially given how close Tsitsipas is to the baseline. That's been a theme throughout his career, is that he has trouble handling the pace into that backhand return at times. So right now in the 5th set, it's Tsitsipas up 3-2, Altmaier serving up 40-15.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. Yeah, that could end up being the final match of the night here.
Who knows? That could go to a tiebreaker in the 5th, and we'll be hearing more from Gil, I hope. That one could have a crackerjack of an ending.
Yeah, absolutely.
Altmaier's a fine player, a big server, a very attractive one-handed backhand himself.
Yeah, he's a fun one to watch. He, listen, it's a very mechanical, as you might expect from the Germans. There's a lot of mechanics in it. It's not necessarily the most fluid, beautiful game, but just so incredibly effective. And one of those guys who grew up on the dirt, but really understood early in his career he needed to play more and more on those faster hard courts so that he could have that better overall game. And I always love those kind of players who just kind of
learn
accept.
to adapt.
Yeah, exactly
versatile.
Right.
Yep.
Inside.
Sounds like he's playing an intelligent, strategical match, as Gil alluded to. He's really making Tsitsipas pass a lot off the backhand and serving with pace into the backhand side.
And don't forget, he does have some pretty big wins in his career over Taylor Fritz, Alexander Zverev, Andrei Rublev, so certainly somebody who can be very dangerous. Inside Ash, it's Borges serving to stay in this match at 4-5. Backhand to backhand we go. Now Paul with the forehand, inside into a running forehand. Borges, backhand cross from Paul. Borges backhand slice into the net. This turnaround here over these last couple of games has been something special. 6 straight points for Tommy Paul. It's love 15.
He's definitely turned on the jets here in the last 10 minutes. Let's see if he can complete the reel in.
4-5, love 15. Borges is at the far side. He's waiting for this crowd to settle. Now ready to go. Serve, tee. Paul with the forehand to a Borges rolled forehand, good. Paul forehand, Borges forehand middle. Paul goes forehand back to that forehand side. Borges forehand crosses into the net. Tommy Paul, 7 straight points, 2 points away.
Every shot Tommy Paul is hitting right now is full of conviction.
Yes.
There's purpose, there's footwork, great body language. He's really hunting the victory here right now.
You hear this crowd start to rise with the young American. Love 30 at 4-5. Borges, serve, tee. Paul with a backhand to a Borges inside-out forehand. Paul backhand cross, Borges backhand middle. Paul slices that back through the middle. Borges forehand cross, running forehand for Paul. Back up the line, Borges inside-out forehand. Paul there, but can't get much string on it. 15-30.
Oh, Tommy would like that decision. He was stretched to his forehand. Had he gone deep and heavy back to the forehand corner, he probably would have stayed out of trouble. Tried to go down the line and find the backhand, but it wasn't accurate enough and gave Borges a chance to hit that big inside-out forehand that has been so successful for him over the night.
15-30, serve into the body is just long. Second serve for Borges. That's good. Paul goes backhand off the baseline and good. Now steps into a forehand. In behind it. Squash shot, Borges. Just wide. Tommy Paul, match points.
Great forehand approach, seized the opportunity, hammered it into the forehand corner and charged in. For a split second, I thought that squash shot pass was going to be a miracle cross-court winner. But it's hard to get the ball to drop when you hit a squash shot, and it just sailed wide of the sideline.
4-5, 15-40. 2 match points for Tommy Paul. Borges again has to pull off of his motion due to some noise up in the crowd. Players are indeed ready. 15-40, serve, good. Paul backhand into the net despite that scream from way up top in Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Oh, yeah, Rowdy found really let out a roar, but it put Tommy Paul's return off, I think, more than the Borges serve. So the New Yorker's plan backfired there to help his countrymen.
30-40, serve, good. Chip return into the net. So 2 match points saved by Nuno Borges to deuce.
Oh, such a disparity between first serve success and second. 79% to 29% for the set, I believe.
That is a 50% difference. Math is not my area of expertise, but that's an easy one. Serve is good, return is short. Forehand Borges, running forehand for Paul, will miss wide. And Tommy actually looked up into the stands where those fans have been.
Yes, boy, that was a big moment. It was such a, from dead quiet, we had a loud sort of scream as Borges served the ball, and it put Tommy Paul's return right off.
And so just keep that in mind, right? Just a couple of opportunities there by the wayside. Backhand return goes cross. Borges digs out a backhand. Paul goes forehand up the line. Running forehand for Borges lanes good. Paul forehand cross is wide. So we play on. 5 games all in this third set.
Wow, that's got to be irritating for Tommy Paul.
Yes.
He had all the momentum. He was locked in. And then that one cruel twist of fate there, being put off by a fan that I think was trying to put off Borges' serve. He yelled out during the service motion, and in effect, it just impacted the return more than the serve.
And just as this reminder, you know, listen, the roof is closed, right? It closed during this match around the beginning of the second set, and it is, you get some echoes inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. The sound is completely changed. Slider serve for Paul, now gets the forehand cross. Borges forehand cross, running forehand looped by Paul. Borges in behind it, swinging volley, lob from Paul, overhead from Borges, Did it catch the...
I believe it did.
Caught the near sideline?
Incredible
Wow.
inside-out smash from Nuno Borges.
What an angle he just took there.
You don't see that every day, and what a momentum change. My goodness, from match over to possibly Borges sneaking ahead in the third set here.
I mean, that was inside the service box. How did he hit that angle? My goodness, he's giggling about it like a schoolgirl after that one. I don't blame him. Love 15 here, 5-all. Paul serving near side, serve good, but it is a let. Tsitsipas has gone up 4-3. They stay on serve, though. It's Altmaier who's going to feel the scoreboard pressure down the stretch in that one. Gil Gross keeping us updated on it. Another first serve coming here for Tommy. Love 15. Serve T. Lob return lands short. Paul inside out forehand, comfortable.
Nicely done there. Good peripheral vision from Tommy Paul. He saw on the put away forehand just a split second before he made contact with his forehand. He noticed that Borges was covering his forehand, so he went inside out for a winner to the backhand. Good composure under duress there.
2 hours and 18 minutes into this match. Paul serving T. Will get a forehand. Goes inside out to a Borges backhand middle. Run around forehand for Paul. He's pushed that one long, hasn't he? Yes, indeed. Not happy with it. A awkward shadow swing from him. Borges has it at 15-30.
Just one of those forehands he overswung a little bit, tried to force the issue. Trying to be aggressive, but just did a little bit too much with the hard swing of the arm instead of the footwork and the body weight.
15-30. Paul serve out wide is wide. And again, you can hear some of those echoes from up in the rafters in Ash right now. Second serve for Paul. Good. Borges goes backhand cross, but short. Paul has to slice it to a Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross to a Borges backhand middle that's in the bottom of the net. Awkward error there from Borges.
Yeah, for such a lovely stroke, he makes the vast majority of his backhands. A few of them have missed by a big margin.
Yeah.
That one was probably below halfway up the net.
Yeah.
So a bit of an inexplicable one there.
And especially at that moment, 15-30, fighting for your life here. Serve is into the net. Borges, second serve return, 5-all, 30-all. Second serve, Paul, good. Borges forehand up the line, running backhand from Paul. Borges in behind that return, puts away the volley. Nuno Borges, who fought off match points in the last, has a break chance here.
Very offensive second serve return there. Just let loose with the forehand down the line. And then diced away a backhand volley. Exceptional dexterity there to a 1-2 punch, a return and a volley. Creating the break point.
Misses his first serve into the tee. Does Tommy Paul. Second serve, good. Borges forehand middle. Paul rolls the forehand inside out. He's pushed it wide. Nuno Borges has broken and will serve for the third set in a moment on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Well, after a break here on Ash, we're also keeping an eye on a break chance over at Grandstand as well for Stefanos Tsitsipas. 3-4, 30-40. So we've got eyes in different parts of the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center here tonight. Nuno Borges about to serve for set number 3. Altmaier just comes up with an ace to fight off a break chance. Deuce now over there. Here in Ash. Borges, 6-5. Serve good. Paul, lob return lands short. Borges inside out forehand. Paul there with the backhand volley. Borges running forehand for Paul. It's good! Just caught the back of the baseline for love 15.
At no point, at no stage in that point did I think Tommy Paul was going to win it, because he was hopelessly out of position, but Borges really hit the volley on the throat of the strings, which stopped the angle and gave Tommy Paul a chance to affect the running pass.
Serve up the tee. Good return there from Paul, who now gets a running forehand back up the line to a backhand Borges. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges digs that out with the backhand. Run around forehand for Paul up the line. Running forehand Borges. Good. Paul forehand up the line to a backhand cross from Borges. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand up the line. Running forehand for Paul. Drop shot from Borges in the ad corner. Paul there. Backhand slice. Just wide. Just wide by the thinnest of margins.
Tommy Paul got there somewhat comfortably, but it was a really creative point from Borges. He moved Tommy Paul to all parts of the court there in a nice little forehand drop shot down the line, cleared the tape. And he's back at 15-all and playing well right now.
Yeah, but his team just saying, hey, let's focus on the first serves very quickly here. Again, Maka has pointed out that huge disparity first versus second. First serve, good. It's an ace. Second of the set, 5th of the night for Nuno Borges, 30-15.
Showing great determination here to come back from 2 match points down. Tough moments for Tommy Paul. It's always so difficult when you squander match points.
That was to the backhand body of Tommy Paul. So we'll have another first serve here for Nuno Borges, 28 years of age, out of Portugal. First serve off the net. This time it will miss wide. Second serve is upcoming. 14 of 33 for the night is Borges. 42% on his second serve. That's good to a Paul backhand cross with some pace. Now Paul steps into a backhand middle. Run around forehand for Borges is into the net. 2 big backhands there from Paul.
He really injected some pace. There might have been a little bit of anger in those backhands, like, you know, I'm just so irate, I'm going to hit out here and try and hit myself back into contention. The extra velocity did the trick and drew the error.
So another huge moment now. 6-5, 30-all, third set. Borges serving, near side, tosses up, serve, long. Crowd needs to settle here for both players. Second serve, good. Paul, big forehand to a Borges forehand rolled to a Paul forehand up the line that misses well long. Oh my. Set point, Borges.
Good offensive return from Tommy Paul. He set himself up for the high forehand, but then that high forehand down the line, perhaps not his favorite. He just forced it.
40-30, serve Borges. Will be a let, trying to go up the tee. Little cutter. Daniel Altmaier did get the hold, 4-all there on grandstand. Another first serve on set point. Out wide, good. And that is going to be a free point. Nuno Borges, from 2 match points down, has forced a 4th set. What a turnaround there. First, the script flipped to Tommy Paul. All the momentum on his side. Couldn't convert those match points with the crowd being way too loud up top. And now here we are about to head into a 4th set.
High drama here late at night at the US Open. Big drama out on grandstand. 4-all in the 5th. Gil, tell us all about it.
Yeah, well, that last Altmaier service game was another really tough one. He faced another break point, and it was another missed return by Stefanos Tsitsipas. And that's been the one thing that's really plagued Tsitsipas in this 5th set. He's gotten into Altmaier's service games, but he's missed way too many makeable returns. Still in it, though, and it's 4 apiece right now. Good start for Tsitsipas in this service game, 30-love.
And Gil, I just, every time I look up, they're showing Stefanos' dad, Apostolos, who has just been so vocal throughout this entire match, and it just doesn't seem like he can stop himself.
No, it's really exactly what you would remember from Apostolos in, before they split. It's between every point, there's just a lot of instructions being shouted Steph's direction.
Yeah, that can always certainly seem uncomfortable. Tsitsipas serving from the far side, a massive tank of a serve out wide, 123 for an ace to get things to 5-4. And listen, you know, every one of the 4 Grand Slams, Macca, just has its own charm. I always, since I was a youngster, you know, the nights here in New York is just how I remember things. I was a teenager when Jimmy Connors, you know, had that incredible deep run. We were on the same bus as his son Brett today.
That's right,
but just
we were.
it's one of those things that's how I always remember things. It's so cool for me personally to be part of night sessions here, but this is what the U.S. Open is all about.
I'll say every year there's a few just incredible matches that are indelible. And of course, the indelible memories of Jimmy Connors. He pulled off so many of those miracles late at night. Used to love to be the night session on Armstrong and just have the crowd in rapture.
I think that's, I'm just guessing, I'm conjecturing here. I think Novak actually asked to play night tomorrow. His match yesterday, during the day session, he was having all sorts of problems with the sun during the day. I think he requested night. I think he enjoys that night session as well.
Probably fair, but Carlos had played 2 night matches.
Yep.
Although I am a little surprised that an 11:30 start.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit unusual for someone who'd been on the late schedule.
Yeah,
it's
that's
got
a
a
good point.
stark change, even though you have a day off.
We're going to stay here on Grandstand. Call a little bit of this one as Daniel Altmaier is serving to stay in this. There are 4 hours and 9 minutes into this 5-set battle. We're going to keep, obviously, an eye as well on the Paul Borges start of the 4th set. But for the moment, all the focus is here on Grandstand. It's Daniel Altmaier, the German, serving far side, serve out wide. Chip return is into the net from Tsitsipas.
Gil, has Tsitsipas been chipping a lot of returns or being more aggressive?
He's been driving, especially on the backhand. He's been trying to drive his returns, which is a questionable choice, Maka, in my view.
Hasn't been too successful.
Way too many missed returns in this 5th set.
Yep. 26-year-old Altmaier, serve is good. Return is long off the backhand wing of Tsitsipas. This is their 2nd meeting at the tour level. They did have a junior meeting as well. Tsitsipas won in 4 sets last year. Roland Garros. Of course, I neglected to mention Altmaier's win over Jannik Sinner a couple years back as well. He has a lot of big names.
Has Altmaier been serve volleying a lot to the backhand, Gil?
A ton.
Serve out wide. In behind this one as well. The volley missed just wide from Altmaier.
That was a beautifully constructed point. A wide swinger out wide. The whole court was open for the backhand volley and stuck it just probably 1 inch wide cross court. But I can see just from these few points that have developed this big, powerful serve volley game is exposing Stefanos's backhand return and backhand pass.
30-15 here for Altmaier. 4-5, 5th set. Tosses up, serve for Altmaier into the net. Was going to come in behind that one as well. Coached by Martin Cuevas now. Paul gets an opening hold on Ash. 2nd serve, Altmaier. Kicker is long. Not surprisingly, was going kicker out to that one-handed backhand. But now Tsitsipas now moves to 2 points from this match.
Let's see if he goes. Of course, if you affect a great wide swinger to the forehand on the juice court, then you can volley it to the backhand pass. So it would seem like a very high percentage play to me. Let's see if he goes there, or if he just goes for the big boomer into the backhand.
3rd double fault to the set for Altmaier. Serve, T, chip return. Altmaier forehand, inside out, in behind it. Backhand, Tsitsipas, volley, Altmaier, running forehand, Tsitsipas. Altmaier there, but the volley is into the net. Stefanos Tsitsipas, match point.
Really high standard. The big serve, a solid block return from Tsitsipas. A pretty fine approach shot into the backhand, but Stefanos came up with a pretty nasty backhand pass to his credit and then tracked down the forehand pass on the next one. A sizzler down the line that Altmaier couldn't quite control the racket face on.
Again, they will have to wait for this crowd to settle. Altmaier ready to go. 30-40, serve. Altmaier serve is good. Tsitsipas backhand return. Altmaier backhand block up the line. Running forehand Tsitsipas. Altmaier inside out forehand. Tsitsipas backhand will sail. Match point save. To deuce we go.
Gee, what a fantastic return from Tsitsipas off that big serve. He did the hard work to get back in the point. And just when I felt like on the stretch he should have chipped the backhand and make Altmaier play another shot, he went for a little bit of a low percentage rip. Tried to come over a ball when he wasn't balanced. That's where Federer for sure would have chipped that ball with a little bit more balance and waited for a better opportunity to come over his backhand.
Fourth break chance that Tsitsipas has failed here in this fifth set. Slider out wide. Altmaier gets forehand, goes inside out. Tsitsipas can't come up with that backhand. It's into the net. And a game point now for Altmaier.
We can just see what Gil's talking about.
Yep.
He's really serving a strategically brilliant match. It's a case of he took Tsitsipas out wide to the deuce court, elected not to serve volley, but really pounced on the first shot, hit it powerfully into the backhand and charged the net.
Serving at about 65% is Altmaier, winning 72% of his firsts, 40% of his seconds here tonight. With the game point from the far side, serve, good, in behind it, backhand volley, running forehand for Tsitsipas will miss wide. We play on. 5 games all. Over on Ash, just keeping you updated over there. It is 1 game all. Paul with a hold to 30. Borges now with a hold to 15. Nuno is stretching out both quads. He also, in the set break, he received some extra electrolytes. It is getting a tad bit humid out there. You wonder if there's some cramping issues for Nuno. It's been a very physical matchup on Ash. So we'll keep you updated there. Tsitsipas now near side, 5 games all, serve into the net. Altmaier has had 2 break chances himself here in this fifth set, has not been able to convert. Second serve, good. Altmaier backhand to a Tsitsipas forehand up the line that is shanked. It's love 15.
Powerful backhand return from deep in the court. That reminds me a lot of the way Stan Wawrinka used to return. He would back up on second serve, but somehow from that far back he could still unleash a mighty backhand strike that could impact the server.
Love 15. Tsitsipas serving for the day 51%. First serve here at love 15 is good. It's an ace. It's number 17 on the night. 83% effectiveness on the first, 48 on the second.
Yes, he definitely, when he makes his first serves, they're big and they're powerful. He created a tremendous angle out wide on that one.
15 all, at 5 all. It's going to be a let.
Stefanos has a little bit of a bad habit on his serve, in my opinion, is he falls away to his left. The ball toss leaks a little left, his body weight falls a little off. That's why I feel like there's a little bit of room for improvement if he ever did fix that.
Certainly just keeping an eye on all those coaching changes. I shouldn't say all those, but just a couple of coaching changes for him over the last couple of years. His second serve is a double. It's a double out wide. First of this set, 11th of the night.
11's a lot. It's a big number. Once again, a player with a higher than necessary ball toss.
Apostolos on his feet, dad/coach yelling at his son in positive reinforcement. Serve, tee, lob return, just short of the net. It's 30 all.
Brilliant change of direction there that time. It was the swinger up the tee and it was quite close to the line, moving away. That was a clutch serve.
It was. 2-1, by the way, over on Ash on serve. Paul, a quick hold to 2-1 to 15. 30 all, 5 all. Tsitsipas, serve, tee is wide by about 2 feet. Second serve here. Man in all black, Tsitsipas. Into the net, it's a double.
Altmaier, when Tsitsipas is missing a second serve, Altmaier's backing up really deep. Gil, has that been his strategy over the course of the match?
It has, and he loves that return because he can take a huge cut off of either wing, and he's got a very heavy ball.
Very Stan Wawrinka-like. He's so good at that play, and he's probably modeled his second serve return game on Stan Wawrinka's game.
for 2 on his chances here in the set. Serve is good. Chip return lands good. Tsitsipas inside out forehands into the net. Daniel Altmaier has broken Stefanos Tsitsipas. 6-5 in the 5th.
And he will, I'm sure, be breaking out a bit of serve volley as he goes to close it out. Gil, what percentage would you say he serve volleyed out there tonight on first serve?
Well, you know, I wasn't here the first 3 sets. I was over on Armstrong for Alexander Zverev's win earlier in the night. Since I got here in the 4th set, I want to say it's about 65% coming in behind the serve, which, by the way, I'm not, that's unexpected for me. Knowing Daniel Altmaier, having seen him play quite a few times, I see him as a guy who actually plays from pretty deep in the court and likes to play those high, heavy balls, defends hard, stays consistent. So I've seen him volley in the past. I know that he's skilled up at the net, but I have not ever viewed him as a serve and volleyer. So credit to Daniel, because I think he looks at this matchup and thinks, look, Stefanos is exploitable in that area.
Yeah, and to answer that question, and this is not going to be completely accurate because, you know, serve and volley points that they show us in terms of numbers are only on points where the return is made. But he has 25 for the match. 11 of them are in this 5th set. So that tells you it's been an adaptation here in this 5th set especially. And so it's about a quarter of the points in this set are serve and volley, but that, again, doesn't account for the missed returns if he was in behind
See if he presses home the advantage here with a lot of serve volleys a la Pat Rafter.
6-5. Altmaier near side serve out wide in behind it, but what a shot from Stefanos Tsitsipas! An angry forehand return launched up the line. Love 15.
Back to the wall kind of return there. It was a pretty good first serve. Tsitsipas was outside the doubles line when he made contact with that, so it basically had to be a winner or he would have lost the point.
Love 15 at 6-5. Altmaier, serve T just long. He's had a lot of trouble on second serves in this set. 6 of 16 for 38%. At the stroke of midnight, second serve, good out wide. Tsitsipas backhand touch volley for Altmaier just over the net. Tsitsipas gets to it. Altmaier jumps, puts it into the ad corner. Holy smokes, how?
It had to be seen to be believed. It was an incredible return from Tsitsipas. Used his legs to fire a backhand down at the toes, and the half volley
that.
Hit the net and was a dead let cord. Tsitsipas, an incredible get to extend the point.
Oh my word.
But then Altmaier just elevated straight up a couple of feet to put away the smash.
The hand skills from both of those guys on that point, ridiculous.
Phenomenal.
15 all at 6-5. Serve Altmaier out wide, stays back at the baseline, gets a backhand, goes cross. Tsitsipas slices it back, off. No, it's just back to the baseline. 30-15.
And that time, Altmaier stayed back on the wide serve. Tsitsipas chipped the return, and Altmaier had to really fire up his backhand there to force the pace, and he did so, answered the challenge.
Yeah, the crowd always seems to get behind Tsitsipas out there on grandstand. 30-15 for Altmaier. He has to wait for this crowd, in fact. Now ready to go with his first serve. Toss goes up. Serve at 30-15. T, good. Short return, backhand from Altmaier. Tsitsipas backhand slice. Lands good. Altmaier has to hit a forehand to a Tsitsipas runaround forehand that he sprays wide, going inside out. 2 match points. Altmaier.
Altmaier is just playing some incredible tennis here. Tsitsipas, an extraordinary stretch return to get a look at that point. And he's normally reliable inside-out forehand, just leaked wide by an inch or two. Double match point.
Altmaier ready. Crowd settles. Match point. Serve out wide, in behind it. Volley. Altmaier's good! Daniel Altmaier! 5 sets and into the 3rd round of the 2025 U.S. Open. 7-6, 1-6, 4-6, 6-3, 7-5. Uh-oh, there's a little discussion here. Tsitsipas is extending the conversation. Altmaier wants none of it. Altmaier says, no thank you, Stefanos. You go sit over there. I'm going to thank this crowd, and I'm the one moving on into the third round.
I wonder if Gil has some context about the animosity there.
Yeah, it was something about an underarm serve, Gil. I don't know if you could hear it, but he said something about an underarm serve.
Okay, that's interesting. I remember seeing one from Daniel. Tsitsipas right now is being booed off of the court. Wow. This was a very energetic and vocal crowd, obviously late into the night on a court filled with grounds pass holders mainly. That's what you would expect. I would also recall that in the fourth set, Tsitsipas had a passing shot that he had options on. It was a short forehand passing shot, and he drilled Altmaier. He went right down the pipe and hit him right in the chest. That's also something that Daniel may not have appreciated.
Interesting. Gil, get ready for your post-match interview. Congratulations to Daniel Altmaier. All right, let's bring you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. We're in the midst of a very long service game right now for Nuno Borges here at 1-2 in the fourth set. Serve is good. He's got a game point right now. Backhand cross, sliced from Paul up the line. It's a drop shot. And the reason he's thrown in a drop shot here is Nuno Borges is cramping. I can't tell you how bad, but it is his left quad that is causing some problems right now. So deuce now, deuce number 3. Serve, Borges out wide. Paul with the forehand up the line. Backhand cross from Borges. Lob from Paul will miss long.
Really positive strike from Nuno Borges there. It was a good first serve out wide, creating that open court. And he drilled the backhand cross court to set up game point.
Okay, so serve for Borges up to T. Backhand up the line to a Paul forehand off the net and back onto his side. So it's 2-all.
2 games over, full sets.
Tommy Paul looking a little frustrated. Borges was the beneficiary of a dead let caught at deuce earlier in the game. That time the ball slammed into the tape but came back on Tommy Paul's side. So he's feeling the inequity there in the luck of the net cord bounce.
All right, 2-all. Paul's at the far side right now. Serve, T just long. Second serve for Tommy. Good. Borges back into a Paul forehand up the line. Catches the baseline and good. Lob Borges misses wide.
Mike, how impaired do we think Nuno Borges is with this cramping?
Yeah, it doesn't seem extensive yet. But it definitely, I can sense that he's not 100%.
He's feeling it. It's been a lot of grueling physical points, which we anticipated.
Serve into the net from Paul. Again, if you're joining us late, this is a fourth set. Second serve is good. Paul will get a backhand, goes cross. Borges backhand up the line, running forehand for Paul middle. Borges forehand up the line, in behind it, backhand Paul. Touch volley is perfect from Nuno Borges for 15-all.
And he took the ball up the line early on the backhand there, and I think probably we're going to see a lot of that. If he's having any issues with cramping, he's going to go down the line more, get to the net more, make the points shorter, and that can work sometimes because you're just playing so loose and free. You know you have to be assertive, you have to be decisive, and at least to a certain extent that can be a help.
Serve is good. Lob returns, going to miss long. Yeah, it's his 6th time up at the net here in this set, so he's already having to increase that and try to end the points just a little bit more. And yeah, I mean, he's got the hand skills.
He is wincing, as I see now, though. I feel like he is somewhat uncomfortable.
Is up, serve is long from Paul.
And in this situation, Tommy Paul must stay aggressive. If your opponent is wounded a little bit or struggling with the cramps, you don't want to hit the ball right to them. You don't want to play too safe. You've got to keep them on the move.
From Paul, Borges there with a volley, running forehand for Paul. Oh my! Little banana action there from Tommy Paul with the forehand on the run. Yikes, that was good. Game points for Tommy at 40-15.
Tommy has the ability to curl that forehand.
Yeah.
That passing shot started in the doubles alley for a split second, but by the time it landed, it had just curled inside the line. Whew. Vicious whip.
A little bit of hop and a jump there as
Curled
well.
around the side of the ball, and a glorious forehand passing shot.
Serve T is netted. The best part is he struck it, he knew, and he didn't even look to see it bounce. Second serve here for Paul, good. Borges through the middle. Paul back in cross. Borges tracks down a backhand cross. Paul backing up the line, catches the baseline, and good. He gets a forehand now, goes cross, but he misses that wide.
Just pulled the forehand slightly too far across court, but I like what he's doing. He isn't going into his shell here. He's really trying to press home the advantage, make sure he keeps Nuno Borges on the move, maximizing the impact that the cramps may have.
Still a game point, but now 40-30. Serve netted. Here in the set, again, a little bit of a struggle as it was in the third set as well, serving just a shade above 50%. Second serve, good. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand middle. Borges backhand up the line, running forehand for Paul. Can't curl that one back. Now we're at deuce.
That backhand down the line's doing some damage. We didn't see too many backhands down the line from Borges in the early going. It was a very patient cross-court game for a long while. But I feel like we're going to see a lot more here down the stretch. It's starting to be a successful pattern.
And it also looks like he's taking a little bit extra risk, maybe because, again, the physical fitness is not where it needs to be at the moment. 2-all, fourth set, deuce. Paul serve is good. Return is even better. Oh my, smoke show from Nuno Borges. Cross-court return winner, break chance, Borges.
Tommy Paul was attempting to stretch Borges wide there to the forehand, but he missed his spot by a large margin, and it was a sitting duck as Borges torched it cross court.
Serve net and long, just over the head of Nuno Borges. Second serve, good. Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand middle. Paul backhand cross. Borges has to slice that backhand. Run around forehand for Paul. Borges digs out a backhand, but it's going to miss long. Great depth on that inside-out forehand to draw the air. We're at deuce.
It really was. Brave way to save that break point from Tommy Paul. Really rifled the ball deep. Didn't give Borges any time to really adjust his feet. A huge point in this fourth set.
5-minute game in this one. Again, Paul winning the first two sets. Borges stealing the third, fighting off 2 match points in the process. Serve, Paul, good. Borges forehand up the line. Slice from Paul. Borges running backhand to a Paul forehand cross. Squash shot Borges. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul goes forehand up the line. Stays back at the baseline. Now gets a forehand cross and he's yanked it wide. Probably could have moved in behind that forehand. Chose not to. Pays the price.
I do feel like Tommy Paul probably could transition more than he does. Like, he's a great counterpuncher. This is a situation where there was a dozen more points left out there tonight where he could have advanced to the net.
Yep.
Just, as great players, you're always looking for little ways to improve. I know Sinner and Alcaraz and Djokovic are always just thinking about how can I get 1% better.
Or Coco Gauff, who's looking to get 25, 30% better. Adapting her serve on the fly. Second serve, Paul, break point down. Oh, what a woeful return there from Nuno Borges. Couldn't get his body out of the way. Feet didn't move the way he needed them to. We're back at deuce.
Obviously a critical game.
Yeah.
I mean, especially for Borges. Like, he's the one hampered. If he could somehow find a way to break for 3-2, it would give him hope that maybe he can stay alive here.
Serve, Paul, netted. Back to 50% for the set, 11 of 22. Second serve, good. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line, and he hits that into the net.
Borges really hitting out on his shots. And Tommy's having a conversation with his coach, Brad Stein. For once, Tommy's the one doing the talking, and Brad didn't say anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, that wasn't a conversation.
No.
That was a monologue.
Yeah.
Third chance here for Borges. First break chances of this set for either player, these three. Serve, Paul. Will be a let. Just going kicker out wide. Try this first serve again. See if he goes T this time. He does, and that gets a service winner off the forehand side of Borges, back to deuce.
Tommy Paul really thundered that one down. Clocked in at only 120, but it just seemed like he really let it loose. Rush Borges to the forehand side.
That was the fourth deuce now. Paul, serve, out wide, Borges forehand to a Paul, rolled forehand middle, Borges inside out forehand to a Paul backhand middle, Borges inside in forehand, lob from Paul, Borges overhead from no man's land, good, Paul backhand up the line, volley, Borges, Paul there but can't come up with it, Paul's on the ground. That could have been an ankle, we'll have to see here. He picks himself up. It's going to be a break chance. We're going to get another look at it here on our monitors. We want to make sure that that ankle didn't roll. Ooh, it did just a tad bit. And a reminder, that's the left foot. That's the one. Ooh, yeah, that looked rather painful. Break point number 4 here. We've got Gil Gross with Daniel Altmaier in a second. Break chance here, serve out wide. Borges through the middle, Paul forehand is yanked wide. So Nuno Borges breaks to 3-2, and we're going to break over to grandstand as Gil Gross has Daniel Altmaier. Gil?
Fresh off of his win over Stefanos Tsitsipas out here on grandstand. Daniel, congratulations. Terrific performance. You've played 10 sets already through 2 rounds. You've been on court for about 9 hours. Incredible display of fitness. How's the body feeling?
We will see in a couple of hours now. Honestly, the best thing is to recover as fast as possible. I think I need to get back as soon as possible to the locker to really get some energy back. And let's see. For the moment, you know, the adrenaline is high. You don't feel the body too much. We know that. I know that from experience. So let's keep rolling.
We won't keep you too long. Serve and volley. You started doing it more and more as the match progressed. Did you just figure out that it was working and you stuck with it?
Yeah, I think after the 4th set, I really had to be changing something. I started to feel physically a little bit weaker, let's say, and I felt like he was comfortable, so I needed to change something, and that's fine. It worked out, and I think that's also part of tennis, you know, switching strategies is something important to have.
Yeah, it was very admirable, and you did it so well. Can you tell us about the exchange at the net between yourself and Steph?
No, I don't want to say nothing. I think at the heat of the moment you can say things that you maybe don't mean. So let's see if it's settled down. He's going to comment on that. If not, let's see. But I don't want to judge that because I think that sometimes you can say stuff which you don't mean. So let's see. You know, I said better to don't comment and don't keep talking because we all knew that it's just going to be confrontation and it doesn't make sense.
I respect that a lot. All right, get some rest. Congrats. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Gil. Yeah, I appreciate
classy
him handling
stuff
like that. That's
classy
well done.
Stuff. Although we would have liked the gossip.
We do like some tea. We do like some tea.
I think it had something to do with an underhand serve that Tsitsipas took offense to. He said that at the net, but I mean, we've seen Bublik does it every match,
Yeah,
so
I
I don't
know.
know why it would be so offensive.
Nuno Borges in control now of this 4th set while just suffering a little bit of a cramp. He's at the far side right now. 3-2 in this 4th set, down 2-1. Already 1 comeback from 2 sets to love down in this year for him. He gets a forehand return error out of Tommy Paul. It's 15 love.
Tommy Paul was clearly unhappy when he was broken there. A little bit of a conversation with his box. Very frustrated.
Can return to a Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand middle. Borges backhand middle. Paul backhand up the line. Running forehand from Borges will miss just long. It's 15 all. A little after midnight, 12:17 local time. Great to have you along for the ride, whether You're listening on US Open Radio, watching the YouTube stream here tonight. Serve, good. Paul backhand inside out to a running forehand Borges. That's into the net. 2 errors here, 1 forced, 1 unforced, 15-30.
Yes, Borges, I think, is just going for more and more as the match goes on, as he's feeling his body perhaps weaken. And to a certain extent, it's worked. He's gotten himself a lead here by being aggressive, but with that comes risk as well.
Serve off the net and wide. Gets behind the ball crew as well, so he might pause. No, he doesn't. Goes right into it. Second serve, good. Paul forehand to a Borges backhand up the line. Paul rolls the forehand to a Borges forehand up the line. Backhand from Paul. Borges inside out forehand misses well long. 2 chances for Paul, who's 4 of 13 on the day.
Both ground strokes in that rally, Borges went up the line, and that you go up the line when you're looking to be offensive and take some risk. I think it's clearly that his decision-making process is based on how his legs are feeling.
Serve, tee, well long. 3-2, 15-40. Second serve for Nuno Borges. That's good. Paul, forehand middle. Borges, inside in forehand. Running forehand for Paul up the line. Backhand cross from Borges. Paul, backhand up the line. Running forehand from Borges. Paul, forehand cross. Borges, sprays that one into the doubles alley, trying to hit the forehand up the line. And Paul looks to his team and says, right now, right now. He's got it to 3-all.
Good job by Tommy Paul. He didn't play too passively there on the break point. He moved Borges from side to side, eventually forcing the error with that cross-court forehand that we've talked about previously. It's a really quality shot into that forehand corner that's probably been Tommy Paul's most successful ground stroke tonight.
I really want to compliment Paige Lorenz's shawl that she's got on right now. It's gotten cold out there.
That's a good Wordle.
Macca, you can't do that when I'm about to call a point. We're in the midst of a forehand train, and Borges misses his forehand just long. It's 15-love. Why do you do this to me?
Tommy Paul just trying to get this Portuguese salt cod in the boat right now, but Borges fighting hard to escape.
15-love, sir. It's an ace. It's a 10th ace for Paul.
It's a nice swinger tee as Mike tries to shake off my little dig there. Beautiful swinger tee. Borges unable to reach it. Tommy Paul, little momentum now. 30-love, 3-all.
Serve for Tommy up the tee is well long. The echoes in that stadium right now. Second serve for Paul. That's good. Borges backhand up the line is into the net. Game points here for TP.
Certainly the energy level, the health level of both players, it seems to be in favor of Tommy Paul.
No
he
doubt.
looks really fresh, really strong, keen. He was a little irritated 10 minutes ago, but I feel like physically he's feeling pretty close to 100%. Nuno Borges definitely looks well below 100% healthy right now.
Well, the man who gets the credit for that, Franco Herrero, in the front row right now, has to be very, very happy to see this big advantage. Backhand return from Borges. Paul slices a backhand up the line, and Borges doesn't even move for it. Completely fooled, expecting that backhand to go cross. We're going to take a break. Tommy Paul has the lead, 4-3 on serve here in the fourth on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, David McPherson, bringing you home here tonight. We'll see if we get to 1 o'clock here in the morning in New York. It will depend on the man who's about to serve. Nuno Borges about to serve 3-4. Up a break just a couple minutes ago. It is gone by the wayside. Gets a chip return to a Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand to a Borges inside out forehand. Paul backhand slice up the line. Borges running forehand to a Paul running forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges digs that out with a backhand. Catches the baseline and good. Now Borges with a backhand middle. Paul inside out forehand to a Borges backhand cross on the sideline. Paul forehand now gets a forehand, goes inside in. Borges running forehand. That one is finally yanked wide. He hit 3 lines in that point. Still loses the point. It's love 15.
Tommy Paul is really made of stern stuff here. He didn't panic when the momentum shifted against him. Really coming on strong now. 4-3 up. Love 15.
Again, it's been the left quad that's been cramping for Nuno Borges. From the near side, serve is good. Forehand return from Paul, misses long. 15-all.
Yes, his first serve has really dropped off.
Yeah.
So that's one of his few good first serves he's made here in the latter stages with the quad issue.
15-all serve, wide, chip return lands good. Borges forehand up the line to a Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross misses long. 30-15.
And that one would really be frustrating to Tommy Paul. Missed it by about 2 inches long. Just trying to go solid cross court. Certainly a ball that he's not accustomed to missing.
Serve, good. Paul forehand middle, good. Borges forehand to a Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul goes forehand up the line to a running backhand. Borges back up the line. Paul loops a forehand to a Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand middle. Paul goes forehand inside into a Borges forehand up the line. Slice back from Paul into the net. Game points, Nuno Borges.
Once again, Borges taking the opportunity to go down the line. That time it was off the forehand side. Caught Tommy Paul by surprise because he was expecting a cross court. Tommy moved a little bit gingerly to that backhand, actually.
He did.
I mean, that's
I'm a little nervous
him.
about that fall with the left ankle, left foot. Again, that was the one that was hurt just a couple months ago. Game points, Borges. Serve T long. Second serve, Borges. Good. Paul backhand up the line. Borges digs out a backhand to a Paul. Backhand cross. Borges digs that out with a backhand. Paul, backhand cross. Borges there. Volley. Paul, yes. Absolutely. 40-30.
Tommy had to cover a little bit of court there to get to that volley, so that's an encouraging sign. He approached cross court, which opens up a down the line pass. Fortunately for him, Borges wasn't quite able to get full power on that stretch backhand pass. And Tommy Paul was quick enough to close down the line for the forehand volley winner to stay in the game.
Borges with a big smile on his face. I think he is appreciating the moment, even if his body is not quite there 100%. He gets a 3-point off of that serve. One of those guys who understands, right? You've got to give everything you have. There's some times when your body might not get there. Your brain has to do a lot more work, and that's where Nuno Borges is right now as he gets it to 4-all.
And that happens so often in college tennis where you may be physically so shot, but you want to get home for your teammates, for your school. So Borges is used to digging deep, even when he's tired.
Yeah, he did an interview with my friends at the Changeover podcast, and he was talking about that. He said sometimes your body in the 4th, 5th set, you just have to find a way, even if your body says, I can't go anymore. It was really interesting. I want to make sure I give a good shout out to the Changeover podcast. Jody McGinley and Andrew Roberts doing some really good work. Guys who play doubles at the Futures and Challengers level. So you get a lot of really good stories there. Second serve for Paul. Borges goes backhand inside out to a Paul forehand cross. Borges there, digs out a forehand to a Paul forehand, back up the line. Slice from Borges. Paul there with a volley, and it lands good.
Once again, Tommy Paul really covering the net well, so I feel like he's still got plenty of explosiveness in the tank. That's twice he's had to really stretch to cover the net, and he's done so with aplomb.
And he really slid into that volley, so Looks like we're seeing some positive signs, hopefully, on that left foot. 15 love, 4 all, serve good. Chip return lands good. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand through the middle. Paul backhand into the net. That was some pace from Borges into the body. 15 all.
Every time he's getting set with his legs, Borges is unleashing a big shot down the line. He knows that he needs short points. He knows going down the line's the way to get them. And he's certainly not holding back.
His bathroom break was after the second, correct? So he would have theoretically a bathroom break after this one if he needs it. Serve out wide, chip return. Paul backhand cross. Borges there running backhand cross. Paul drop shot, good. Borges there, puts it into the deuce corner, running forehand. Paul missed wide, tried to go up the line.
The down the line was open on the forehand curl pass. Tommy was just a little bit concerned that Borges was going to be able to get back and cover it, so he just cut it a little bit fine. This time he misses the down the line pass, just wide. Anxious moments at 15:30.
Borges 1 of 4 on break chances. Paul 1 of 1 in this 4th set. Paul serving good. Borges up the line long. 30 all.
Wasn't a particularly accurate serve from Tommy Paul. It can come in and out at that tee serve. We have seen some good ones that have gone very close to the line. I guess I'm a bit spoilt coaching John Isner, where he would paint the ball within 2 or 3 inches every single serve.
Serve for Paul, netted. It's a big second serve here. Paul, 30 all, good. Borges goes forehand middle. Paul rolls a forehand cross that misses long. It's a break chance for Nuno Borges.
Just a little bit of consternation here. Tommy Paul and Brad Stein, a little bit of a conversation. Brad saying something to him, but with hands cupped, I can't make out what it was.
You're a very good lip reader, but not when the lips are covered.
Not Superman.
That makes it challenging. You're a Superman in my heart. Break chance. Paul, serve tee. Borges forehand up the line. Running forehand for Paul. Borges there. Inside out forehand. In behind it. Backhand Paul. Touch volley. Good. Nuno Borges. As Paul screams at his team, Borges gets it to 5-4. He's going to serve for the 4th set in a moment on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, David McPherson, taking you deep into the night. We said at the beginning of this one, Macca, that we thought this was one of those matches that goes 4, 5 sets, and now we find out if it goes to a 5th. Nuno Borges, he's going to serve for it here.
It's been a remarkable effort because he's been feeling the quad. We know it's worked for him in a way, though, because it's really made him extra aggressive. He's gone down the line more. He advanced to the net and stuck a volley for the winner there. So Tommy Paul just changing rackets, ball change. And
it looks like,
he was so irate at the end of last game, he forgot that it was a ball change. And then that's his pattern of play. Every time there's a ball change, he changes a racket.
And knowing Tommy, he did just apologize to Nuno for an extra delay there. Said, that's on me, my bad. Serve good, chip return up the line. Borges goes backhand cross, Paul backhand middle. Run around forehand for Borges, Paul backhand up the line, Borges running forehand cross. Now we'll get a forehand, goes inside out, Paul running backhand cross, Borges backhand cross, Paul backhand cross, Borges backhand middles into the net. Love 15.
Excellent opening point of this game by Tommy Paul, steadying the ship, very consistent, covered a lot of ground there, refused to buckle. He's going to ask the hard questions here from Borges. Are you clutch enough? Are you still fit enough to serve this fourth set out?
15, serve is into the net. You know, it's funny, I'm looking at some of the numbers here. The numbers all favoring Tommy Paul, and yet he's losing the set right now. Through the middle with the return, Borges inside out forehand. Paul goes back in cross, sliced from Borges. Paul goes inside in with a running forehand from Borges. Paul back in up the line. Borges digs out a forehand. Paul forehand up the line, running backhand from Borges. Good. Paul has to slice the backhand. Borges inside out forehand to a Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand middle. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand up the line, running forehand from Paul. Borges yanks that forehand well wide. It's love 30.
Super job of Tommy Paul. Playing tough, playing consistent, but then once again, he added a little juice there to that cross-court forehand, drawing the forced, semi-unforced error there from Borges, hitting the forehand off the back foot.
Borges has won 2 of 9 second serve points. He has 8 winners to 14 unforced errors, and he's the one serving for this set. It's pretty remarkable, and again, I think some of it is the returning as big as he's going right now, and I think that's made such a huge difference. 5-4, love 30. Serve is just long. Sometimes numbers don't tell you the whole story.
Well, this is a huge second serve point right here.
That second serve is good. Paul rolls the forehand through the middle. Borges inside out forehand. Paul there with a backhand cross. Borges slices a backhand to a Paul backhand up the line, running forehand Borges. Paul goes forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line. He's pushed it wide and long. 3 chances for Tommy Paul, 1 for 1 so far in the set.
We're just grimacing a little bit, but I thought he was going to double over for a second there, but he's walking it off. Still got a little bit of juice in the tank, but Tommy Paul really threatening here. Love 40.
Waiting about 8 feet behind the baseline. Borges serve into the body is long. It's closer to Tommy than the service line. Second serve, good. Paul backhand cross, Borges backhand through the middle, and he just launched it long and immediately tries to stretch out his left quad. 5-all.
High quality return from Tommy Paul there. That was a good second serve, but Tommy got a really sharp angle cross court on the backhand return, something he does so well. Borges saw a little bit of a glimmer of hope to go for a backhand winner down the line, but could not pull it off. And was broken at love. Now Tommy Paul needs to turn the screws here and hold his own serve.
Topsy-turvy back half of this set. 4 breaks in the last 8 games. Serve is good. Borges forehand to a Paul forehand up the line. Backhand cross from Borges. Paul digs it out. Now a runaround forehand for Borges. Same for Paul. Borges, what a shot from the deuce corner. It's an incredible forehand cross for a winner. It's love 15.
It's a tricky decision for Tommy Paul, like how to play this match right now. He knows his opponent's feeling it a little bit.
Yeah, he's having to adjust to a much more aggressive and offensive Nuno Borges right now. And he doesn't know how to attack it. Serve is good, return through the middle. Forehand for Paul. On the run is Borges up the line. Paul digs out a backhand through the middle. Borges backhand to a Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul has to squash shot that back. Borges inside out forehand. Paul backhand cross. Borges forehand up the line. Running forehand for Paul and short. Borges inside in forehand back behind Paul. And Tommy looks at his team and says, what do I do right now?
Yeah, I think he's something about the tactical advice here in the 4th set from Brad Stein hasn't worked out, it seems like to me. So Tommy's that's always a tough thing as a coach. You know, how much input do you give during the match? And if it doesn't work out, even though maybe it was logical advice, that can unsettle a player.
Yeah.
Possibly that's what's going on here. Tommy's looking a little perplexed.
5-all, love 30, 4th set. 2 sets to 1 lead for Tommy Paul, who serves into the net. Long pause before this second serve, which is good. Borges forehand middle. Paul digs out a backhand. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul digs that out with a backhand. Borges backhand up the line. Running forehand. Paul is going to be yanked wide. 3 chances for Borges.
I think the bottom line here is Borges has really lifted his aggression, as you just stated, and it's like he's playing a different player.
Yeah.
And he's really rattled right now, for lack of a better word.
He actually just looked at his team and said, give me something. I don't know that they have necessarily, I mean, this is such a different tactical approach from Borges that I think Paul and his team are flummoxed. 3 chances. Paul serve, net, long. Second serve, good. Borges backhand to a Paul, backhand up the line. That lands good. Paul, forehand cross. Borges, forehand cross. That misses long. And a swat at that ball from Paul. Angry swat.
Yes, it's hard to calm down in the heat of battle, but I think Tommy really does need to understand that Borges is going for a lot on his shots right now, and there are going to be more winners hit against him. He's got to just maintain his quality of shot and just go with the flow a little bit. If he's solid enough, fast enough, he'll get home, but he's going to have to ride the bumps.
The line with the forehand, running back in from Borges, tries to curl it around, can't quite do it. 2 break chances saved, a third to come at 30-40.
Nice wide serve, which if you can get that first serve wide on the juice now, that's a good play because it opens up the opportunity to run your fatigued opponent to the open court, and that's what he did there. If he could get a big kicker out wide, perhaps, and run him to the forehand, that would be a high percentage play in my mind.
Serve out wide, tried to go flat wide, just missing long. Second serve for Tommy, and it's a double. It's a double, and Borges makes it 3 straight breaks for the second time. Nuno Borges will serve for the set. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, at the bench, Nuno Borges trying to take in as many electrolytes and a banana as is possible in the span of a minute. He has not taken what is available to him for cramping treatment. It is available during those changeovers, the 60-second changeovers. You can get cramping treatment there on the left quad. He's chosen not to, maybe saving those for the 5th set, which he could get to right now. Serving for it. 6-5, serve out wide, chip return. Borges forehand inside out. Paul with a running backhand that lands good. Borges forehand to a Paul backhand off the net and back onto his side. 15-love.
15-love.
So 15-love here for Borges. Serve up the tees wide. Second serve here for Nuno. That is good. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand middle. Borges backhand middle. Paul with the forehand to a Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand. Borges backhand cross. Paul with a backhand on the run. I think Borges broke a string there. He did. He won the point with a broken string, Macca.
And he wisely charged the net knowing that his string was broken, a tactic that he hasn't employed very much. And it worked. Tommy Paul was forced to go for a sharp angle passing shot and left it short in the net. Ooh, I did hear that.
Stop acting like a baby, says Brad Stein. Wow. Wow. 6'5", 30 love. Serve. Long. Yikes.
Pointed
Macca,
advice.
I'm gonna need you to talk to me on that one. This is gonna be a double from Borges. Sometimes you have to show tough love.
Yeah, no, I've been there.
Yeah.
I've been there. I mean, you have to snap your player out of being petulant sometimes, and Tommy is looking over too much. He's looking for answers that are right there in his own mind. So I really do agree with Brad Stein in this instance. He's trying to snap Tommy back into a positive state of mind.
15-second serve. It's another double for Borges. Two of them back to back.
Just as he had the fourth set in his fingertips, a couple of double faults give Tommy Paul a second life here, perhaps.
Serve. Borges netted. 5 straight missed serves. Second, Borges, good. Paul, forehand middle. Borges, forehand inside into a Paul forehand slice. Borges in behind a forehand, backhand pass from Paul. Misses by the thinnest of margins. Oh my.
It was a very good looking stroke. He absolutely ripped it cross court, just wide by an inch. But interestingly, Tommy has just put his head down and back to business. Hopefully what Brad said there will snap him out of his funk.
Tommy Paul has won 2 more points in this set, and yet it's set point Borges.
It's been a very frustrating fourth set for Tommy Paul.
Serve, Borges, tee just long. Second serve here for Nuno. Good, Paul, backhand middle, Borges, forehand, inside out to a Paul, backhand middle, Borges, inside out, forehand, Paul, run around forehand, looped, Borges forehand to a Paul, running forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line, in behind it, backhand Paul, volley, Borges, perfect. Nuno Borges has forced a 5th. Remarkable stuff from the man from Portugal, and a decider is upcoming. 7-5 in the 4th, and you're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, for the moment, you are left with Mike Cation and David McPherson, because I got to tell you, folks, here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, there are no players on the tennis court right now. Not a single one.
We're manning the ship, Mike.
And they're playing John Denver.
Oh, bless his heart. My favorite all-time artist right
Get
there.
out of here.
I'm serious, he is.
You have no
My
room to
parents
insult me
raised
ever
me
again.
on John Denver.
Okay, I'm going to
down
give
in
you a little bit
Tasmania,
there.
Australia.
Yeah.
And actually, in Australia, they play this song up in Brisbane when the Brisbane Lions, one of the best Aussie football teams, one of their stars kick a goal. They play this song every goal.
Okay.
So this song is ingrained in my brain well and truly.
As somebody who doesn't follow the Premier League, I
No,
do
this
know
is-
the
oh,
tune.
sorry.
Right, I know. I also know this tune, not the actual song, not the lyrics. It's also used in the Premier League.
Oh, wow. How about that? I didn't know that. Well,
Yeah,
thank you for educating
I'm
me on
sure
that.
somebody on the YouTube stream is going to say, why does that idiot not know the Premier League? And it's, I don't know, Tottenham or something along those lines. But yeah, I'm probably going to get yelled at.
I'm not much of a soccer fan,
Football.
so...
Say football.
Football.
Yes, thank
football. No, I can't give them that. I won't give them that. I'm Australian. It's not football, it's soccer.
Yeah, but you have footy.
Yeah, we have
It's
we have
footy.
Yep. Fair enough. Wow, what a incredible match we're witnessing. Two
Yeah.
sets all now. We thought Borges was impaired to the point where this match the die was cast, but then he found another gear of resilience, and Tommy Paul had his emotions just bubble over the top there, and I think he's reined them back. I think he will rein his emotions back in for the fifth. He's too much of a consummate professional to let this whole match go away, but he certainly had his emotions get the better of him in the fourth set.
I'm going to just go back quickly to the music. I know you're trying to keep us focused on the tennis, but for our DJ tonight, going from John Denver to Culture Club is one of the wildest transitions I think I've ever heard in my life. That is a wild transition.
I guess it's a happy tune, though.
I mean, it is.
Take Me Home Country Roads is a happy song, makes you feel good. And then, what's the Culture Club song?
Karma Chameleon.
Yeah, it's got a happy vibe.
It does.
They've got that in common.
They don't mesh. They don't blend well.
John Denver and Boy George, just slightly
little
different
different.
individuals.
Little bit
give you
different
that, Mike.
people.
I'll give you that, Mike Cation. You've said a lot of intelligent stuff tonight, but that might take the cake
Thank you.
there.
Thank you. Nuno Borges, we've hit a point now where he actually had to get some extra shirts. So he and Tommy Paul's actually breaking out a new hat. Nuno Borges so he went and got the shirt from his team, it appears, and then had to ask Renaud Lichtenstein, our chair umpire, for scissors to cut off the tag. I mean, that's where we're at here, 3 hours and 24 minutes into this matchup.
I don't know why they didn't pack more shirts. They should have known they were in for a five-setter.
We said it at the beginning of this match.
It's second match on at night. They're evenly matched players. It's obvious that this was going to go 5 sets.
So Tommy Paul adjusting the new cap, as always, puts it on backwards. It is what we call in the States a trucker cap, the mesh in the back.
I don't think I've ever seen Tommy Paul with a hat on forwards, have you? Maybe.
You know what?
Not
I posted a pic. Yeah, not on court. I posted a picture of him on Instagram today when I interviewed him several years ago with a hat on forwards.
Oh, so it's been done.
If you want to follow me, you're certainly welcome to do that. Mike C. Tennis. Not advocating that I need more followers. Tommy Paul's going to be serving from the far side to get the proceedings started here in this fifth and final set. Serve good. Borges forehand middle. Paul goes backhand cross, catches the line. It's good. Now a backhand slice from him. Borges inside in forehand from the ad corner. Now gets a forehand, goes inside in again. Paul rolls the forehand up the line to a Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backing up the line is sprayed wide. 15 love.
And attempted another down the line winner there from Borges. And those down the lines and those net forays were successful in the fourth. It kept him in the match. It's going to be very difficult to sustain that for another whole set. It's high-risk tennis that he's trying to pull off here.
Serve is good. It is often tough for somebody like that to play that high-risk tennis for 2 sets in a row. That can be very challenging. Serve good, return up the line. Winner, Nuno Borges. Again, the return side is where he really turned things around in that fourth set.
In the first 2 sets, Tommy Paul was able to serve to the Borges forehand without much punishment. He was much more conservative, but it seems like he's taking every forehand returned opportunity to really go for it now and do damage. And there's another one right there. It was a pretty good first serve wide to the forehand. Borges just levels out and just smacks it deep and hard and draws the forced error from Tommy Paul.
As big as he can get to the biggest target right at the feet of Tommy Paul.
I think the kicker wide on the ad is a great play for Tommy Paul because he can't get hurt off it and he can impose some running to Borges after that kicker wide.
Went flat into the body, gets a forehand, goes inside out. Borges backhand up the line just a tad bit wide. He wants to have a look at it, the close call, and it says indeed it misses by maybe a centimeter or so. 30 all in this opening service game in the fifth. Big spot early. Serve into the body. Backhand for Paul goes cross in behind it. Borges backhand is into the net. I think we need to see Paul moving forward a little bit more here in this fifth.
I thought that was a really smart first serve because if he goes wide, he knows that Borges is going to go for the slap winner. So that's dangerous. Going body totally hampers his ability to get hurt, and then he attacked the first shot. Really smart.
Serve into the body again, gets a free point out of it. That's a very interesting adjustment here from Tommy Paul.
2 body serves in a row from 30 all to get that hold. It stopped Borges from swinging away and possibly getting lucky and taking the break there. I'd love to know if that was all Tommy just ad-libbing or if Brad Stein may be called in for a couple of body serves.
I feel like we're all up all night to get lucky. Nothing. Okay, Claude got me. Claude got a musical reference again. I'm just going to start dropping them now. After midnight, Macca, all rules are out the window for me.
And I'm all out of fishing jokes. So you've got me down a break in the fifth right now, Mike.
Closing in on 6 o'clock local time in Lisbon. Closing in on 5 o'clock on the west coast of Portugal. Great
Shout
to
out
have
to my
you
daughter
guys.
who lives in Madeira now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is she awake right now? I hope
no,
not.
my
I mean,
daughter
I'm sure
likes to
she
sleep
loves
in.
you, but maybe not that much to
No,
get up at
enough.
that time in the morning. I get it. Nuno Borges from the far side. Love one. Serve. T. Lob return lands just long. For the night, Borges at 66% serve percentage. About 10% better than Paul. Okay, the crowd is exploring echoes right now. They are just learning how an echo works up in the top parts of the stand. Missed first serve here from Nuno Borges. Second serve for Nuno is a double.
It's hard to say. The velocity is still up on the Borges serve. Feels like he's doing okay physically. He's certainly playing very aggressively. He's not wanting to engage in long rallies, but his serve doesn't appear to be impaired.
Forehand up the line from him. Paul with a backhand slice right through the middle. Borges inside in forehand. Running lob from Paul. Will it land good? Yes. Borges retreats. Forehand up the line to a Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line. Borges has backhand cross. Paul goes backhand middle. Run around forehand for Borges through the middle. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line is well long, and it's 15-30.
Gee, that was a good point from Tommy Paul. He played an incredibly clever defensive high shot to get out of trouble, got back to neutral, and then started to work the point. And long points right now where there's a lot of running, I think, is advantage Tommy Paul being seemingly the fresher player with his legs.
Yeah, I fully agree with you on that one. A lot of the crowd has moved down to the lower bowl, but there are still some young men who like to have some fun up at the very, very top, it appears. Missed first serve here from Nuno Borges, 15-30, love one. Second serve, good. Paul goes backhand off the baseline and good. Now Paul with the forehand goes cross. Borges forehand cross on a huge angle. Looped from Paul. Borges forehand right behind him. Paul goes forehand pass into the Duke's corner. Tommy Paul, 2 break chances.
And that really showed a lot of stability with his lower half there. He was wrong-footed. Back to his forehand. Tommy Paul just put the outside leg in the ground, planted, and fired a magnificent cross-court pass. Tremendous athlete, Tommy Paul. He's gathered his emotions, his composure, and now making a charge.
Chip return from him. Forehand from Borges up the line. Comes in behind it. Touch volley. Good! What a shot from Nuno Borges. off of a shoestring volley. My, oh my.
What a point. Excellent wide serve, and then a blistered forehand down the line was almost good enough to win the point outright. Tommy Paul tracked it down, hit a one-handed stab slice that got below the height of the net. Borges with just an exquisite little cross-court drop volley to get back to 30-40.
Serve for him here up the tee is both long and wide up the tee. Second serve for Borges is into the net, and he almost collapses there on that left quad. Tommy Paul seizes control, and now it's a big leg stretch here from Nuno Borges. Call the physio now. You can get changeover treatment for a quad and a cramp.
Yes, and seemingly, we'd say this of all players, Mike, it always hurts more when you double fault, doesn't it? Yeah, when you miss a shot, that's when you writhe in pain.
But 2 double faults in that game. But I don't understand why you wouldn't call for the physio now. I mean, now's the time, right? Backhand return up the line. Drop shot from Paul. Borges there, but the backhand up the line is into the net. I mean, why not? There's no harm in getting the physio out there for these changeover treatments.
Yeah, some players call for them all the time. John Isner was one, even when he was impaired, he was loath to call the trainer out. It's just, it's a personal thing sometimes.
Tried to go body with another flat first serve from Tommy Paul. Second here from Tommy Good. Borges forehand to a Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand up the line. Running forehand from Paul ends on the baseline and Good. Now he gets a backhand. Back up the line. Slice there from Borges is into the net. I think he might have actually just called for the physio. He just he pointed right before we lost it on our monitor, but he pointed at the chair umpire there for a second. I don't know.
He must have US Open radio somehow in his ear. Mike Cation has called for the trainer.
Serve is good. Borges forehand middle. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand is into the net. And Tommy Paul has 3 game points here at 40-love.
Seemingly weathered the storm here, Mike, unless there's another plot twist.
Serve for Tommy. Serve is an ace. Right up the tee. And it does look like the physio is coming out. So we'll take a short break. Paul, 3-love in the 5th here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nuno Borges did indeed receive treatment finally for the cramping in his left quad during that changeover. So it just does give us final confirmation that that's what he's dealing with here through this 4th and 5th set. He's in the midst of his first point in the love 3 service game. Paul with a big forehand misses long for 15-love. I do believe that he now can get 2 more changeover treatments for cramping on the left quad. So he could get one, let's say at 4-1 and then at 5-2. He could get on that left quad each time, just during the changeover. Serve off the net and long, which is a rule that they instituted about 6-7 years ago that I think has been a real help. Second serve, good. Backhand from Paul, run around forehand from Borges is into the net and 15 all. You and I both have seen so many players over the years going through it in full body cramp and not getting any treatment. It was so inhumane, and I think that was one of the things that the ATP and WTA needed to change, and thankfully they did. It's an ace for Nuno Borges, 7th of the day.
Yeah, Borges is he's still got a bit of pop. Like it's a hard one to gauge. He's definitely grimacing a lot when he loses points, but then he's still able to serve at seemingly almost full capacity here.
You're exactly right. His average serves in the set is 112. For the night, it's 113. So you're exactly right. Backhand from Paul up the line. Squash shot from Borges. It's going to miss long. Tommy Paul can put this out of reach here. It's 30 all.
Yeah, nice return there down the line, which he hasn't done a lot of during the match, so it caught Borges by surprise, and moving to his right was a little too much for him to manage right now at this stage of fatigue. Tommy Paul's got to keep striking the ball clean, making his opponent run, and he should be okay.
Love 3, 30 all. Serve out wide, good. Ship return. Borges forehand back behind Paul. Lob, Paul, good. Borges puts it away. No! Lob from Paul. Borges backtracks. Tweener, good. Paul resets the point. Forehand to a backhand Borges. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand middle. Paul backhand up the lines into the net. Nuno Borges with a tweener and rewarded to 40-30.
And the crowd appreciating the effort there. He thought he'd won the points earlier with an easy tomahawk forehand that he hit right onto Tommy Paul's racket. Great touch from Tommy to drop that an inch or two inside the baseline, but the tweener was well struck.
It was.
Low trajectory, cleared the tape by 2 or 3 inches and got him back in the point, and Tommy Paul nets a backhand.
Quad didn't seem to hurt there. Forehand from Borges to a forehand Paul that is yanked wide. So Nuno Borges capitalizing on that moment, gets it to 3-1. Also, we have to point out, had Tommy come in back behind that lob, it's an easy finish into the corner, and he has a break chance.
Yeah, Tommy really has to stay focused here. Borges is clearly not so impaired. He can't run back and play a tweener. So obviously it's a difficult psychology when you feel like your opponent's hurt. You want to just play safe and put the ball in the court, but that allows your opponent to just load up and go for winners, which when he's feeling tired, fatigued, a little injured, they're more than happy to do that.
It's going to be a second serve here for Paul off of the net and long, trying to go again body. Second serve good. Borges forehand to a Paul, backhand middle. Borges backhand is into the middle of the net. It's 15 love.
Really smart serve again, using the body. I love using the body on the deuce court. That should keep you out of trouble and let you establish first strike tennis. And then on the ad side, he hasn't done this a lot, is pound the big kicker wide.
Serve, T, good. Paul gets a forehand, goes inside in. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line to a Paul backhand cross. Slice there from Borges middle. Paul goes inside out forehand pushed wide. 15 all.
Just feel like Tommy's missing an opportunity on the ad side to make his opponent do more running. Tommy Paul's got a great kicker.
Yeah.
He could easily bounce that kicker high and away into the doubles alley, make Borges make a backhand return from out wide, and then really run him to the open court forehand. It's a great clay court play that you see so much during the French Open tennis.
Backhand to backhand we go. Paul now has a backhand up the line to a running forehand Borges. Paul backhand middle, catches the baseline, good. Borges, what a gorgeous forehand inside out, puts it into the ad corner from his body. He's laughing about it. He barely steps out of the, I don't even know how to describe that. Incredible stuff. It's 15-30.
His forehand is very dangerous right now because he's willing to go for any forehand that he's remotely balanced on, and he can really hit through that forehand. It's a powerful shot.
15-30 serve into the net. Big second serve here for Tommy Paul. 15-30, serve good. Borges forehand catches the baseline and good. Now gets a backhand, goes through the middle, short. Paul forehand to a Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross. Borges backhand middle, short ball. Paul with the forehand to a Borges forehand cross. Paul goes forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line, off the baseline and good. Now Borges has to backtrack. Backhand cross to a Paul backhand cross. Slice back from Borges. Run around forehand from Paul. Misses both long and wide. 2 chances, Nuno Borges.
This match really has had a lot of plot twists. We thought Tommy Paul might be home at 3-love and Borges fatigue getting treatment, but here we are at double break point. A chance to get back on serve and actually physically looking pretty decent.
Fine, yeah. 15-40 serve into the net. Serve has disappeared a little bit here for Tommy in this game. Second serve is wide. We are back on serve. Paul still leading 3-2, but things have leveled here in the 5th set on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, that man right over there, called me a pusher earlier. It's going to be sticking with me for the rest of this fortnight.
It's word of war.
David McPherson. Macca. It's been an interesting one. This has been a lot of fun here. 3 hours, 47 minutes on the clock. We are back on serve here in the 5th set. 2-3.
Thank you.
Range of possibilities seems endless right now. Borges from the far side, serve good, chip return through the middle. Borges inside in, forehand back behind Tommy Paul for a clean winner. It's 15-love.
Nuno Borges has entered the forehand zone, I think, where he is just going for broke. It's a very dangerous shot, and anything that he's balanced for is going in and doing a lot of damage. So Tommy Paul, even though it's hard to make yourself do it, he's got to keep Nuno Borges running. He can't play up the middle and safe here.
Backhand up the line from Borges to a Paul forehand. Borges backhand cross. Paul stays backhand middle. Borges forehand to a Paul forehand up the line. Backhand from Borges. Backhand from Paul. Borges run around forehand inside out is into the net. 15-all.
Good job by Tommy Paul keeping the ball deep. Didn't drop it short. If he can maintain depth, makes it very hard for Borges to hit winners off deeper shots.
Right now it's a plus 13 in total points for Tommy Paul on the night. Plus 13.
Yeah,
and we're on serve in the 5th.
It's felt like he's been about to win many times.
Yes. Backhand return is into the net on a little cutter up the tee from Borges. 30-15.
Yeah, still keeping that average serve speed at about 112, and so he is still a threat on serve. And then the serve plus 1 is really going on right now for him.
Got a forehand, does Tommy Paul cross. Slice up the line from Borges. Now backhand cross from Paul. Slice from Borges is into the net. And that's what you've been calling for. Just go corner to corner with nice, safe targets on both sides to just get Borges running.
Easier said than done, but yeah, that was beautifully orchestrated. A strong, deep one into the forehand corner, and then he angled him over to the backhand. So Borges' shot tolerance right now is much lower than it was in the first couple of sets. So if Tommy can execute good ball striking, that would be plan A from my standpoint.
Serve up the tee is an ace. That was blasted.
That one seemed above 112 to the naked eye.
It was 115, which doesn't feel right, but I have to trust the serve speed guns. Game point here for Borges. It was his 8th ace of the night. Serve good. Backhand return. Borges run around forehand to a Paul backhand middle. Borges inside out forehand. Paul backhand cross gets to the Borges backhand, and that is where the errors are starting to add up on that backhand wing. We're at deuce.
Strong penetrating cross-court backhand from Tommy Paul there. Borges is looking to get the forehand involved at every opportunity now. Doesn't really want protracted baseline exchanges.
2-3 deuce. Serve good. Paul with forehand middle. Borges inside out forehand. Paul digs it out. Volley. Borges clean into the deuce corner. And a game point.
Nice volley technically there. I saw nothing wrong with that. He should come in a little bit more. I mean, beautiful approach shot wide to the backhand. And as he sensed Tommy Paul was going to be overstretched, barely got the second hand on that backhand. He closed in and punched a forehand volley cross court with very nice technique.
Gets a short forehand into the deuce corner. Lob from Paul will land good. Borges adjusting inside out forehand into the ad corner. 3-all and a ball change here with his team on their feet. Borges, we're
really
level.
It's been a heroic comeback to 3-all from Nuno Borges. Just fantastic effort. Multiple times in this match he's looked down for the count, but he has refused to wilt here. The most difficult of fish to reel in, as it's turned out for Tommy Paul.
I'm just going back and looking at no point. I mean, Tommy had the 2 match points, but they were on Borges' serve. He hasn't served for it. He hasn't been up a break in the 3rd or the 4th. It was up a break, obviously, here in this 5th, but man, it has been topsy-turvy here tonight. 7-6, 6-3, 5-7, 5-7. That gets us to 3-all here with Paul serving. Instead out forehand to a Borges backhand middle. Paul with the forehand up the line to a running forehand Borges. Paul forehand middle. Borges goes backhand back up the line into the net. 15-love.
Both players' tactics are so predictable now. Like Tommy's doing his best to play high percentage tennis, but keep Borges on the run. And Borges is waiting. First ball he likes the look of. He's going for it down the line.
Serve kicker out wide, and that gets an
there,
error.
finally, we see the
return.
Tommy Paul kicker on first serve. Wow, it's taken a full 4.5 sets, but I mean, see how well that play worked,
right.
Mike. His legs are a little impaired, and he missed it, not wanting to do the hard yards coming back.
30-love trying to go slider wide into the net. Second serve for TP. Good. Borges backhand middle. Paul into the net with his ensuing forehand. 30-15 now.
Deep in the 5th set, the footwork is really challenged. That's a ball that Tommy was just a little sluggish on the preparation, and resulting in an over topspin forehand into the net. Got to keep the feet moving, the little steps.
Trying to go
There's
kicker,
the kicker
once
wide
again.
Yeah, I think he's wise now that this is a punishing play that he can employ.
Second serve is a kicker. Borges backhand through the middle. Forehand from Paul is long. It's 30-all.
Once again, the footwork just a little subpar, leading to a forehand error.
In that last changeover, Macca, Paul was asking for electrolytes from his team.
So he's feeling it too.
Of course,
as you would be. I mean, it's been a grueling affair.
Just short of the 4-hour mark we are. Paul, serve at 30-all is long. Second serve, Paul, good. Borges forehand middle. Paul rolls the forehand into the net, and just like that, it's a break chance for Nuno Borges.
Yeah, Tommy rolled the dice there, hitting the second serve to the forehand. And at this stage of the match, Borges is looking for forehands. He knows that that's the shot I can just cut loose.
Serve for Paul, kicker out wide off the net. Good, so another first serve coming. Tommy has through the night, when he's had a let first serve, he goes opposite, has gone opposite, we should say. So he was going kicker wide there. Serve here for Paul. T
Great
missed
call,
wide.
Mike. What a scouting report. That's a good tell.
Second serve for Paul. Good. Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand cross and short. Dug out by Borges. Forehand Paul. Borges backhand up the line. Oh, that was a risk. And he just missed it by about 3 inches. Deuce now.
Was consistent with his strategy, though. He got a ball that he had his legs underneath. He's been
As
going
a coach,
down the
you
line.
like that, though, right?
Well, I feel like I feel like that's got him this far.
Yeah.
You know, he's trusting himself. He guides that 2 inches farther inside, and he's up a break right now. So I feel like he's playing the way he has to play.
Deuce serve netted. Again, the serve is just fallen apart here from Paul in this game. Second serve form, good. Borges goes backhand inside out to a Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand cross, Paul. Forehand up the line to a backhand. Borges back up the line. That one's inside the line, and a break chance for Nuno Borges.
Beautiful balance on that backhand up the line. He has got a clear strategy right now, and a simple, clear strategy like this is really helping him in this situation. He's just waiting for an opportunity. First ball that he sees balance on, he's going down the line. Very difficult for Tommy Paul to counteract, really. If you can make it. It's high risk, but very high reward.
Tommy is taking a look at all 6 balls. He's actually talking to a member of the ball crew right now. There's 7 balls on the court. That's why he's checking. So he's going to Ronaldo Liechtenstein and saying one of these balls is incorrect. There's only supposed to be 6. But he's now ready to go. Break point down. Kicker serve out wide. Borges backhand into the bottom of the net. Macca, you're a genius. We're at deuce.
Wow, Tommy Paul, like, he stood extra wide, almost in the doubles position to make that kicker get outside the doubles alley, and that's hurting Borges' legs. That's a tough one for him to return in his fatigue state.
Serve, deuce, out wide. Borges chip return. Paul, short backhand in behind it. Backhand pass from Borges. Draws the volley error out of Tommy Paul. Just put it at the feet. And it's another break chance for Borges.
This will be interesting. If Tommy goes wide to stand again, Borges probably should move in and cut off the angle.
Agreed.
Maybe try to take the backhand down the line if Tommy tries to employ that power kicker again. Real game of chess right now.
Wow, he went way wide again on that service motion. You could hear it. Mishit entirely, bounces well into the stand. Second serve, good. Borges goes backhand middle. Paul rolls a forehand. Borges, forehand inside out to a Paul forehand up the line. Running squash shot, Borges. Paul, forehand back behind him. Borges gets it up. Paul, forehand up the line. Lob from Borges. Paul overhead. Good!
A really brave save there from Tommy Paul. It was a patient point for a couple of shots, and then Tommy was the one to take the initiative, whipped his forehand sharply over to the Borges forehand, and from that moment on, he didn't let him off the hook.
Killing me, Smalls. Killing me.
Thank you.
As soon as you throw in a holy mackerel, then we'll really know you're up to it. Serve at deuce into the net. We get a shush. We get shushed by Renaud Liechtenstein. Second serve, good. Borges forehand middle. Paul rolls a forehand middle. Borges forehand inside in is into the net.
Once again, Borges trying to force the play. He had a little bit of a look at a forehand. Flattened it out, tried to go for another forehand winner, just missed that one low. Let's see if Tommy Paul stays with that kicker wide. He's gone to it, or tried to go to it 4 times in a row. I think he's really discovered the tactic.
So right now we're actually down to 5 balls. So Renaud Liechtenstein had gotten 2, grabbed the one that was out of play, puts one back in. So back up to 6 balls. That's where we're supposed to be. TP where he's supposed to be with a game point. Serve, kicker, wide off the net and wide. Second serve for Paul. Good up the tee. Borges forehand short. Paul goes inside in, gets a clean winner, and shakes that racket as he survives 3 break chances. We're at the 4-hour mark. Paul leads 4-3 in the 5th on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Morning coffee ready for you in Portugal. Can Nuno Borges match the caffeine? Serves here, 3-4. Fifth set action, 4 hours, 2 minutes on the court. Second serve, Borges at 3-4 is good. Paul goes big forehand to a Borges forehand up the line. Running backhand from Paul. Borges digs out a backhand. Paul, backhand slice to a Borges backhand middle. Sliced back again from Paul. Borges goes backhand short. Paul backhand cross to a Borges backhand middle. Run around forehand from Paul. Borges forehand cross. Paul goes forehand up the line. He sprayed that wide. 15 love.
Really solid point there from Nuno Borges. I think we've gotten so deep into the match, Mike, that now he may be running on fumes, but Nuno's going to be ready to run for everything. There's only another 15 or 20 minutes left in this match maximum, so I think Nuno's going to gather all his resources and finish strong.
Also, that treatment he got earlier in the set has to help. Serve good. Chip return short. Borges forehand. Running lob from Paul. Borges retreats. Overhead. Good. What a shot from no man's land. Puts that into the ad corner from that height. Pretty impressive.
Borges has smashed so well this match. There's only been about a half dozen opportunities, but every single time he's put the ball away, and that one was an incredible angle from deep in the court.
30 love. Serve T long. Second serve, good. Paul goes big forehand cross. Borges digs it out. Paul, drop shot, good. Borges there, pops it up the line, but just long in the ad corner. 30-15 now.
Tommy Paul giving Nuno Borges a bit of his own medicine there, you know, going for broke on the forehand. That's something that Nuno Borges has used to his great effect in these in the last hour of play here. That's the first time we've seen Tommy really let one loose and crush a forehand.
Saw and heard there a little bit from Nuno's girlfriend Anna as big slider T gets the return error. I got to tell you that the coaches are one thing, Macca, but the girlfriends having to deal with the stress of this, I give them a lot of credit. It's a tough one.
It's not an easy job to be a tennis coach, tennis wife, anyone that cares about the match. You ride a roller coaster of emotions.
Backhand to backhand. Borges digs out of backhand, and Paul just, can't quite adjust to it. That was a ball that had incredible depth from Tommy Paul, and Borges just blocked it back, and it barely clears the net, and Paul can't get to it. It's 4 games all.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate there to clear the tape by such a small margin, but wow, we are really entering the final stages here, and Borges looks to me physically capable.
I think it's fine.
Of really contesting this right to the end.
It's been a huge help that he's serving well in this set, 68%, because he's only 1 of 8 on his seconds. That's a full 20% better than Tommy Paul in this 5th set. 48%, 13 of 27. 4 all. Paul at the far side. Serve T is long. Second serve, Tommy. It's a let.
That's a dangerous spot for him to leave that second serve.
Yes, it is.
He's got to get that second serve in tight on the backhand, I think.
Second serve to a Borges backhand middle. Paul forehand back behind him. That was stroked well. Forehand winner for 15 love.
Brave response there from Tommy Paul. He jammed him nicely on the backhand body, enabling him to unload on the forehand. And I think that's the path forward for Tommy Paul. He's got to get after it now. It's not going to be handed to him, that's for sure.
15 love serve into the net. This is just getting worse and worse. I mean, this serve percentage below 45% now. Second serve good. Borges backhand middle. Paul goes backhand middle. Borges forehand to a Paul forehand up the line. Borges backhand off the net good. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line just wide. Just wide, struck well, but misses by a centimeter. Or less.
Yeah, just a hair wide. That was a massive point, obviously, this deep in the match. Tough for Tommy Paul right now to slip into go for broke mode. Like, Borges has been playing that way now for an hour. So he's kind of in the groove, if you like, in the zone of going for shots. Tommy's trying to go for shots like that out of nowhere is much more difficult.
Yeah, stepping up that aggression with mixed results. Serve is good. Paul gets a short backhand, goes cross, and he missed it. Borges, there was no shot he was tracking that down, and Paul sails it. big moment here at 15:30.
It's a tremendous wide serve from Tommy Paul. It opened up the court completely, and his two-handed backhand cross-court is so solid normally. That was a huge shock to Mike and I that ball sailed long.
4-all, 15:30 from the far side. Paul serving T wide.
It's gone away from the kick wide in this game, Mike. A little inexplicable because it was working well.
Second serve kicker to a Borges backhand that just clears. And Tommy just gets the backhand slice over, trickles over. Borges gets there. Paul gets there. Oh my gosh, how did he pop it up the line? Are you kidding me? Tommy Paul, 30-all. What a get. What athleticism.
You cannot teach speed. Wow, that was an incredible get from Nuno Borges. It was a dead let cord from Tommy Paul. Borges gets up there and dices it. Sharp cross court. Tommy Paul reads the play and then explodes forward and manages to knife a little low backhand down the line with enough on it to win the point. Oh, a huge element of luck in that, though. That easily could not have gone over, and Tommy Paul would have been at 15-40 did he not get the let cord there.
Oh, goodness.
Players are ready, thank you.
The crowd appreciating the moment. Serve T, netted for Paul. He is 14 of 32 in this set. Goodness. Second serve, good. Borges, forehand middle. Paul rolls a forehand middle. Borges inside in forehand to a Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand cross. Paul forehand up the line to a Borges backhand cross that is pulled wide. It's a game point here for Tommy Paul.
Tommy lifted that topspin forehand down the line, got it a little bit above the shoulder, Nuno Borges, and that's where perhaps the stability in the lower half isn't quite there. Tried to force the backhand cross court and just mistimed it off the edge of the strings.
Game point, Paul from that far side. Serve into the body is long. This is, he is actually, as he collects himself, shaking his head. He can't believe it. Second serve, Paul, good. Borges backhand middle. Paul inside out forehand to a Borges backhand cross. Paul inside out forehand. Borges run around forehand. Paul goes backhand up the line to a Borges forehand inside out, good. Paul can't get that backhand. Again, just every forehand right now is attacking stuff from Nuno Borges. We're at deuce.
Yeah, Tommy dropped that into an unfortunate spot, just backhand side of middle. And that's where Nuno Borges could get a forehand, and probably his favorite spot to hit a forehand is just on the backhand side of the middle line. And he made full advantage of that.
4-all deuce, serve into the net. Second serve for TP, good. Borges forehand catches the baseline. He's now going to get a backhand, goes up the line to a running forehand for Paul. Borges backhand cross, Paul run around forehand up the line. Borges forehand into the net. That was brave. It was also pretty risky from Tommy Paul to run around and hit that forehand. He does it well, gets a game point.
Yeah, that was brave. That ball was fairly deep. Tommy Paul just loaded up on his outside leg and absolutely pummeled it inside in. A brave shot and a much needed shot at this huge juncture in the match.
First serve, net and wide. Cannot buy a serve right now. Second serve, good. Borges backhand. Paul goes inside out forehand to a Borges backhand cross, catches line. Paul backhand cross does not. It's wide, it's deuce.
I feel like Tommy's legs are also really, these are backhands that he would not normally miss. Both players are really pushing themselves to the limit here. I'm just so shocked Tommy went away from the safe kick first serves wide that he used in the game before, because those serves he should make every time.
We also know that serve percentage drops when your legs are feeling it. Serve, T, not even close. Just inside the baseline. Second serve, good. Borges forehand cross. Paul rolls a forehand up the line, running backhand Borges. Paul run around forehand inside out. Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand slice through the middle. Paul goes, oh my goodness, that's not even in the doubles alley. Just yanked it wide, and he's just, oh my, look at his arm. Hanging on by a thread there. He's just...
This is definitely, I think, the time to use that short, jumpy kicker wide and run Borges to the open court. It's a high percentage serve. It's like an aggressive second serve, and Tommy Paul's really good at it. He's not making any first serves right now. This would be a way to take pressure off your second serve and get your opponent running into the open court.
Serve, T, wide. I think it's 7 or 8 straight missed first serves here. Second serve for Paul, good. Borges backhand is into the net. Oh my goodness, he wrong-footed himself. And he's hobbling right now.
And that was a kick wide on the second serve.
Yeah.
So
It didn't even get that wide.
No, like he's not looking too comfortable on that serve.
No.
And Tommy's been able to kick it wide and away and high. It doesn't seem like Borges' legs are like feeling good enough to make that return from high and away on the backhand side. Tommy just hasn't really capitalized on it fully.
Third deuce, another missed first serve. I wish I was keeping track. I really think it's been about 8 missed first serves in a row. Second serve, good. Borges backhand middle. Paul, forehand cross. Borges forehand just clears the net. Now he's going to get a backhand, goes through the middle. Paul forehand cross. Borges forehand up the line, running backhand. Paul middle. Borges inside in forehand. Paul has to dig that out. Borges forehand inside out to a Paul backhand cross. Borges backhand cross. Paul goes backhand middle. Borges run around forehand. He launched it just long into the deuce corner.
Tommy Paul did a nice job of keeping his backhand low. What he doesn't want now is to hit the ball high to the Borges forehand where he can hit down on it for a winner. He skidded it through low, and Borges tried to force the issue with a big inside-in forehand, but sailed it long.
You would give up Paige Lorenz's engagement ring for a first serve right now, would Tommy Paul. Game point for him.
There's
Kicker out
kicker,
wide,
but he
just misses wide. Second serve, good. Borges, backhand into the net.
He is really struggling with that high kicker to the backhand.
I don't
Surely
know.
Tommy has noticed that.
I don't know how Tommy got through that. I mean, his serve percentage, if memory serves, was around 49% in the set when he started. It's now down to 36. He's 14. Yeah, he was 14 of 32. I remember that number, and he just missed a serve there. So at least 8 straight missed first serves, and he holds.
Really fortunate to get through that game. But he played a couple of brave points, and honestly, the kicker to the backhand is just, he hasn't used it enough, to be honest, on the ad court, but he's been forced to use it on a couple of second serves, and he's gotten a couple of very meek backhand misses from Nuno Borges, whose quads are a little bit compromised on that high ball that's away to his backhand side. But Borges has been able to maintain a pretty high level of serving. So with him serving, he can make a good first serve and get a +1 and control the tempo of the points. Much harder for Tommy Paul to get control of the points and make Nuno Borges do the running when he's returning.
Nuno is receiving cramping treatment right now. This time it's on his right quad. This, I believe, is the second time he's received that treatment. In theory, as a result, I believe that means he could get one more treatment for it if there's a 6-5 changeover. If.
High drama. I mean, 2 players pushing themselves to their absolute limits here, physically being pushed to the limit, and emotionally, this is a roller coaster of a match. Especially tough on Tommy Paul, because he's been the one that's looked like the likely victor the whole night.
Yes.
Up 2 sets to love, and all the leads he's had. I feel like Borges is playing a little bit with house's money, not feeling as nervous.
Serve at 4-5 is long. He is at the far side. Paul at the near side. Second serve for Borges. Good. Paul backhand is launched. Well long. 15 love.
Tried to force the pace there. Got jammed a little bit on the backhand body. Return he would normally never miss, but he was trying to be offensive, extra offensive.
Serve, T. Return misses long. My goodness, he needs to get into a couple return points. I mean, again, how much work he just had to do in that last service game. If Borges gets this hold in 60 seconds, serve, good. Chip return, missed wide. 3 missed returns. I mean, this is going to flip this pressure so quickly.
Fatigue definitely a factor now for both players. Clearly, Tommy Paul not moving as crisply as he has done in the previous 4 sets.
Return is good. Borges back into a Paul backhand middle. Borges rolls a forehand, good. Backhand cross Paul. Borges through the middle. Drop shot Paul. Borges there. Pops it into the deuce corner. 60-second hold. Absolutely perfect stuff from Nuno Borges. 5-all.
Oh, what a chess match now. Every serve direction is so important. For me, considering that his legs are fatigued and aces are hard to come by for Tommy Paul, I really like body on the deuce to try and set up a +1. And as I've been saying, I love power kick wide, high percent to set up an open court running situation. That would be the plays that I'd be going to right now if I was coaching Tommy Paul.
Missed another first serve. Second serve, Paul. Good. Borges backhand middle. Paul, forehand is into the net.
Gee whiz, that was an uncharacteristic miss. Halfway up the net, the return just was up the middle. No reason for him to miss that apart from just extreme fatigue right now. And tension playing a factor as well.
Make a first serve. He does. Borges backhand up the line, and he gets the 3-point.
What a difference a first serve makes. It was kind of a kicker. It didn't go very wide.
No, I think he just tried to roll it in.
Yeah, he was more of a second serve, but first serves are at a premium right now. So valuable.
5-all, 15-all. For Tommy Paul, near side, serve T wide. Second serve, Borges. Gets a return up the line. Paul backhand, middle ends on the baseline and good. Gets another backhand up the line. Borges running forehand, good. Paul forehand up the line. Borges digs out a backhand. Paul backhand middle. Borges backhand up the line. Running squash shot, just clears the net. Forehand up the line, slice shot from Borges is long. What defensive effort there from Tommy Paul for 30-15.
Wow, Tommy Paul's flexibility just saved him there because that was a beautifully struck down the line backhand from Borges. It looked like Tommy Paul was in a horrible situation in the point, but he was able to squash up the forehand down low. Borges couldn't quite control the approach shot on the next shot. A big escape there to be at 30-15 instead of 15-30.
Serve Paul good. Borges forehand middle, misses long.
Seems like any kind of a first serve right now is winning Tommy the point. These are not very high quality first serves, but they're getting the job done.
2 game points, Paul. Serve is good. Borges back in middle. Paul rolls the forehand to a Borges forehand pushed wide. He needed that. 3 first serves in that game. Tommy Paul forces the issue. 6-5. We're deep in the 5th. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Well, after a very quick hold for Tommy Paul, can Nuno Borges match and force the deciding 5th set tiebreak? Chip return. Borges inside out forehand. In behind it. Backhand Paul. Volley Borges. Forehand for Paul. Good. It's a pass. And it's love 15 just like that.
Love 15.
Tommy Paul showing some strength in the legs there. Just chipped the return back. He was behind in the point the whole way, but he outside leg backhand pass, outside leg forehand pass combination gets him to love 15.
Serve for Borges, good. Paul backhand middle, misses long.
Borges' serve has held up a little bit better than Tommy's. in the last half hour, I'd say. But
it's not even a little bit. It's 71% versus 39.
Yes, that's somewhat of a disparity.
Serve is just long. That is a good commentator's curse. Well done, Macca. A rare miss here of late. Second serve.
Second serve just dribbles over by the barest of margins. Tension is very high.
15-all, second serve good. Paul, backhand middle. Borges, forehand inside out, in behind it. Backhand from Paul. Volley, lob from Paul. Borges, it does not clear the net.
Some really good volleying, I got to say. I mean, it was a quality approach shot from Borges. Tommy Paul doing what he does, playing great defense, making Borges hit a difficult high backhand volley, but he was up to the challenge. Stuck it down the line firm. Good technique. Gets himself to 30-15.
Serve for Borges up the tee is long. A couple of these seconds just barely clearing the net. This second, good. Paul, backhand middle. Borges digs out a backhand. Paul goes backhand into the net, and 2 points for the breaker.
Boy, it's tense right now. Just even routine shots are not easy for either player. So much fatigue, so much tension.
40-15 serve good. Paul, backhand middle. Borges, backhand cross to a backhand slice from Paul. Borges, backhand, oh my, pushed it well wide into the deuce corner doubles alley. 40-30.
Yes, that was it. Once again, when Tommy Paul is keeping the ball low, he's in good shape because Borges is wanting to go down the line, and he tried to go down the line off a nasty low slice there, and that is not an easy shot for him to hit off the backhand side. That slice backhand cross court could be handy.
I think so
down
too.
The stretch for Tommy Paul.
Forces him to get low with those legs here. 40-30 serve good. Paul up the line with the forehand. Squash shot into the net. Deuce now.
Good technique from Tommy Paul. Fairly short backswing. Just got a little body weight into that forehand return. Pulled it up the line and surprised Nuno Borges. Wasn't quite sprightly enough to move out to his forehand and track it down.
Serve, good. Paul backhand up the line. Borges backhand is into the net. Holy smokes, what just happened? 3 points just like that.
Another lowish backhand. Tommy Paul was able to get fairly skidding return low into the Borges backhand, who was not bending well, as you say, Mike.
2 hours and 9 minutes after his last, it's match point number 3 for Tommy Paul. Bouncing around is Paul. Borges waiting for the crowd to settle. Ready to go. Serve. Borges into the net. Second serve, Borges good. Paul forehand middle. Borges forehand middle. Paul goes forehand up the line to a Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges digs out a backhand to a Paul backhand middle. Borges forehand up the line to a running forehand Paul middle. Borges inside out forehand. In behind it. Backhand Paul. Volley from Borges good. Paul backhand. Volley from Borges off the net and good. Paul gets there. Pops it up the line. Borges up the line with the backhand volley. Paul forehand. Borges. Oh, what a match point! Tommy Paul survives! How? 7-5 in the fifth. What a rocket off the racket of Paul, and he's moving on into the third round. The two hug, exhausted at 1:46 in the morning. It's Paul ending the night on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
What a point befitting the contest, really. There was desperation on both sides there. Some incredible speed. Oh my goodness. Tommy Paul's final shot was a big forehand moving backwards. He found a way to find enough strength in his legs to power that pass past Nuno Borges, who had good net position. It was a Herculean effort from both players, really. Nuno Borges showed so much resilience. He was the one behind the whole match. He put himself into a position where he almost pulled off a magnificent comeback, but in the end, Tommy Paul gets to advance, and he spent a lot of fuel in this match, though. Not tough, a tough road to take to go deep in the championship.
Nuno Borges has grabbed his bags. He is walking off and deserves a massive round of applause. His shoes are off. He is walking to the locker room in his socks.
You don't see that every day.
Absolutely exhausted, gave everything he had tonight, and just a couple points short.
Great reception from the crowd. They love a warrior here in New York, and he was certainly a warrior tonight. This last point was just, had to be seen to be believed, and Mike, you called it beautifully. A couple of clutch volleys there. Thought Borges volleyed well. That volley strikes the tape. Tommy Paul was quick enough to get up and angle a little ball and then retreated back to the baseline and just unloaded on the forehand for all he was worth. That took every ounce of strength in his body.
What a finish, what a final point. You're through to the third round. Took probably a little longer than you thought. How are you feeling right now?
I'm a little bit tired right now. I'm sure we all are. First off, I just want to say thank you guys so much for staying so late in the night and supporting me. I mean, you guys really pushed me there in the fourth and fifth set to keep going, and I don't know if I would have got that win without you guys. So thank you.
When you go 5 sets, what's more difficult, the physical aspect or the mental aspect?
Oh, I don't know. Both are pretty tough today, especially when you're up 2 sets to love. You never want to lose a match like that. And I think this is my first 5-set match on Ash, so it was cool to do it at night in front of you guys tonight, and definitely cool to get a win.
Congratulations, get some much needed rest.
All right, thank you guys, good night.
Thank you guys, and good night indeed. Oh my. Yeah, Tommy, listen, before the interview, he went to his chair and just sat there for about 30 seconds. No expression, just a blank stare, looking at his team before finally breaking out into a smile.
Yeah, it was a difficult match for him. Like when you, as he just said, when you have a 2 sets to love lead and it gets back to a 5th set, you are not feeling good about yourself. Forget that you're tired and fatigued, but also you're feeling like I let an opportunity slip. There's a lot of negative emotions attached to that. Somehow he gathered the courage and the physicality to just forge his way a path home, and he's a thoroughly deserving winner. He was in front the whole way and found just enough power at the end to get over the line.
Macca, that was fun.
What a call, Mike.
Why don't we do it again tomorrow, huh?
On US Open Radio.
Listen, US Open Radio will continue. I have to do math now, don't I? Just under 9 hours. 8 hours and 40 minutes from now.
Oh, Mike, let's just stay on and open the show tomorrow.
You know, we could just sleep here. There are a couple of couches back there. 8 hours and 40 minutes from now, Prim Saripapat, Dave Leno, and Patricia He will get you ready for Day 6. And Day 5, moving into Day 6, has already been spectacular. We get into the third round tomorrow. For Macca, I'm Mike Cation signing off. You've been listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. 2 hours and 9 minutes after his last, it's match point number 3 for Tommy Paul. Bouncing around is Paul. Borges waiting for the crowd to settle. Ready to go. Serve. Borges into the net. Second serve, Borges good. Paul forehand middle. Borges forehand middle. Paul goes forehand up the line to a Borges backhand cross. Paul backhand cross. Borges digs out a backhand to a Paul backhand middle. Borges forehand up the line to a running forehand Paul middle. Borges inside out forehand. In behind it. Backhand Paul. Volley from Borges good. Paul back.